County, Milwaukee, we're on that, main list as this continues to move towards the southeast.
And another update from Dodge County Emergency Manager Joseph over there. Climate Fire Chief and law officials there reporting a funnel on County E and ME. So
great.
There's E right there. I can kind of zoom in on that.
And that is step one, right, to a tornado. I know it's still pretty early in the morning. We don't typically see, severe weather at this rate, but we knew going into this day that any storms that developed would have the possibility of firing and rapidly strengthening. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now. So everybody within this warning across southeastern Dodge, northeastern, Jefferson County and northwestern Waukesha County, everybody in red here, you need to get into your safe spot because we are now getting reports of a funnel cloud right near that Clyman area. And as that, potentially drops to the ground, that means we need to be taking cover in our basements. If you have, that single or that single family home, yes, if you have a basement, make sure you get to that spot specifically. If you don't have a basement, innermost part of your home away from windows. Sometimes that's a bathroom, sometimes that's more so a closet or an interior hallway. You just want to be away
anywhere
from
that's structurally sound, away from windows.
Yeah,
that's a really good point, Stephanie. And as you take a look here, I just want to kind of pause this, and if you want to walk people through, you can just see from one sweep to the next, there's actually a little bit, it's not as well defined, I guess is the best way to say that. There's that real hook there, and then not so much the next hour. So when we get the next radar sweep in, we may see some hopeful signs.
Yeah, absolutely. Still, again, take the proper precautions as this tornado warning is going to continue until 11:30. And it is comforting to know that we do have emergency managers in the area watching this storm with the fact that we had that report of a funnel cloud. So we'll continue to keep up with those reports and bring those to you as we get more. You can see those same cities, again, still in here from the last time I showed you. This is going to continue to eventually move into those next counties, Jefferson and northwestern Waukesha County, just after about 11 a.m. It's 10:54, so we've got a couple minutes before this main area starts to drift its way south. Here's the latest velocity, certainly still on there, maybe a little messier than what we were looking at previously, but something to take seriously with the fact that, again, we have that report of a funnel cloud that was near the Clyman area just a short time ago. So tornado warning
some of the
until
intensity
11:30.
is kind of coming out of this. If you look at it earlier with the more intense velocity, and then still showing the rotation pretty good, but some of the the intensity isn't quite there.
Right. And this is where we're looking.
A couple of exceptions. No updates from Clyman. We did just get an update of a storm spotter bringing us another severe thunderstorm warning with some hail, 1 inch, and the potential here for 60-mile-an-hour straight-line wind gusts. And now, Stephanie, earlier we were talking about how straight-line wind gusts might be as big of a problem, perhaps even a bigger problem than rotation today. Those 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts possible with this as well. Yeah,
maybe we expand this a little bit and show everybody else who is under severe thunderstorm warning, because it is essentially the entire line. This latest one, as Rob mentioned, is now for Milwaukee County, the rest of Waukesha County, as well as eastern Jefferson County. So there's really just a sliver of Kenosha County not included, and then some of our northernmost communities. But everybody else in orange here included in a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, this latest one for Milwaukee County does continue until 12:15, which feels like a ways away, but I do think this line has slowed down significantly. It's now down to about 25 miles per hour moving east, whereas earlier it was moving at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. That also means this is going to bring in some heavy rainfall. We've seen really frequent lightning in this, and a couple of reports of some larger hail too. So I know we're really focused in on that possibility of a tornado in southeastern Dodge County, but worth mentioning the rest of this line, with the fact that it's moving a little bit slower, it is going to bring in the possibility for that heavy rainfall.
know about. But
Right.
otherwise, not seeing too many reports like of ground truth with the stronger hail. We are getting another severe thunderstorm warning in now as we continue to expand
this
here.
printout.
This one's for the Ozaki area, Washington County as well.
Okay.
And so this is, Steph, it's a really messy map. Let's just
It
say.
is, absolutely.
Let's just call
Again,
it what
it's
it is.
essentially our entire viewing area,
Yeah.
which we've seen these warnings expand over about the last 45 minutes. So again, a couple of those northern counties now, we've got Ozaki included in that. That also goes until 12:15, and that is for everything we just talked about, that 60-mile-per-hour wind gust possibility, as well as quarter-sized hail. Let's go back to what radar looks like out near Dodge County. It's been really interesting to watch too. Oh, and then we can look up north, but let's focus on this real quick.
Yeah, I was just noticing that next cluster up north is dropping a little farther south, but you're right. Let's circle back to that after this.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like our hook is, as we just talked about, maybe not quite as defined.
It's kind of
I
breaking
am
up.
wondering if there's a bit of a hail core in here as well, which we know is still a possibility even within the tornado warning to have a little bit of that hail. A good sign that
Oh, yeah, there's a good hail core.
I would say that's a hail core.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So keep in mind, it always looks very ominous. It's usually not quite as big as it reaches the ground, but it also shows that this is a pretty powerful storm because our temperatures are still pretty warm even as we go up a little bit higher into the atmosphere. So that means the updraft in this is probably still really strong if it's enough to pull in that larger hail. And once again, this is right within that tornado warning. I hear dinging, Rob, so I'm assuming we've got another
one
warning.
For Kenosha, Racine, and Walworth counties. So now that basically completes the map for most of our viewing area.
Sure.
And, just the way this came out was, kind of unfortunate because it did kind of come out in pieces. But now if you put the map together, you can see, as Steph is pointing out there, that it's the entirety of the viewing area, give or take the north counties.
Right, exactly. So one tornado warning that goes until 11:30, and some of these newer severe thunderstorm warnings that we've received. So Ozaki County, that little bit of Kenosha County, as well as Milwaukee County, those go until 12:15 because this line has really significantly slowed down. At one point it was moving at about 45 miles per hour. Now it's moving at about 25. Now, main concern is that possibility for a tornado in southeastern Dodge County and that main area of rotation dropping towards the south, which is why you see that warning extended into parts of northwestern Waukesha as well as northeastern Jefferson County. It does look weaker than what we've seen even in the last couple of scans. Before, there was a pretty decent hook on there and some decent rotation showing up on our velocity scans, and there was a funnel cloud report by emergency managers in Dodge County too, right near
a couple
Climate.
of different, and also law enforcement backed that up,
Yeah.
and police actually was firefighter, and then Whitewater Fire Department doing something as well. They had a line worker apparently stuck or possibly struck by lightning.
Oh, wow.
So that's something we'll have to investigate. We'll let the news folks know that. But according to emergency management in Walworth County, Whitewater Fire Department working on a high-angle recovery is what they call it. And that is a line worker reportedly struck by lightning while hanging in a tree. So that is a tragic situation there. Hopefully that'll have a happier ending. But yeah, if you take a look, Steph, you were talking about how this is falling apart, so I kind of put it frame by frame here, and there's 1048, and then I'll kind of step it through if you want to walk us through this.
Sure, that's that main hook, and then you'll notice as it continues to move towards the southeast a little bit, even just 10 minutes later, you can see it's a little weaker. It's not quite as put together as what it was earlier before, but that's what prompted this tornado warning, of course, combined with some rotation on our storm relative velocity. So something we still need to take very seriously, and again, that warning continues until 11:30. So if you are anywhere within this red box, including in northwestern Waukesha County, make sure you are staying in your safe spot until this warning has completely ended. Hopefully it continues to show signs of weakening and it's able to be canceled early, but at this point in time, it is still a very valid threat for southeastern Dodge County on into portions of Waukesha as well as Jefferson County. Thank you, Rob. He's putting more most communities on here. So you can see Ixonia was on that map, Oconomowoc on that map, Neosho as we look up towards the west, Eustisford. But remember, this is more so tracking towards the southeast. Dousman on here, Delafield maybe just outside, but even Sullivan at the very southern corner in Jefferson County could potentially be impacted. But the main area of rotation is still in southeastern parts of Dodge County. But any of these communities, if you have friends, if you have loved ones, make sure they are aware that their number one was a funnel cloud reported in parts of Dodge County, and that this warning does continue until 11:30. But thankfully have not heard any more reports when it comes to that funnel cloud. We would have heard pretty soon after if it touched down. So
no updates
somewhat
from
of a
that. But I think that's a really good point that you make, because we are in the middle of a very active season, and I know we're approaching a lot of fatigue when it comes to warnings. But when we have eyes on a funnel cloud, it reassures everybody that this is something that you need to be very mindful of.
Right.
We want you to always take them seriously, but particularly when we have an eyes on storm spotter that can tell us what's actually happening on the ground.
Sure. And it does appear, as we're looking at the broader view here, that this is kind of building a little bit on the backside. You can actually really see that main cell that is tornado warned is truly dipping south here, so about to cross into Jefferson County. But also notice too that again, some of these showers, even as we zoom in here, you can kind of tell how some of the rain is expanding on the backside of the line, which just means that this may persist a little bit longer, especially with the fact that it's moving a little bit slower. The good news is that far northern communities, Fond du Lac, Sheboygan, you guys are not included in a severe thunderstorm warning, but you are still seeing the rain. So that is an absolute bonus. Now, when it comes to the rain too, and Rob, you can probably attest to this as well, with how dry it is, when we get rain at a heavy rate very quickly, it is still a possibility that we deal with at least ponding on roadways, maybe some low-level flooding because of the ground being so dry. It can't absorb everything right away. So with how heavy some of this rain probably is, just make sure even after the fact that you're being cautious. Thankfully, we have not heard of anything like that, but it's certainly a possibility. Also, I hear the rain falling in just outside on our weather deck, and the wind is picking up.
We could definitely use it. That's the good news situation with this. Let me put the lightning back on this, Stephanie,
yes,
because
please do.
Look how intense that is, right? I mean, this is very frequent thunder and lightning, and again, still going to look for more information regarding that potential Whitewater issue with the line worker struck by lightning. But you can see how the frequency has really picked up, and just even the density of the lightning tracker. You can barely see the map in behind it.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something that started even initially as this line developed in inland counties over an hour ago. They rapidly strengthened, and there was a lot of lightning, very frequent lightning within this. So there is no change to that. You can just see all of the clusters from across some of those inland areas to now near the lakeshore, the Port Washington area, and a good chunk of Ozaukee County seeing a lot of that, extended all the way down to southern Wisconsin. So at the very least, you want to stay indoors because of how frequent the lightning is. But also remember, within the warnings, even the severe thunderstorm warnings, the wind gusts could be very strong, as well as that large hail possibility. But in the meantime, we are going to continue to watch some of this rotation, which does look maybe a little bit more broad compared to what it was earlier, but starting to impact more so Jefferson County, I think, as this storm starts to work its way southward. Earlier, there were a few downburst signatures as well on some of our velocity scans, so there could still be a couple of spots, even within the severe thunderstorm warned parts of the line, that have some stronger gusts at a very localized level. But something, again, that we are going to continue to deal with as this line finally crosses into Lake Michigan, which at this point will not be until afternoon. Those latest severe thunderstorm warnings are continuing until 12:15. Still the pretty large hail core within that warned storm as well. That's really right on the borders here of parts of Dodge, southwestern Washington, northwestern Washington County, and then far northeastern Jefferson County. So there's absolutely the possibility for some large hail as that part of the storm continues to move towards the east. Rob just had that in motion, and you can tell how it is still on the stronger side, but maybe not quite as strong as it was in maybe the last couple of scans. But all the
do you want to take a look to the northeast here, Steph? Because
yes, please.
Earlier things were really popping there as well. So let me just bring that warning back up. Oh yeah, there we go. And as you can tell, the concern here, the track right now is still a little bit more to the southeast. So
right,
that's
more so going to favor Manitowoc County.
Yeah, that should keep it that way. But I mean, even though there aren't the significant warnings, there's still quite a bit going on in Fond du Lac and Sheboygan.
And we have seen a few more cells develop towards the west of that area in northern Wisconsin. So if we do end up seeing even just a few more isolated cells develop, more so on the backside of that storm system up north, then those could maybe impact parts of Fond du Lac and Sheboygan County. Now, Fond du Lac and Sheboygan were one of the few spots that did see a few showers and storms overnight last night. It's possible you're a little bit more worked over, but still with the heat, the humidity that we've had, you're still not out of the woods yet when it comes to stronger thunderstorms.
All right, sorry that I'm moving the map around
please,
behind
please
there,
do.
Steph, but I'm looking for the local warnings chief down at the National Weather Service, Tim Hallbach. I was just chatting that they're watching an area near East Troy, starting to see a little bit of rotation with that.
Okay.
So we're just kind of just searching around the map to see what we can find on there.
And it is worth mentioning that we do still have an environment for the possibility of tornadoes. You know, we've been talking about this severe threat both last night as well as today, kind of an if. You know, if we end up seeing thunderstorms develop, then they could be severe and with all hazards possible. So we actually saw this line of storms develop very quickly out towards the west. Again, over an hour ago during our 9 o'clock hour, they developed right on a wave or right on a boundary of some of the highest instability across our area, and dew points were nearing 80 in those communities, but all of the rest of us, you know, still have conditions like that. So it's not just the strong wind, it's not just the hail potential. We do still have the possibility for some of these spin-ups. This is still a line of storms that's working its way eastward. So we really need to be keeping our guard up when it comes to that possibility as these storms continue to move east for likely at least the next hour, if not even the next hour and a half. Rain is really coming down here at the station.
This is the area that Tim is looking at over the National Weather Service. And you can see why there's a little bit of concern right there. Now, just the update from, again, from the National Weather Service for the tornado warning storm. They're seeing the forward flank downdraft putting a boundary down, which may help to the low levels develop some stronger rotation. So that's something we're going to have to keep an eye on. Let me put it back into the main radar here so people can get a good idea of what's going on. This is going to stay a little busier than we had thought. This is holding together quite a bit as it pushes farther east. This, I can easily tell you right now, is the most significant rain we have seen in about 10 days. We were just going back through the climate, and there was no measurable rain for the last 10 days. There's only been 0.16 for the month. So this heavier rain is the good part of this. The bad part, though, is that we are, again, seeing some rotation with the possibility of this strengthening again. Now, doesn't look to be too bad on radar just yet, but we'll watch to see how that forward flank downdraft plays into this. But looks at the back edge of this too, how rapidly that clears right back out again. It's kind of fascinating.
Exactly. And Rob, I mean, the cold front is still out towards the west. So until that front fully clears our area, we will still have the chance for a few more storms going forward today. So I don't want to say that this is the main event because we could still see a little bit more, but this certainly is going to at least work us over a little bit. We will absolutely pay attention to it.
Okay, so that's
right near
what
East
Tim's
Troy.
worried about right there, yeah.
You can really see it showing up on reflectivity right now. A very similar frame of reflectivity to what we saw earlier in Dodge County when we saw that hook beginning to develop. So this is the area that we need to watch next. There is not an active tornado warning right now, but I would say East Troy and areas towards the southeast really need to watch what's happening here and unfolding in the near term. There is still a severe thunderstorm warning, but we do need to watch for more rotation and the possibility of an extended tornado warning.
We did get a local storm report. I think that's what's printing out right there for 1-inch hail up in Juneau.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 reports of 1-inch hail actually near the Juneau area. So that's a little bit of ground truth. And I still think, based off of some of the hail cores that we've seen across our area,
oh, wow, look
we
at that in Eastern
absolutely
Racine.
could have
Western
similar
Racine,
conditions. Absolutely. That is almost mimicking what we saw earlier in Dodge County. So even based off of these reports and this ground truth, absolutely a possibility that we're seeing at least 1-inch size hail in western parts of Racine County. I see a DOT cam. Can you guys in the back tell me? Oh, this is just a loop. Okay, so you can see some of that heavier rainfall across parts of southeast Wisconsin. Again, it's coming down here at the station, and we are so very thankful for the rain. Just wish it would come without the severe weather threat. So I know we're all rejoicing, but just know that these are still strong thunderstorms working their way through, and we still have at least 1 tornado warning right now. And you really need to watch that East Troy area. I would say still be prepared to get down to your safe spot if you are within that portion of East Troy and surrounding areas.
Another good note from the National Weather Service here. While we are watching a couple of different spots for things to strengthen again, Mark over the National Weather Service locally did say there have been no new reports of funnel clouds, so that's a good thing. Which is great. But as you were pointing out, we are watching that area around East Troy, and we already continue to have that warning on the map as well for that current tornado that is tracking a little farther to the south and east. But as I pause this here and zoom back in, there's that little hook right there that we're keeping an eye on, and it really appears almost better on the reflectivity than it does on the velocity. But actually, now that I say that, the most recent sweep definitely has a little bit more of a pronounced rotation going on there. But it is something we'll continue to watch, because if this develops into a more significant hook and develops that rotation, it could be very problematic. Definitely seeing that hail core very clearly there on the map. We've had 1 confirmed report of 1-inch hail, or about quarter-size hail, give or take, and then we had a dime-sized hail report earlier as well. And the hail with this is one of our secondary threats. Obviously, the wind, straight line or rotational, doesn't really matter, or genetic, but either way, that's the number 1 threat with this. And then secondary is the hail, and it was one of our producers in our editorial meeting this morning wondered aloud if that was possible, considering how hot it is. And it is understandable, but we have to bear in mind how tall these storms are. Some of them go well up into the vertical. All right, now there's another look at the northeast. I'm less concerned about that now. It does seem to be kind of tracking well to the north, or to the south and east, and that'll keep it more north of us. But we have enough here at home to worry about, so we'll keep a close eye on that. Let me put that into the freeze mode. I'm going to drop off the warning layer here, turn off the lightning so we can actually see the radar, and just kind of take a see if I can take a slice of this to show on the air. What that means is that we draw this line through the map, and it kind of gives us, there we go. So this gives us that. Look at that. Some of the tops of these are exceeding 40,000, 45,000 feet. And so that's why we're getting hail, right? Yeah, it's 90 degrees or approaching it or feeling like it here on the surface level, but you go up into the vertical 40, 45,000 feet, and you've got enough cold air to make these hailstones and drop them down on top of us. So that's why we can get hail, even though it is obviously a pretty warm day. And there's that hail core right there, Steph.
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, we just got a new report of hail of ping pong size reported near Lac La Belle. So that's a good 1.5-inch size hailstone. And again, as we're receiving more of these reports,
here, right? Yeah.
Which was probably a little stronger as the cell was working its way on through, it still clearly has the capability, though, of producing large hail within portions of Waukesha County. That's going to continue to be a huge deal, I think, as Rob mentioned, within these few little spots where there is still that large hail core. I know some of the warnings even specify hail up to about 1.5 inches, which again is what we just got a report of across Lac La Belle. Looking a little better, I'd say, but we still need to watch this little notch that's just towards the northwest really of Oconomowoc there, but it's in no way as defined as what we saw earlier near Kleiman in Dodge County.
Yeah,
but that warning still continues.
That's where that hailstone came from, in Lac La Belle then.
Okay. So 1.5 inches in diameter.
That's
so at the very least.
Like you said, ping pong ball sized hail.
Right.
So
And heavy rainfall. We did also earlier receive a report, I believe in northern Waukesha County, of over an inch of rainfall too, and that they were reporting ponding on roadways. I know we talked about that a little bit earlier on with how heavy some of this rain is, and more so with how dry the ground is. The ground is not going to be able to absorb a lot of this heavy rain right away. So watch out for ponding, I should say, after these storms roll through. We always say, never drive through flooded roadways, though we're not receiving any reports of that. We could still have a little bit of standing water. Also, the rain, as you can see from our Milwaukee camera, enough to reduce visibility a little bit. We are nearing our lunch hour. It's 11:17 right now. It's probably best to just wait until this line of storms completely moves out over Lake Michigan, or at the very least until these severe thunderstorm warnings have dropped, because you're going to be commuting in a really heavy rainfall, as well as that possibility of hail, and that's something you never want to play with, certainly as you are commuting. But where we're seeing some of these, yellow colors popping up, this is radar estimated precipitation, and this lines up really well with some of the heaviest rain. We'll likely start to see our lakeshore communities looking similar, but the rain in a way has, just begun in some of our lakeshore communities. But we do have the possibility to see some of these heavier pockets of rain make their way on through. It looks like as we're going through some of our DOT cams, maybe cars moving a little slower. Maybe that's more so traffic, but best to take it slow if you do have to commute right now.
Well, the warning's trimmed back.
Trimmed back. Great news that we're talking about the tornado warning right here. So it no longer includes Dodge County, of course, because it's now moved more so into Jefferson as well as northwestern parts of Waukesha County. But we are still watching this tornado warned cell until 11:30. Everybody else still in a severe thunderstorm warning that goes until 12:15 for most communities. Still a very active situation. Earlier in Dodge County, we did have the report of the funnel cloud. We have not received any other reports, which is fantastic news. But as we know, within situations like this, it can spin back up
We're about to get a tornado warning for eastern Walworth now. They were just talking about it, and
there you go. I'm going to step off screen and grab this then.
All right, so while you go get that, we can zoom in on the warning itself. The red box, of course, outlined there on the map. Let me just shift it north, and there is the warning right there.
And that was that area near East Troy that we were watching. I'm not surprised that the box drifts towards the south here, because that cell is making its way south at about 30 miles per hour. But this new tornado warning is going to continue until noon. And again, this just proves the point that we were just talking about. It's still a possibility that within this line, we see these spin-ups. They may weaken, they may strengthen, but it is still a possibility. So everybody within, again, Walworth, Racine, Kenosha County, everybody within that tornado warning, make sure you are heeding the warning. Get to your basements if you have it, innermost part of your home, away from windows.
Oh, 1.75 inch hail just reported now. Yeah, that's what that little buzz is coming there. Waukesha,
oh yeah, another one near Lac LaBelle.
Oh, another one. Okay.
That's golf ball size hail.
Just east-southeast of Lac LaBelle. So yeah, that's a rather large size hailstone right there.
Right.
So again, like we talked about, obviously the tornado threat with this is substantial. We do have a tornado warning in place, and Steph has been pointing that out all morning long, that's a problem that we have right at the moment, both in parts of Waukesha and in Jefferson County, but now also into Walworth, Racine, and Kenosha County. And if you are within that, you need to take immediate precautions. Let me zoom in on it here, and then we can kind of see where we're at as far as areas that will be impacted. So there's the storm itself, like the other one, tracking to the south and east. So we're looking at places like Rochester and Burlington in the immediate, Bonners Lake. We've got Twin Lakes and Salem, and you need to go immediately to your safe space. Find that lowest level of the home in, away from any exterior windows. Make sure that you stay in the safe space until the all clear is issued. And as far as this storm is concerned, this is until the warning, that is until noon. So the 12 o'clock hour, noon. And the main rotation right now is near Lyons. That's what the folks of the National Weather Service are talking about.
Yeah.
And that certainly copies. Let's zoom in right in on that stuff.
And I do want to point out Lake Geneva too. You may be just outside of this, but again, I know that it was not that long ago that you guys dealt with devastating storms. So even in the Lake Geneva area, get to your safe spot. You may luck out and this may go just east of you, but still too close for comfort.
You're on the very edge of the warning, as you can see the line kind of going going right through you there, but you can see that hook there, Steph, and that's really causing some issues at the moment, and that's the warning as well. And of course, we're not done with the warning up into Dodge, Washington. We are done Dodge, rather, but we're still into Waukesha and over into Jefferson County at this point, and that warning is still in place for another 8 or 9 minutes here as it continues through until 11:30.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, good news with that northern most tornado warning is that we have not heard of any other reports. So we'll continue to watch it, but I do think we really need to focus on the Lyons area. And again, the second tornado warning, still receiving reports of hail, one from Waterford. It looks like maybe 1 inch in diameter. So not the largest, but we're still getting reports of hail. So even within this tornado warning too, which thank you, Rob, for putting a track on this, you can once again see some of those communities in here that Rob went through just briefly. Even within that tornado warning, large hail to about 1.5 inches in diameter is also going to be a possibility. In the back, what camera do we have up right now? Okay, looking very ominous. I'm just wondering if this is in some of our southern Okay, I-94 at County F. Clearly, we are watching the storm as it, I believe, is going to be moving in. And we'll try to utilize more of our live cameras as some of these storms really ramp up. Again, Walworth, here's another view of that, a closer view. This is just one of our, again, DOT cams shaking around, so you can tell that it is windy as the storm starts to impact this area. But once again, within
quite a few DOT cams in that area, of course, because it runs through 45 and 94, 41 runs through there as well. So we'll keep an eye on a lot of those cameras. It is really the far western portion of that, though, that is the rotation that we're focused on. You can kind of see that hook type shape in the radar that creates that little hook right there. That's the concern here, that we have this kind of a rotation there. And so as we keep an eye on that, the concern will be to see whether or not that strengthens, whether or not we get any kind of eyes on, like we had earlier in climate. We had eyes on with the funnel cloud and with trusted spotters associated with emergency management, law enforcement, fire and rescue and things like that. So we'll have to wait and see. I am not encouraging you to be the person that gets that storm report. That's best left to the professionals and those who are trained to do such things. But if we do get that, of course, we'll pass that along. We have had confirmation of large hail within this, which is another great indicator of course, the severity of the storm. If we look at our hail tracker, you can definitely see the verification there. Now, this always does look a little bit more menacing, as Stephanie was pointing out earlier. The reason for that is, of course, that this slice of the atmosphere is taken, up into the storm itself, and hailstones are always larger in the higher levels of the storm because as they fall, they melt, especially on a day like today where the weather is significantly hotter than we have seen in recent days. Now, again, I want to kind of just take a little slice of this in the vertical. Almost done with that first tornado warning there, but we're going to keep an eye on it just in case. But I want to get to the point where we can kind of see what this looks like in the vertical, right through some of the hail core here. I'm going to bring that up. Oh, wow. Look at that. Okay. So, yes, this is a pretty substantial looking storm. So what you're seeing is the little graph on the side there showing the height in the vertical. And that's indicating upwards of 45,000 feet. That's really right up there, obviously. That's up higher than your average commercial airliner flies. And that's why you're seeing some substantial hail form, because at that level, it is much colder. It is freezing. And so the hailstones are going up into that colder layer. They are freezing and growing and becoming more substantial, and then falling through the warmer layers of the atmosphere, melting as they come down. So a hailstone that lands and is an inch and a quarter, inch and 3/4 like we have seen, significantly larger at the 40,000 foot level of these storms. Steph, I just heard the weather wire printing off over there, so that means we've expired the first tornado warning. Is that what just came through?
Yes, the tornado warning for Jefferson and Waukesha going to expire at 11:30 because that storm has weakened. Still something to watch for. Otherwise, a couple of more hail reports, all about an inch in diameter. So again, clearly that's still going to be a continued threat going forward within any of these warnings that are still ongoing, is the possibility of this large hail. But yes, the tornado warning again up towards the north, parts of Jefferson, Waukesha County. In about 4 minutes, that is going to be off of your screen. We will need to continue to watch this second warning, though, for eastern Walworth County, far southwestern Racine County, and almost all of western Kenosha County. We were watching originally the area near Lyons for another hook, which is something we saw earlier in Dodge County, and that's what prompted our first tornado warning that again is going to expire here shortly. So there is still a bit of rotation, and that storm is moving towards the south, which is why you see the warning extended into parts of Kenosha County. Hail core is still there across western Racine as well as northwestern Kenosha County. We've had reports already of at least 1-inch size hail, and you can just really see again how that really amplified or really strengthened very quickly as that storm perked up quite a bit. But hail has been the common theme, certainly over the last at least hour and a half. Interestingly enough, too, some of our Milwaukee cameras really picking up on some lakeshore fog that has thickened up, too. So we have a combination of some heavy rain as well as some fog near the lakeshore. But those severe thunderstorm warnings will still continue through about 12:15. Here's the broader view of southeast Wisconsin. Storms are still ongoing from Sheboygan all the way down to Kenosha. They formed so quickly on a bit of a wave or a boundary in some of our far western communities during our 9 o'clock hour. Dew points in that area earlier today were around 80 degrees, which is off the charts when it comes to humidity. Now, with the cold front still being out towards the west, we will still have the chance for a few more thunderstorms going forward today. So I don't want to say that this is going to be the end all and that this is the main event, because we could still see at least a little bit more. It's really a wait and see at this point in time, because I do imagine this strong batch of storms is going to help us out at least a little bit, though there is clearing, as you can see, out towards the west. But this is still sitting with us. So the heavy rain, the strong wind, the hail potential is going to continue, especially again within that active tornado warning that is in eastern Walworth and then parts of western Racine and Kenosha County.
And then it's careful what you wish for, right? Like if we get this clearing here, it's going to come over.
Yeah, come on over.
And if we get that clearing, like where Steph's standing with that clear,
I'll step off. It's
and
all
then,
yours.
no, don't leave. That clearing may not, may seem like a good thing, and it will be temporarily, right? It will break the long stretch here that we've had of heavy rain, large hail, and of course tornado warnings, but it may help to reset the atmosphere for what could be another round a little later on. And I'm going to step back off because I want to put this into loop mode here in just kind of a short loop. This is a 1-hour loop, and you can see how quickly it moved across. And then if we stretch it out to a 2-hour loop and put that into play mode here, you can see that there really wasn't even anything on the radar just a couple of hours ago. So this is a really good moment to learn as well, because even though the radar, you got it up on your phone, everybody's got radar these days, right? It might be clear 1 minute, but the next minute, an hour or two later, it looks like this. And this is why when we talk about being weather aware, it's a long duration statement, right? We don't want you to just check once in the morning, tune in for wake up once. You got to tune in throughout the day. We want you checking our app. We want you checking everything when we have a day like today, because things change so very rapidly and so very significantly that we've gone from nothing on the radar earlier this morning through to numerous warnings, including a tornado warning at this moment. And that tornado warning, Steph, is still going pretty strong.
It is, and it continues until noon. Can we actually take a look at rotation if you're able? And we have a couple of cameras showing how heavy the rain is still falling across our area.
Oh, wow, look at that.
This is that broader view of Interstate 94, and I believe County F is what we were looking at earlier in Waukesha County. So showing a very ominous sky. The rain is falling. It's been an active couple of hours already here in southeast Wisconsin after what was a pretty quiet start to the day. Here's a look at our velocity scans, looking once again within that tornado warning in parts of Walworth County, seeing some broader rotation again.
Yeah, it doesn't have the perfect hook there on the storm relative velocity, but it does show that bigger rotation.
Right, and I do think at the very least there's going to be some strong wind. Even if it's not rotating, as this line moves through, I do think it's going to bring in a bit of a stronger wind as compared to maybe what some other spots within this line has seen. But it is still worth mentioning that this warning continues until noon, and it really is still diving towards the south too. So maybe south of the Burlington area, and then pushing south past that in the next 20, 30 minutes. But as we put it in motion, you can really tell that it's
last
sinking
two or
southward.
three frames there, where it all of a sudden stops with the west to east and kind of starts with the north to south. Let me actually slow it down a little bit for the viewers, and then you get a better. We're used to looking at it in its high speed, but not necessarily at home. So there's mostly west to east, and then all of a sudden just starts to drop. Look at the back edge of it there, the purple dot. Yeah, track that with your eyes, and then all of a sudden it just starts to drop to the south, and that's the concern. And that's why the tornado warning is lined up like it is, right, Steph?
Absolutely. And then again, that's going to be a hail core too within some of those brighter reflectivities, so those brighter purples. The National Weather Service did actually put in a considerable tag within this tornado warning because of how large the hail could be. It's possible it's to the size of golf balls, which earlier near Lac La Belle, we did get a report of both ping pong size hail as well as golf ball size hail. So two threats ongoing here. I do not want to dismiss the hail threat, despite the fact that we do still have that tornado warning, because the hail threat is certainly still present and still showing up on our hail tracker, but more so out ahead of some of that rotation.
But it's amazing to see this hail tracker is really spiked in the last little while. It's getting quite the chatter on the weather conversation going here as well with the National Weather Service and the local emergency management teams out there, that the larger hail is a big problem. And hail, it's something that gets a lot of focus in the insurance world, because if you park outside, things like your home or your garage, all of that is impacted by large hail. It's one of the biggest weather-related insurance risks there are out there, because hail can hit such a huge swath. I mean, look at the area that's covered by this massive hail swath here. If I measure it from Salem to northwest of Union Grove, about 15 miles from south to north there, that's being impacted by this larger hail. So that's a huge amount of real estate where folks maybe seeing some roof damage, some shingle damage after this. And for those folks who park outside, you may be seeing some dents on your car if you're into that larger hail, like the ping pong ball sized hail. Now, we are starting to see some cancellations, which is nice. We're seeing some trimming away of the map here. Still most of the Milwaukee metro areas and the Ozaukee, Milwaukee, Racine, and Kenosha counties covered, but portions of Waukesha, Washington, Walworth County starting to come out from under the severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, we do still have the tornado warning in place, as you can see right there. It is for Walworth County as well as parts of Racine and Kenosha counties. We were just talking about it, and Steph was pointing out on the radar, that started to drop farther south, which is why the angle of this polygon goes off to the south and east like that. So if you're anywhere downstream of this, you want to go to your safe spot right now. And Lake Geneva, I know it's very recently that you were dealing with something very similar. You're on the edge of this. It doesn't look as bad where you are, but I would urge you to at least take shelter, if not move to your safe space immediately, just for safety's sake, for peace of mind, if nothing else. And that polygon, as I said, stretches farther to the south and east. So in those areas, right up through the noon hour, we want you to find your safe space. We've said it a million times. We'll say it 1,000,001, whatever it takes, right? Lowest level of your house, interior of the home, away from outside windows. You don't want to be near those windows should they smash and send glass flying across the area. Also think in the vertical, right? You don't want to be taking shelter underneath grandma's grand piano. If that comes through the floor, that's not where you want to be. Oftentimes a central stairwell is a good place to be, because of course nothing above stairs except other stairs usually, and very structurally sound, meant to take frequent loads up and down of people and furniture. So it's a good structurally sound place to be. If you don't have any of those options, an interior bathroom is usually good. The powder room, whatever you have there in the interior. And obviously if you're in a larger structure like a condominium building or an apartment building, there are oftentimes designated areas or stairwells are also a good option for you. So Steph, the tornado warning goes through until the noon hour there. There's the rotation that we've been watching very closely.
And you can see it as we loop this too, how it's continuing to move south. But in this latest scan, it's breaking apart quite a bit.
Yeah, right there. And that is good, though. It's good to see that. But what isn't breaking apart, though, is that hail. If you put the hail tracker back up here, that's a huge, very ominous-looking pocket. And yes, it is somewhat, overstated because of the way radar works shooting up into the storm. But a giant area here that is dropping potentially inch to inch and a half sized hail, and you're starting to get along a very populated stretch, right along the 45, 94, 41 corridor. Talking about a lot of homes in these areas, a lot of residential spots, getting into some subdivisions, Union Grove, Salem. Those are areas, a lot of new construction in those spots as well that may not necessarily be ready for the first hit of a large hailstone like this. A lot of older homes that maybe haven't had the same kind of care that they might have needed. And I also know there are a few campgrounds in this area. So if you happen to be one of those folks and you're watching us on Fox Local right now, you need to immediately get to the designated storm shelter at the campground. Campers are not meant to be in severe weather, right? Even a lot of modular homes and mobile homes, they're just not designed to withstand this kind of a storm. So find whatever the designated shelter is at the campground where you are. Typically there's some sort of central community area, a bathroom area, a shower area where you're told to go in this situation. Now, the good news, the back edge here is starting to settle down and clear out. Again, mixed news with that, because as it clears up, if we get some sunny breaks, we could just reset for another round later on. And we are starting to see a few of these severe thunderstorm warnings trim back from west to east. Has there been an adjustment in the tornado warning at all, Steph, or no?
No, the tornado warning looks like it is still the same as we zoom in a little bit. It does still encompass all of those 3 communities. One difference, though, I do want to point out real quick is that we have a flood advisory that was just put into place for southern communities. I'm almost surprised it's not for some northern communities as well, because earlier we did actually receive a report of some localized street flooding also in the Grafton area and Saukville. And those were spots that, yes, were under severe thunderstorm warnings, but not necessarily the strongest of storms. So there's heavy rain all across the area. So for now, again, everybody in green here from southern Waukesha, Milwaukee County south under a flood advisory, which is more so for some of that ponding and localized flooding, but something to watch out for as you're out and about.
Yeah, for sure. And as you were pointing out earlier, part of the problem is that we haven't had very much rain of late. And of course, this is helpful in that it is providing us some rain, but because we're getting so much so quickly on ground that is so dry and hard, it's going straight to runoff. Oh, take a look at this cam right now. I'm going to ask the folks in the back to let us know. It's hard to read. 41, what does that say? 4194, and then Wisconsin 165.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. And the rain obviously is just absolutely important. Why don't we take that full screen here? Because I think we're not doing it justice in the little box. If we can put it up to the full, I think we'll get a better idea of what's going on there. But the heavy rain is obviously causing reduced visibility. It's also causing some significant reduction in traction. So the folks that are going along that stretch right now are very wisely taking it very slowly. And if you're about to enter that area, really, if you don't have to be on the roadway right now in Racine, Kenosha County, eastern portions of Walworth County, just don't, right? So it's so hard driving in this anyway, and then when you get to the potential here for some strong wind gusts on top of it, and there you saw the flash of lightning as well. It's just such a challenging situation.
This is still heavy rain too, from West Bend essentially into southern Ozaukee County, all of Waukesha County, and then down towards the south. You can just see how heavy this rain is still falling, and that's when we start to see the ponding on roadways. We just talked about it. So severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect for many communities, including the Lakeshore. Those all continue until 12:15 with an ongoing tornado warning until noon. That does include parts of eastern Walworth as well as western Racine as well as Kenosha County. The Twin Lakes area is where some of the latest concern is with this, it's not as strong of rotation as what we had earlier, but that's where some of the broader rotation is right now. And then out ahead of the rotation is where you're going to find the really heavy rain, as well as the potential for that larger hail. That's where that hail core was, well into parts of Kenosha as well as Racine County. Again, radar estimated rainfall really, heightening quite a bit as we continue to see these downpours with these stronger storms making their way in, which again is clearly indicated in our live camera right now, one of our DOT cams. Again, these are just estimates, but you can see in multiple spots potentially over 2, even 2.5 inches worth of rain, that all falling essentially within the last hour, hour and a half, maybe lesser in some communities. And again, that's not exact, but it just goes to show that we very well could start to see more of that localized flooding, with the fact that we've already gotten a couple of reports of that from a little farther north. So within some of these southern communities and really all of southeast Wisconsin, localized flooding, hail, strong wind, and then especially within that tornado warning, still the possibility of a bit of rotation, though it does look a little bit better than what it did earlier.
Just in from Tim Hallbach over
Sure.
the National Weather Service, they are seeing indication of baseball-sized hail in the Kenosha-Racine storm.
So within that big hail core that we've been focusing on. So that
might
even
trigger a siren as well, would it? In some of those communities?
What's the tag on it?
Well, they haven't issued it yet, so we don't know. But
it is possible your emergency alert might go off on your phone. Think that loud beeping if there's, ever a tornado warning or maybe an amber alert, that might go off on your phone. It does go off when wind gusts could be over 80 miles per hour, and then the possibility of some of this more destructive hail, which is what is a possibility at this point in time. Baseball size hail, I believe that's about 2 inches
in
diameter.
Says that will trigger a WEA or an emergency alert.
Baseball size hail is over 2 inches.
Wow, that is massive.
That is absolutely destructive, Rob.
Yeah, for sure. And like I said, you feel really badly for, folks unfortunately parked outside who, obviously shingles, siding, it's all just going to be hit very, very hard by this storm as it makes its way through. There's the hail cores in the area. And if we put this into a loop mode, you can see we didn't have anything for hours, and then all of a sudden it just pops and rocks right across the map, and it is just absolutely problematic. Now there's another little hail core. It's smaller, but look at this little hail core popping up here into the Washington County area, right along Highway 60, about Jackson. Yeah, it's probably some substantial sized hail with that as well. Not likely the same size as what we're expecting down into Kenosha and Racine. It's this hail core where we might see baseball-sized hail.
Yeah.
And again, that might trigger that emergency alert.
Maybe it would be worth it, too, to put a track on this hail core. Obviously, it's going to continue to move eastward, but with the fact that it's moving, the storm at least, at more so about 25 miles per hour, maybe gives you a bit more, if you're near the lakeshore, of an idea of when this could start to move in. I know it's already storming, so there's really not much we can do at this point in time. But again, little bubble out ahead of it, but we will continue to see this moving in again within essentially the next 15 minutes to the lake shore. So not a lot of time there, especially with the fact that we already have the heavy rainfall as well as the lightning and potentially that strong wind. But just know, again, even near the lake, this hail core is going to continue to move eastward and has the possibility of producing baseball-size hail, the storm itself, in addition to out west, still a little bit of rotation, which at last check was near the Twin Lakes area and moving towards the south. Reflectivity, again, as we look at radar, the rain is likely really heavy as this works its way through that DOT cam that you can see in the corner of the screen, showing how heavy it is across the Milwaukee area. There's still frequent lightning. Looks like the tornado warning was maybe trimmed back and only includes now western Kenosha County, which is some great news. Oh my goodness, Rob, we got another hail report. That's what this printout was. 2.5 inches in Oconomowoc.
my gosh, 2.5. So what's that? Just shy of baseball?
Just shy of baseball. It's about
wow.
tennis ball size hail, which at that point is going to be just as destructive, unfortunately.
Right. I mean, at that point, yeah, it's just kind of trivial which size tennis ball, when it comes to destruction, it's going to cause a lot of problems. So there's the trim back map for you, Steph.
Yeah, so this includes Kenosha County now, and that goes until noon still. So no change on the time. We still have 15 more minutes on this. But again, the main part of the storm that has the possibility of rotation, or at least radar indicated rotation, now going to be working its way into western parts of Kenosha County. So good news for everybody, again, in Walworth and in Racine County. Though Racine County, you could still see some of that large hail, and there's still frequent lightning in this heavy rainfall, even in Walworth County, despite the fact that that warning was trimmed back a little bit. So still very active here. The lightning has just been incredible.
Every time I turn on the lightning tracker, we lose the map.
Right, exactly. Rob has shown a handful of times. It does appear that this is the strongest part of this line in some of these southern communities. You know, earlier we were watching two separate areas of tornado-warned storms. It is primarily in southern parts now. And I like this map too, because this is showing us where the cold front is. So until that cold front completely pushes through, we're not quite out of the woods. So this, again, is in some way going to work us over, at least temporarily.
I think that's a marine-related watch there, Lake Michigan from North Point Light to Wind Point, and then offshore mid-lake Michigan to Port Washington.
As these storms are starting to move out over Lake Michigan, but they are still very active here locally as we zoom in. Not quite as bad in some of our northern communities, Fond du Lac as well as Sheboygan, but essentially everybody else down towards the south with, again, southern communities, especially Kenosha County. There is still that possibility of some rotation and strong wind as well. And then that hail. We cannot dismiss the hail, despite the fact that we have a tornado warning that really has been a huge threat in the last couple of hours, originating out towards the west. Now try to stay, I know it's lunchtime, it's almost noon, we've only got 10 plus minutes until our noon hour hits. Stay indoors and try not to commute until this moves through, because the rain is really heavy. It's really picked back up here at the station as I look behind our camera, and then again in some of our southern communities.
Another
Waukesha
storm
down to
report for
Kenosha.
hail here, Browns Lake this time, 1-inch hail. 1-inch hail is a little bit better than the tennis ball size we were just reporting, but certainly still going to cause some damage. And we're also still kind of watching storms to our north in case they drop farther to the south. I want to zoom out here a little bit. Wrong way. There we go. And slide to the north, and you can see some of those strong storms that are pushing their way through places like Appleton right now. And the movement with that is to drop them farther to the south and east. So it will be something we watch for our northern counties in the next little while. You see the definite movement there, getting closer and closer to the Fond du Lac, Sheboygan County areas. But right now, to recap, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for most of our viewing area. All of Milwaukee, most of Waukesha, Washington, all of Ozaukee, Racine, and Kenosha County. And then within the Kenosha County warning, we do have the tornado warning carved out as well. Rotation being seen on the radar with this. Absolutely monster-sized hail. We're talking about tennis ball pushing baseball-sized hail. You may have had a warning pop up on your phone in the area. Sometimes when these warnings are issued for the larger hail in excess of 2.5 inches, that will trigger an emergency alert that will spark your phone or may trigger other devices in your home to let you know that that's a possibility. And wow, look at that camera, guys. That DOT camera tells the story right there. The heavy rain that's pouring down. The camera shaking in the wind. Folks going, I would prefer them go slower, to be honest. I'd be going a lot slower out there, but it is difficult on a highway because if you go too slow, then you become a hazard yourself. But I really feel for those high-sided vehicles as well. You see a couple of moving vans and trucks and trailers going by, because not only are they dealing with the heavy rain and the reduced traction, somebody's pulled over there. Looks like
you can start to see more hazard lights on. So you can tell that the rain has really picked up.
I wonder if something has happened farther ahead on that road as well.
Maybe. Interestingly enough, Rob, from our Kenosha reporter, Ben Hansen, posted a screenshot of the emergency alert that he got to his phone. He's in the Kenosha area, and that's for that possibility of baseball baseball size hail. Also working to get a picture for you guys because we got a very large hailstone sent to our email from Dodge County.
That looks like about tennis ball, almost baseball size.
Yeah, estimated about 3 inches, which would be bigger than baseball.
Bigger.
Of course, not confirmed, but and again, that's from Dodge County. So, and to your point too, Rob, earlier when we were talking about the storms north near Appleton, those are also still producing really large hail.
All right,
so
let me zoom in on that. Here's the hail core that softball size, hail
which has not changed. Also, a new one south of. In southern Ozaukee County, really just crossing into those communities there. That could be another period of time where we have hail over an inch in diameter. I believe you guys are still in a severe thunderstorm warning. Doesn't look like the hail core is as bad in those storms towards the north, but earlier they did have a history of producing softball size hail, which is nearly 4 inches in diameter. So unfortunately, I do think going forward, we will really need to watch for this possibility of hail. And maybe if this main line is dying down near you and you can get the car in the garage safely, not a bad idea. But again, this is for Ozaukee County now. So this is towards the southwest of Grafton. So southern Ozaukee County, you guys are likely going to see some large hail coming in here shortly as well. Cedarburg, right on the outskirts of that. That's going to be moving in here shortly.
But look at the size of this. I can't get over how massive this is. This hail core that is down is now starting to move its way into
northern Illinois.
Yeah, in northern Illinois, Lake and McHenry County there, Antioch, for example. And it's just kind of right up along the edge of the 94-41 corridor. So we'll keep watching those DOT cam stuff. It's certainly possible that that camera in the corner there starts showing us some pretty big hail in the next 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely a possibility with the fact that this is not changing even as it moves towards the east. So once again, we can't stress enough, just stay inside, stay indoors, still away from windows until this hail core and the line itself is completely out over Lake Michigan. The tornado warning, we have a couple more minutes on. It does expire at noon. Here's a zoomed in view again of some of that heavy rain, the wind.
We did have Eagle Lake reporting now, a 1-inch size hailstone from Eagle Lake. That's in Racine County. About to go with a flash flood warning now for Kenosha and Racine County. So let me go back to the main map here and see.
And so it lines up pretty perfectly with where some of the heaviest rain and again some of these stronger storms have moved through. And keep in mind these usually go quite a bit longer because it takes some time for standing water to recede. So this flash flood warning continues until 3 p.m. for again everybody within this green box across western Racine and a good chunk of Kenosha County. Stressing again that tornado warning is still active. Salem, one spot included in that. Soon the main part of that storm will be south of us in Illinois, but until then, we still need to watch that very closely as well. Still a slew of severe thunderstorm warnings. There's still heavy rain. There's still hail potential. We're not quite done yet. I know it feels like we've been talking about this for a while now, but these storms really slowed down. At one point when they first developed, which was quite rapidly during your 9 o'clock hour, they were moving at about 45 miles per hour. Now they're moving at about 20 miles per hour. So really not moving terribly.
Soaking, whereas opposed to just racing through with a heavy downburst, they're giving you this soaking rain over a longer duration.
Exactly. So still stay indoors. Again, we just said it, and we're going to continue to stay safe. Make sure you are indoors, away from windows. Even after these storms move through, we're going to need to watch for the standing water. I know with the hail potential, you want to run outside and take a picture of those large hailstones. They are damaging hailstones, and they could hurt you as well when they are that big. So please stay indoors.
Baseball sized chunks of ice, that can be deadly.
I mean, falling at a decent rate too. We need to remember they are falling from higher up in the,
we saw the
sky.
Storms 45,000 feet, so they're falling from way up there. So yeah, they're getting to a pretty good velocity by the time they flunk you.
And again, you can tell that the rain is piling on here across some of our southern communities, but really all of southeast Wisconsin, especially Lakeshore, as the rain continues to steadily fall. So yes, we have a flash flood warning warning right now towards the south. We also still have a flood advisory that extends into parts of southern Waukesha and Milwaukee County. So this, I think, again, like the hail, is going to become more of that common theme. You can just tell, though, this is reflectivity, or our radar, simply put. It's really Kenosha dealing with a lot of the steady and heavy rainfall, maybe a few more breaks in the heavy rain in parts of Racine County, but again, it's still coming down. Still plenty of lightning. Even south of Waukesha, there is still plenty of lightning, despite the fact that a lot of the stronger activity has already moved through parts of Waukesha County, and it extends once again up to West Bend and about the Port Washington area. Then we'll need to watch what's up north near Appleton as it continues to move south-southeast. We'll just need to monitor that one very closely in the coming hours to see where that trends. But active warnings that are still in effect, extending from Washington to Ozaukee counties, south to Kenosha. Tornado warning, about 5 more minutes. We have not had any new updates from that area, which is great. That's what we want. We don't want any more updates because it just signifies that nothing is happening. The rotation is something we'll watch again in the meantime, but good news that we haven't had any reports. Earlier, of course, when we had the tornado warning in Dodge County, we did have a report of a funnel cloud, but nothing more than that initial report, which is what prompted that tornado warning. But severe thunderstorm warnings go until 12:15 for the remainder of our areas. So from here, go ahead, Rob.
I was just going to say, I just confirmed, National Weather Service has just confirmed through our chat service here that they will indeed expire. And as you've been saying the whole time, just wanted to confirm from the literal person who is in charge of issuing and expiring warnings, Tim Hallenbach, he is going to let that expire at noon.
Perfect. Thank you, Rob. And that's great news for us. So 4 minutes now, that red box will be off of your screen. So from here, we need to focus on the heavy rainfall, the possibility of ponding and localized flooding, and the fact that we still have a flash flood warning for southern communities. It's still heavily raining across the Milwaukee area and points towards the north. Best not to commute until things settle down a little bit. And then, of course, the hail threat, which is still very active in a couple of different spots. We had that new hail core pop up in southern Ozaukee County, and then down towards the south, still watching Kenosha County. And we're continuing to receive pictures through email, through social media. Thank you for sending those in. Here's one of them. Wow, and those are multiple large hailstones. Do we know where this picture is from? From one of our viewers? Neosho. Okay, and we've received a lot of viewer reports from Dodge County. So this is from Rob in Neosho. So thank you so much for sending this our way.
And that's from the earlier
storm
warning, tornado warning. So I think once we start getting some newer ones from Kenosha County, they'll be even more monstrous. But like Steph was saying earlier, don't rush out to get those. If it's tennis ball size, it'll still be there in 10 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. We need to remember that this is destructive hail, unfortunately, that still could be moving through parts of our area. Maybe we should check in on Ozaukee County and see.
All right, yeah, let's do that. And I just got word from a special someone in my life that the folks down at the Aurora Medical Center in Summit were taking to their safe space as they were instructed by Steph and I to do earlier. Happy to hear that folks in the workplace as well are learning where they need to be when things like this happen. We know all too well here at Fox 6, wasn't too many weeks back that we had to go to our safe space in the lower levels of the Fox 6 building as well. And you can see there it is, Steph, the southern portion of Ozaukee.
Great. So still under a severe thunderstorm warning, possibility for some hail. Actually, some good news is that in some of our southern communities, the National Weather Service trimming back some of the largest hail potential. I mean, still large hail to about 1.25 inches, but better than baseball size hail. Oh, this is interesting. Okay, so as we look up towards the north, the hail core now in Washington County, so west of what we saw, perking up a little bit as well. It just goes to show that there is still the chance that these storms strengthen a little bit. Maybe they weaken, then they re-strengthen, because they're not quite out over the lake yet. They are still hugging the lakeshore in some of those inland communities like Waukesha as well as Washington County. Up towards the north, not quite as bad. Fond du Lac and Sheboygan County not included in any warnings, but have been dealing with the rain still. The rain is absolutely welcome, but when it comes at this heavy of a rate, very quickly. And then when the ground has been very dry, that's the reason why we still could see some of that ponding or localized flooding across the area. And once again, you can see radar estimated rainfall growing.
Yeah, just absolutely soaking there for sure. And just talking with our producers, we're going to continue with you here as we go on through our Wisconsin Live desk, and of course streaming as we do throughout most of the day today as we continue to watch this. The good news is,
it's
Steph?
noon, and the tornado warning has been
I didn't want
allowed
to steal
to
the
expire. You should
thunder.
have, Rob.
Pardon the pun there.
You should have.
It is good news, though, which is happy to say. So the good news here is that we are no longer under a tornado warning. But the bad news is we still have numerous severe thunderstorm warnings, and we do still have that flash flood, that green box there.
We do.
Covering, oh, wow.
Very loud thunder here at the station. Also, Rob, if you could do me a favor and broaden the map a little bit. Yes, we actually have a severe thunderstorm watch that has been added because of the complex of storms that is north of us. Now, this is not for all of southeast Wisconsin, but as you can see, there is an active tornado warning just north of our viewing area. So we're celebrating with the fact that our tornado warning in Kenosha County was allowed to expire. Just north of us, we do still need to watch this second area, which we've, kind of been going back and forth watching. It had the strong, it had the heavy, or I should say the large hail near Appleton. This tornado warning, again, just north of our viewing area, going to continue until 12:45. Also surrounding the tornado warning, a severe thunderstorm warning. So northern communities, we do need to watch this. And again, the severe thunderstorm watch is to account for this next complex of storms that could impact northern communities. Fond du Lac, Sheboygan, Ozaukee, and Washington counties included in that. So really just the northern half of our viewing area, and that's going to continue until 7 p.m. Now remember, we talked about the cold front still being out towards the west. I don't want to say that this was our main event. There is still the chance for a few more thunderstorms until the front fully clears our area. This is likely the most widespread batch of rain and thunder that we will see throughout the day today, but that does not mean that our thunderstorm chance is done. So this new severe thunderstorm watch, that is going to continue until 7 p.m. for the northern half of our viewing area. And once again, we need to watch what is just north of us because it is still severe thunderstorm warned as well as tornado warned. But for right now, that is north of us. But Fond du Lac and Sheboygan County, especially Sheboygan County, make sure you are still weather aware and know that even in the next 30 minutes, we could have some changes. But the good news, once again, is that our tornado warning here in Kenosha County was allowed to expire. That is the very latest. We will continue to bring plenty more updates. We're actually going to go to our Wisconsin Live desk coverage. Huge thank you to my colleague meteorologist Rob Haswell.
Always good to do team coverage with you, Stephanie, and happy to stop for at least a little bit. Like you said, though, we're going to watch the storms to the north and that cold front, and that's why we have Wisconsin Live Desk, so we can just keep going.
Exactly. So we are going to take a break. Please stay with us, though, on Fox Local for live desk coverage. Thanks for staying with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome into the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 12:05 on your Monday afternoon. Certainly been a couple of busy hours here for southeastern Wisconsin as we've dealt with some severe weather. Want to show you a live look at the roads as our breaking news crew continues to make their way to Dodge County. Obviously still seeing a lot of that heavy rain on the roads. And again, we are out in the clear, I should say, for our tornado warnings at the time being, but still expecting a lot of water. So I want to go ahead and bring in our meteorologist, Stephanie Barrichello. She had about a minute off. She's refreshed, ready to go. What do we still need to be focused and aware of right now, Steph?
Oh, unfortunately, Haley, I am concerned for Sheboygan County. There is a confirmed tornado on the ground near Appleton right now. That's still north of us. It still has a ways to go, but unfortunately, I do think even in the next 30 minutes, we are going to need to watch that storm. You can see how the tornado warning, is just north of our viewing area near the Appleton area. Now, ourselves here in southeast Wisconsin, we still have severe thunderstorm warnings that go until 12:15 for a little bit longer. West Bend area down to Racine and Kenosha, everybody in orange. And then you see the pink here, which I'm going to step off screen real quick so that you can see a little bit better. We just had a newly issued severe thunderstorm watch as well, and that is going to continue until 7 p.m., but it's not for everybody. So here you go. It's for northern communities, Fond du Lac, Sheboygan, Washington, Ozaukee counties, and that goes until 7 p.m. Now, okay, new information, so bear with me. I'm going to stay off screen for a second. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Fond du Lac and Sheboygan County. Now, this is in anticipation of that next cell working its way on through. So let's go through this together. That warning is for the possibility of a tornado, 2.5-inch hail, which is massive hail, and we have had reports of very large hail already across our area with that first line of storms that move through. But that warning, let me just get an end time on there for you, that goes until 1:30. So they are really issuing this out ahead of this storm working its way through. Let me go to radar and look at what we got here. So this is just north of us, but the main area of concern, oh yeah, it's in motion right now, so you can really see. And this isn't the greatest area for some of our radar output. If you've ever watched meteorologist Tom Walks do coverage, he does a really good job about talking how this is kind of a no man's land for some of our radars. We're kind of in between two separate radars, and it gets a little confusing, but regardless, you can tell based on the bright colors, to put it simply, that we have got, number one, some strong wind, and number two, some rotation. So I'm going to pause this real quick and go back a little bit when this was on Green Bay's radar. So just south of Appleton, you guys see this? I will circle it for you so you understand what I'm looking at. Just towards the southeast of Appleton. And that was a couple radar returns ago. But that's what we're watching here as I continue to put this into motion. So it still has an entire county to get through, at least the most damaging part of that storm. But unfortunately, even as of a short time ago, as I look at our chat system, debris signature near the Appleton storm it's very likely that if there isn't a tornado on the ground right now, that at one point there was. So something to take seriously, but again, we have a little bit of lead time on this, but that's the reason that Fond du Lac and Sheboygan have been included in a new severe thunderstorm warning that is going to continue now until 1:30. So there they are. Aside from that, looking at the rest of southeast Wisconsin, West Bend down to Kenosha, under severe thunderstorm warnings here for about 5 more minutes. The rain has been heavy across southeast Wisconsin as this has moved through, but you can tell that it's in the process of winding down. Ozaukee County is still dealing with some pockets of heavy rain here at the station, so northern Milwaukee County. We've got a bubble here crossing into north central Racine County and southern Milwaukee County that's producing some heavy rain as well. We have had a ton of reports of hail across southeast Wisconsin. Here are some of the icons just to give you an example, but the size of them has just been incredible. We're talking baseball size hail, even a little bit more than that, or a little bit larger than that. It looks like we have a new warning. So I want to just double check. Okay, it looks like they reissued a warning for Kenosha as well as Racine County. That goes until 1:15. So let's go back to our warning map here. You guys are still highlighted from your last warning, but just know that Racine and Kenosha County warning has been extended. Let's see if I can get to it until 1:15. Not quite showing up on this graphic, but it's for more hail and more strong wind as we see the tail end of this still continuing. Also, you'll notice that green box outlined across Racine and Kenosha County. That is a flash flood warning. Once again, though, still very active situation. I'm going to go back up towards the north, though, because that is my main concern at this point in time. We're starting to see maybe the northernmost edge of that very shortly push into far northern Sheboygan County, but the main area of concern is still towards the northwest of us. I'm going to put a track on this, but I just want to double check how fast this is moving so that we can get a better idea of when this could move into Sheboygan County here. Let's see. Particularly dangerous situation is never something you want to hear in a warning, but that's what we have within this tornado warning with that tornado near Appleton. 3-inch size hail also possible in that. This is a confirmed tornado, so all thanks to that debris ball, unfortunately, that showed up. Okay, all the more reason to put a track on this. It is moving southeast at about 40 miles per hour, so bear with me here. We have Appleton cameras, don't we, Haley? Do you know?
I can look into this right now for you, Steph.
That'd be great. I think we do. I know we have Oshkosh cameras, so maybe that's what I'm thinking of, but Oshkosh is very close. So I'm going to put a track just on this entire little bubble as it continues to move southeast. So timing might still need to be tweaked a little bit. Okay, Plymouth, and that's, you know, that's not quite on the border. So if you're close to the Sheboygan border, this will move in a little bit sooner. But Plymouth just before 12:50, and then Sheboygan Falls closer to about 1 p.m. So new severe thunderstorm warning that goes all the way until 1:30 for Fond du Lac and Sheboygan County, but it is for this potentially destructive tornado that has been radar confirmed thanks to a debris signature showing up on one of our products. So we have a little bit of time here, but Sheboygan County, you guys are going to be up next. I urge you to stay with us here on Fox Local and Live Desk. We will continue to bring you updates. In the meantime, the rest of Southeast Wisconsin, just wait until the rest of the storm passes by. Your warnings are going to expire in the next 2 minutes, but the rain is still heavy. Haley.
All right, Steph, again, thanks for those updates. I know we can hear the alarms going off as you continue to get new warnings issued, and you're going to hop on the live desk as soon as you have new information that we need to know about. So we appreciate you joining us here so quickly as we do get the Wisconsin Live Desk underway. Stephanie mentioning there the severe thunderstorm warning in Kenosha now extended until 1:15 p.m. I want to go ahead and bring in our reporter here, Ben Hansen. And Ben, I know you are currently sheltered in place in Kenosha County. Tell me a little bit about what this storm has been like for you.
Yeah, so thank you, Haley. If you look right here right now, you'll see, I'll give you a quick view around right here. The rain is kind of letting up a little bit, but it's still pretty windy. Just about 20 minutes ago, the rain was absolutely pouring down. It was running down the side of these walls right here. I'm in downtown Kenosha in a parking ramp, and we were out here on a story that we were going to do, but then this rain came up, the thunderstorm warnings, the hail warnings that were supposed to be the size of baseballs that they said were possible. We haven't seen any of that hail yet here, but it has been raining very, very heavily, part of those flash flood warnings that Steph was talking about earlier. And the really interesting thing here in downtown Kenosha in this parking ramp, you can see all these cars around me right here. Just about 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, there was nobody in this parking ramp when I got here. So a lot of people in this parking ramp sheltering in place, watching the skies, seeing if anything clears, watching their phones for warnings. And in the sky right now, I don't know if it's going to come up as right now when I point at it, but thunder and lightning have been seen in the sky. About 5 minutes ago, it was probably about every 20 seconds we were hearing something, and it was really loud. I saw a lightning strike right across, probably maybe half a mile away from here. It's really, really loud. but it's letting up a little bit here now. As I say that, I'm looking at the ground and I don't see a lot of rain pellets hitting the ground. So for right now, it's calmed down a little bit. But I'd say about 15 minutes ago, this even deeper parts of this parking ramp were getting hit with rain because the wind pushing it in. So again, it's calming down here a little bit right now, but it was pretty bad about 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, and Ben, obviously, as Steph just told us, your severe thunderstorm warning has been extended for another hour. So might be in a lull right now, but it could ramp up again, which is why we're just urging people to, stay put if you can. If you don't need to go on your commute right now, please don't. Obviously, here at Fox 6, we practice what we preach. We have here at the Brown Deer studio before gone into the basement during a tornado warning. Ben here in the middle of his story, stopping to shelter in place. Definitely the most important thing to do in a situation like this. I know at one point we were worried about baseball-sized hail in Kenosha, but for you haven't seen any hail, right? Is that correct?
No, I have not seen any hail. I know it was going around our station. Some reporters were talking about how they saw hail north of here, probably way north of here, but nothing has hit here yet. That's part of the reason why we took shelter so quickly, is because they were saying in the warning that came up on everybody's phone that is in here in this garage right now, weather service warning that the large baseball-sized hail, it can do a lot of damage to both structures and people. So you can see people walking around here right now in this parking ramp. Almost everyone in here is sheltering in place. So right now it's calmed down a little bit. So we'll see what happens with that. But for now, people are still taking a lot of caution with where they're going. And when they were driving through downtown Kenosha, they stopped here. So people are just waiting it out in here right now, but no hail as of now.
Definitely encouraging to hear that, that parking ramp you're at didn't have any cars and now it is full of people choosing to shelter in place. Be safe. We can see some of the lightning behind you. So, Ben, you also stay safe yourself. We appreciate you joining us here with a live look and update out of Kenosha County.
Thanks, Haley.
Again, that is Ben Hansen reporting, our Kenosha and Racine County reporter, keeping his eyes out for us on what the weather's looking like. Do want to quickly just show you a couple more live looks as we head to break. Another live look from our breaking news truck here as they're on their way to Dodge County. A steady rain flow, still very much presence on the road. So if you have to be out and about right now, please take it slow and be safe. There are a couple flash flood warnings that have already been issued. Also want to show you a quick look at Appleton. Of course, this was the camera that Stephanie Barrichello was asking if we had, as we now continue to monitor another threat up north, a tornado warning just out of our viewing area that Steph does anticipate kind of entering Fond du Lac and Sheboygan. So again, you can see here certainly dark in certain areas. We can see that rain coming down. We are going to continue to monitor all of the severe weather threats that we're seeing in our areas and what's expected to come into our areas as well. So keep it locked right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We're going to take a very quick break and then we're going to actually talk power outages because we know some of you guys in the dark this afternoon. So stay with us. We'll have the latest.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Haley Spittler here with you at 12:20 on a very active weather day. Definitely a day to please be weather aware if you are out and about. I'll give you another live look here at the roads. Looks like we're approaching a slowdown here from our breaking news truck. Again, they're on their way to Dodge County, but look at the sky. While the rain seems to have kind of calmed down from our look we took right before the commercial break, you can still see some very dark clouds up there in the sky. So certainly still a situation we want you guys to all be weather aware of. As I mentioned, we're also monitoring here some power outages. We Energy is now seeing 55,881 customers in the dark, the bulk of that coming out of Milwaukee County, where they have more than 22,000 customers in the dark. Want to go ahead and bring in Brendan Conway with We Energies, joining us live here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Brendan, thanks so much for taking a few minutes to chat with us here.
Oh, sure. Happy to.
I mean, let's start with, we were going to talk originally just about the power outages this morning. We'll get to there in a little bit, but obviously 55,881 customers in the dark right now. What are you guys doing to try and get that power restored as quickly as possible?
Yeah, so the majority of those customers at 55,000 is not here in southeastern Wisconsin. It's in generally the Fox Valley and our customers in the UP. The biggest cause of the outage here in southeastern Wisconsin is actually that event that we're still trying to clean up here in the city of Milwaukee. About 18,000 customers who lost power this morning because of an issue at a substation on the north side. Piece of equipment failed. We're replacing that piece of equipment, trying to reroute power where we can. And so once we get that fixed, that will actually bring 18,000 customers in the city of Milwaukee. Then, of course, we did see the rain, the little bit of the wind cause some outages in other parts of Waukesha County. We've seen some in Walworth County, and but really the big of that, you asked about that 55,000. Most of that is in the northern parts of the state, and that's from, I know there's a tornado warning up in the Appleton area, and we've been seeing high winds throughout the state. So really, this whole mix of weather across Wisconsin is causing some issues.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, the Appleton area, just going to show our viewers quickly another live look there. As you mentioned, tornado warning. So a lot of people probably anticipating more power outages in the future. Actually, just noticed the number here climbed to 65,691 now. But to your point, focusing here on Milwaukee County, Brendan, talk to me a little bit more about this morning. You know, I came in, I saw the power outage numbers, and a lot of people thought, like, where did this even come from? We didn't see the severe storm we were expecting. So I know you guys have been working to figure out the cause. So kind of expand on that for a little bit.
Sure. So we have our Free Branch substation. It's about 20th and Free Branch on the north side. And there was some sort of issue with a piece of equipment. And so that's what caused the outage. Exactly the root cause we still do not know. So we're investigating that. But really the focus has been getting that equipment looked at, replaced. So I was actually up there about an hour ago. We had a large piece of replacement equipment that was brought in. In the meantime, we were looking to see if we could reroute some power. But because it's a substation, it serves power. It's a transmission line, comes into that area, and then it takes that very high voltage transmission, lowers that voltage to send it out into the neighborhood. And because that substation, some equipment in there was impacted, that impacted a lot of customers. Again, 18,000 customers impacted because of that substation issue. We've been working on it since about 6 in the morning. We do think we have a fix figured out, and now it's just a matter of getting that in there, testing it, and then we'll be able to get those customers restored. I haven't seen a latest update, but I know that we're out there working on it quickly, trying to get it done safely so we can get people's lights back on.
Yeah. Ask you a kind of a question I know I ask you a lot when we are in the midst of severe weather coverage as well, especially as we have, a confirmed tornado now in Appleton. If people do lose power, what do they do to try and speed along the process of getting that restored? I imagine it's reporting it, first of all.
First thing is always please do report it. People don't assume that your neighbor did or that we necessarily know about it. If you report it, it can sometimes help us narrow down what the cause is. So if it's a tree or a tree branch, maybe you see that in your backyard, but help us so report it. And then we always encourage people, especially now, right, with updated technology, let us know how to contact you. We've been trying to send out updated ways where we're connecting with our customers. We have automatic outage alerts where you'll get the latest information sent to you, whether it's a text message, a phone, email, app notification. You decide how you want to be communicated with. So those are the simple things you can do, right, kind of before and right afterwards. And then the other thing is keep an eye on our outage map. Every time we get a crew on the scene, they assess the situation, they put the latest information we have on the online outage map or on your app on your phone, and that's going to tell you what to do. And then, of course, anytime we have severe weather, we have to always remind customers, if you see a power line down, if you see a line down anywhere in the backyard in your neighborhood, stay away from it, stay at least 25 feet away. Give us a call, call your local police department as well if need be. Stay away from down power lines. Please be safe.
Some great advice here from Brendan Conways with We Energies. Appreciate you taking a few minutes to hop on the live desk, kind of explain what happened this morning from Milwaukee County, as well as what you guys are doing right now to help as many people get their power restored as quickly as possible, as we've now seen these severe storms hit our area late this morning and early this afternoon. Brendan, thanks so much.
Yep, anytime.
Do want to give you guys a quick look here actually in Oshkosh right now, where you can see a concerning sky, to say the least. I know we've also been taking some live looks here in Appleton as well. These are the areas where we've now had that confirmed tornado. So want to go ahead and actually pass things back over to Stephanie Barrichello. I mean, Stephanie, for starters, just describe what you're seeing here in Oshkosh.
Yeah, these are just some of those ominous clouds as the storm is getting closer. So the main tornado is really around the Neenah area, which is still just towards the northeast of Oshkosh. But those are the cameras we're going to want to watch from here. Actually, latest report was that the tornado was moving over the water, so more so a water spout, but the rotation is absolutely still there. This is an extremely dangerous situation. This tornado is still on the ground, again, technically over the water right now, and it's really moving due south now. So I know the last time we were talking about eastern Fond du Lac County, maybe western Sheboygan County. At this point in time, with the fact that this is really dropping straight south here, just before 1 p.m., we could start to see this getting closer to northern Fond du Lac County. We're getting a new, it looks like radar scan there, a velocity scan there, but you can see places like Friendship just before 1 p.m., Fond du Lac maybe 105. I'm going to clear the track on this real quick now that we have a new velocity scan so we can see how rotation is looking right now. It's certainly still there. As I zoom in a little bit, you can see it's just towards the northeast of Oshkosh. And I'll put this in motion too so you guys can really see, as we were getting a better picture as it was moving into more so our radar, you could really see, and I'll take you kind of frame by frame here. There it is south of Appleton. And then you see it getting closer to Lake Winnebago. It gets a little messier, but look at that. Look at that rotation right there. That's, you're looking at this little bubble. And when it's this clear, again, it's very obvious that this is on the ground, but it's this little bubble that we're looking at here, kind of a combination of colors. There's a lot of reflectivity going on right now. But notice how this is just continuing to move straight towards the south. The lake may be helping it out a little bit in the way of weakening, but still there is defined rotation there. So again, northern Fond du Lac County, north central Fond du Lac County, you need to be prepared that in the next 30 minutes, this tornado could be nearing your area. I'm checking in on our chat from the National Weather Service. There is still a severe thunderstorm warning for both Racine, or excuse me, both Fond du Lac as well as Sheboygan County. But no updates yet on a continuation of a tornado warning, but that I think is our main threat here in the near term. Let me bring you back to southeast Wisconsin, where the majority of our severe thunderstorm warnings have been allowed to expire. Now, Kenosha County was included, or extended, I guess, if you will, until 1:15. Racine is not included in that. So that really is just central and eastern parts of Kenosha County for some lingering strong wind. We've been dealing with heavy rainfall, large hail. Thank you to everybody who has sent in pictures and hail reports. I mean, we're talking over baseball size hail. Look at this in Dodge County. That one from Jeremy is one that I was watching earlier during our I looked at earlier during our continued coverage. He estimated about 3 inches. So hard to tell, but again, you can at the very least see that it's a large hailstone, and a couple of others certainly indicating how how large the hail was, and that really indicates how strong the storm was too, because the temperatures get cooler as you go higher up in the atmosphere. Today, just above us here, it's actually a little warmer than it normally is. So these storms clearly had a very strong updraft to get those hailstones even higher up into the atmosphere to that freezing level, and for those stones to still be so large, it just, again, goes to show how strong those storms were. Now, still have the severe thunderstorm warning for Fond du Lac and Sheboygan County. That goes for quite some time. I believe that goes until 1:30. And then just north of us, you can see that tornado warning that is still active. There's also a flash flood warning that continues for a few more hours in Racine and Kenosha County. We did have a handful of localized flooding reports, and not just down towards the south, but even parts of Ozaukee County. Grafton, Saukville reported some localized flooding on roadways. Earlier in Jefferson and Dodge County, there was some ponding on roadways. So now that things are settling down a little bit, just still be cautious as you're out and about. You may still encounter some of that standing water. The pink, which is Fond du Lac, Sheboygan, Washington, Ozaukee counties, that is a severe thunderstorm watch that goes until 7 p.m. And that is for the possibility of still this area of thunderstorm activity north of us to move on through. But everybody else in our area, with the exception of eastern Kenosha County, doing okay. But primary focus, once again, is going to be this next cluster of storms and that potential tornado to move its way southward.
Steph, look at this camera from Neenah, Wisconsin right now, where
Oh,
you can
wow.
tell. I mean, it's raining pretty heavily there.
And the storm is probably moving through. I mean, obviously it is moving through, but potentially that tornado still in the vicinity. Wow.
Yeah. And then we've got a new Oshkosh camera up as
that.
well here, where again you can just see the rain whipping through these areas.
Wow. I mean, the wind is strong within that storm. And it is, again, it is clearly rotating, I should say. We still have confirmation that this tornado is on the ground. At last check, it was over. Yeah, let's keep this camera up with the fact that this is over Lake Winnebago. Wow.
The trees, you can see how strong the wind is there.
This is fascinating because at last check, the tornado was over Lake Winnebago. So, kind of transferring over to that water spout. This is a fascinating camera. But this is something, again, that is still a very valid threat for especially parts of Fond du Lac County. We'll have to really watch the direction of the rotation. Right now it's dropping due south, which means Fond du Lac County will be up next in the tornado warning. But it was moving more so southeast earlier. So it's still possible that Sheboygan, at least western Sheboygan County, feels the impact of this storm. But again, these cameras tell the tale, right, Haley? The fact that the rain is very heavy, this is a very damaging storm, and the leading edge of this is moving into far Fond du Lac and northern Sheboygan County. Not the tornado warning itself or the rotation itself, but the leading edge of the storm is moving into parts of our communities. In fact, let's take a look at rotation and see what that looks like real quick as it gets a little bit closer. It's definitely broader, which is good. We're not seeing that distinct little couplet like we had, but I am still very concerned as this storm continues to move south. So we're going to watch that. We're going to watch that very closely, especially for north central and northeastern parts of Fond du Lac County. Broadening the view a little bit, I wanted to talk a little bit more about the hail that we've seen. Southeast Wisconsin, numerous reports. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning for Kenosha County. And I know things are really winding down, but there is still the chance for some hail in eastern parts of Kenosha County. I know our reporter, Kenosha reporter Ben, is there right now. I actually would be interested to see if he's being impacted by some of this hail. But tennis ball size hail is going to be a possibility within the Kenosha area and then surrounding areas too, as we see really just the last little part of this storm impacting the lakeshore. I do believe with tennis ball size hail, one of those alerts will come out again, like Ben had mentioned. earlier in our Slack channel, when the conditions are strong enough, your emergency alert will go off on your phone. But again, the Kenosha area, you are still under a severe thunderstorm warning, and it is for especially the possibility of large hail, which you can see right here on our hail tracker. Everybody else in southeast Wisconsin doing well, although Fond du Lac and Sheboygan, we will watch you guys next, as there is, in addition to that tornado, the chance for large hail too. In fact, within that tornado warning near the Neenah area, mentions 3-inch size hail possible within that as well. And you can see right over Oshkosh. That's probably why we can't see through any of those cameras, is because of the combination of the heavy rain, the wind, and some of that larger hail. It is moving south. So next up is going to be Fond du Lac County, and Fond du Lac and Sheboygan County. Your severe thunderstorm warning continues until 1:30 at this point in time. We did just get a report from the Kenosha Police Department of golf ball size hail, Washington Road and 30th Avenue in Kenosha. So Haley, I don't know if Ben is still down there, but might be worth checking in.
Yeah, I actually just sent Ben a message. Thankfully for him, he has not experienced any of that hail yet. He says where he's at right now, though, he is seeing some very heavy rain right now, and he's on his way. He's going to head out in a little bit further west, where it does sound like they've obviously seen some of that significant hail.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Well, I'm sorry.
Actually, update for you right now. Ben says never mind. He is seeing that hail right now.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's probably moving right over him as we speak, with the fact that, again, this is just hanging on. It's starting to move out over the lake, which is great news, but it is still certainly hanging on tight to the lake shore specifically.
Yeah.
And I am bouncing around so much. We're going from Kenosha to Fond du Lac to back to Kenosha, but we're going to do it again. We're going back up to Fond du Lac because they are starting to see western portions of the county, some of that strong wind moving through. So I was showing you storm relative velocity is what we call it. That shows the rotation. This is just velocity, which picks up on just some of the strong wind. It doesn't really appear like it's quite to us, but this, again, kind of more vibrant colors, the mixture of the yellows and the reds. And this product right now doesn't show it as extreme, but there is some strong wind to west of Oshkosh.
Yeah, look at Oshkosh right now.
Yeah, you can absolutely see it. So, just reiterating everything we've said over and over again, Fond du Lac County, you guys are up next. The main rotation may stay in north central parts of the county, but even west, even east, there is going to be a hail as well as a strong wind threat. And it's really approaching as we speak. So still at last check, we're under that severe thunderstorm warning. That is good news. In fact, let me check in with Appleton's, if I can find it.
Yeah, while you check in, I'll show you the live look of Appleton right here, where again, you can still see certainly some wind shaking the camera, a very gray sky here, and that heavy rain still very present in Appleton.
I mean, listen to this damage report from Outagamie County. So Grand Chute, Appleton, many trees down, many 6 to 10, many as in 6 to 10. There are branches, power lines down. You can tell there was more than likely a tornado on the ground. Large trees that were snapped, multiple spots, especially within Grand Chute and the Appleton area. And once again, that main area of rotation is south of there now. In fact, as I get up there, and it's not as defined, it's not that defined couplet as it once was, but you can once again see that some of that strong wind, that it almost looks like a Boeing line if we were showing you reflectivity, that's approaching the Fond du Lac area. So this is certainly going to be our next threat. As we broaden the view a little bit too, since I have you guys, let me show you, let's check in on where the cold front is. Because until this cold front completely clears our area, we will still have the chance for thunderstorms, though I'm not really expecting a ton more, especially with the fact that we have this second line working its way in from the north. But that cold front just worth mentioning, is still out towards the west. It's not going to move through until later this evening. So I'm not expecting anything as widespread as what we've seen over the last couple of hours, but it's still a possibility that we at the very least see some isolated or scattered storms. These storms have been producing frequent lightning, the heavy rainfall, the hail. It's just been a very active couple of hours here in southeast Wisconsin. And now this batch that's starting to dip into Fond du Lac and Sheboygan County, that originated in far northern Wisconsin. It was moving southeast, but then direction changed more so to the south, which is why we're starting to see it now. Of course, not the greatest timing with the fact that we just had a round of severe weather move through, but in the near term, please, especially Fond du Lac County, but even Sheboygan County, know that this storm has a history of producing a large tornado. I have not heard reports of if it's on the ground still or not. At last check, it was moving over Lake Winnebago. So we'll wait and hear from the National Weather Service to see if this looks a little bit calmer, actually.
It does.
Which is some good news, which more than likely means that the tornado itself has passed by this area. And it's very possible that the lake weakened this. So we'll, again, wait and see on the very latest, but regardless, this is dropping towards the south. The line itself is kind of taking more of a southeasterly turn, but that area of rotation or that couplet earlier was diving right towards the south. So we're gonna be watching especially north central Fond du Lac County, but even western Fond du Lac County, strong wind is going to be a possibility, and same with Sheboygan County. So we're quieting things down just a little bit longer on that severe thunderstorm warning in Kenosha County, but the hail core is just about over Lake Michigan. I do fear, though, that in the next 15-20 minutes, we are going to have another warning for Fond du Lac County.
Okay.
So I will continue to keep you updated, but for now, that's my area of concern.
Well, you know what? That's why we appreciate you, though. You're warning us in advance. None of us are going to be caught off guard now. If this does come into these areas, we're going to get ready now for it. We're going to actually try and check in with Ben, obviously down in Kenosha County, where he is seeing some of that hail.
Hold that thought.
We're going to
real
wait.
quick, Haley.
If you hear that little chime, that tells Stephanie that something is being printed out, which can be a new warning.
So this is, sorry for going back and forth here, I'm just going to turn that beeping off. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning, and actually, as you can see on the screen, it's just been extended for the rest of Fond du Lac County. So the second little orange box, and that's going to be for the potential of some of that strong wind that's kind of on the back side of this storm system that we mentioned a couple of times, Haley. So just quick update on that, western Fond du Lac County, new warning until 1:30. But same, everything we just went over still applies. We'll continue to keep you updated.
I was going to say, and Stephanie will interrupt us. If
will,
there
sorry.
is any sort of a warning, we appreciate it. So you let us know when you need to be on next. Of course, our viewers are going to be kept updated and informed this afternoon right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Stephanie, thank you so much. As I mentioned, we're going to try and get Ben Hansen to join us in a little bit as he sees that hail now in Kenosha County. Do want to give you another live look here in Oshkosh. It's clearly they are still seeing that extremely kind of heavy rain right now. You can see the lightning even in the sky as well. Again, this is kind of that storm system we're monitoring now for Fond du Lac. That is our next kind of area of concern, as Stephanie was just mentioning. So again, we've got our eyes all over these areas, and we are going to keep you in the know this afternoon. For now, we'll take a very quick break. We'll be back with more after this.
Hi there, everybody. Meteorologist Stephanie Barrichello with an update for you. Sorry, this is just the green screen, but we will get you graphics in just a second. If you've been watching our local coverage, we have been covering a dangerous storm that was near Appleton. Now it is sinking south, and we have a new tornado warning for central and eastern. Here we go. Portions of Fond du Lac County as this storm continues to sink towards the south. This new warning, as you can see, continues until 1:30 this afternoon. So we've been covering this on our Fox Local, on our live desk, and it's once again an area of rotation that originated just north of us, and it moved through the Appleton area, produced a ton of damage as far as reports go from Appleton to Grand Chute, and then has just passed through the Neenah area. At one point, there were reports of it over still Lake Winnebago, which certainly could still be the situation here. But on our velocity scans, we're still seeing at least a little bit of that rotation. It's not as clear of a couplet as what it was maybe earlier as it was near Appleton, but at the very least, this storm has the history of producing a tornado. At one point, the tornado warning was, characterized as particularly dangerous situation, which we never want to hear within those warnings. But now that this is dropping into north central parts of Fond du Lac County, it is a very valid threat. It is still very strong. So within central and eastern Fond du Lac County, make sure you are getting to your safe spot. Now, in addition to the chance of a tornado and strong wind, hail has been a big threat. Even in the storms we just saw move through our area, we have seen as large as baseballs, if not even a little bit larger. So that's going to be a possibility as well as we see some of these stronger storms working their way southward. There are still severe thunderstorm warnings, too, for the remainder of Fond du Lac County, so western parts of that county, and then over into Sheboygan County as well, as you can see. And those continue until, I believe, 1:30 is the end time on that. So clearly these warnings are going to continue for quite a bit longer. But the biggest threat here is going to be the chance for a tornado. At last check from our colleagues at the National Weather Service in Green Bay is that the tornado was over Lake Winnebago. And again, my colleague Tom Walks joining me now too. Frequent lightning, heavy rainfall. It has been a very active last couple of hours. But again, this is the situation as it continues to sink its way southward. I'm just going to check our chat system real quick.
Near Johnsburg.
Okay, great.
And heading
Thank you.
towards Mount Cavalry.
Okay. And it does continue to move towards the south, really just due towards the south. So almost look at that little yellow mark there as Tom continues to push this over just a little bit and zoom in just a little bit. We've been watching it again for what feels like the last 20-30 minutes after our severe threat ended here locally. It immediately went right to the Appleton area. So I can't stress enough, just please make sure if you are in especially north central and northeastern parts of the county, and then just all of central and eastern Fond du Lac County, that you are taking the proper precautions. Get to your basement if you have one. The lowest level of your home is always best if you do not have a basement. Innermost part of your home, a hallway sometimes works as long as you are away from windows. I know a lot of times we immediately go to maybe the bathroom being the best spot. Even sometimes an interior hallway or a closet will be better if there is not a window. Better look again at some of the communities within this tornado warning. I know earlier we were talking about Friendship, we were talking about Fond du Lac and North Fond du Lac. You can see a handful more communities on here as well as we continue to zoom in, but really it's essentially all of central and eastern Fond du Lac County. Now, towards the west, there is still the possibility for strong wind. In fact, just a short time ago, the National Weather Service added a new severe thunderstorm warning for western Fond du Lac County for the potential of some strong wind. So the tornadic activity is likely going to more so impact central parts of Fond du Lac County, but west and east still going to be a health threat and still going to be the possibility of some strong wind. Now, surrounding communities communities in pink, that is a severe thunderstorm watch that continues until 7 p.m. So as far as our immediate viewing area goes, it's for Fond du Lac, Sheboygan, Washington, as well as Ozaukee counties, and it's especially for what is moving in as we speak. Now, I know the tornado warning itself and the severe thunderstorm warnings are for Fond du Lac and Sheboygan County.
Just extended the severe thunderstorm watch
Okay.
for everybody
Okay.
until 7.
And that's exactly what I was, going to allude to. Not necessarily the exact warning or watch, but the fact that this is going to continue to sink south. So I know it's limited to northern communities for the warnings right now, but as it continues to move south, we will need to watch how it maintains its strength and impacts the rest of southeast Wisconsin. So new severe thunderstorm watch for all of southeast Wisconsin that goes until 7 p.m. We've had a lot of heavy rainfall from that last batch of storms that moved through. So the little green box down towards the south is a flash flood warning. Those usually linger quite a bit longer because it does take water some time to recede. Thankfully, I've not heard of any excessive flooding reports, but earlier there were reports of standing water in some of these southern communities, even in parts of Ozaukee County, Grafton and Saukville, 2 examples of that. So just be cautious as you're out and about. Going forward, though, we really just need to focus on some of these storms that are moving into Fond du Lac County and soon to be Sheboygan County as well, especially that tornado warned storm because of its history and a lot of the damage that we have had from the Neenah area, from Grand Chute, as well as from Appleton. I'm just going to step off screen real quick just to check in. Tom, do you have your mic on?
I do. Are you able to hear me? I don't think so.
I think we're just through BC, so maybe not. This has been a very active couple of hours here in southeast Wisconsin. We had our first batch of storms that moved through that brought in also, a decent amount of hail and large hail at that. So now, again, it's mainly Fond du Lac County and then the rest of southeast Wisconsin that we are going to be watching. So we have the new storm watch and we also have a tornado warning for Fond du Lac County. And I just want to check in real quick with another one of our chats out in Green Bay because they have had such fantastic information as these storms moved through, though I'm not seeing any updates, so that's some good news there, but still very valid rotation showing up on our velocity scans as the storm moves into north central Fond du Lac County. So
And Steph, I think, can you hear me now? No, maybe not quite yet. I don't know if you're, oh, it's
Okay,
on. Okay,
great.
perfect.
We're good.
Hello.
Okay.
Hi there. Perfect. So, yeah, Steph, I think this has been a crazy morning, and you have been doing a phenomenal job, you and Rob, and this is going to impact the entire area again, but from a different direction.
Yeah.
And I think that that's really going to be sort of the big deal now is we were hit really west to east from this first batch that came through. Now we're going to get hit north to south, and that's why the National Weather Service has just gone ahead and expanded the severe thunderstorm watch. That's until 7 p.m. now for all of us because we are all going to get hit by this. And let me give you just a quick storm track on this. And Steph, I'll give you just a little bit of a break because you have just been on the air constantly here. So I'm going to move this to the south. We'll say at 40 miles per hour. That may change a little bit, but I just want to give a quick track just to kind of give everyone an idea that this is going to be rolling through from north to south for at least the next 2 hours. So this is not going to clear the Wisconsin border until we get to at least about 3 o'clock. So this is going to last for at least another 2, maybe even 3 hours. Now the watch is in effect until 7. Maybe we have more in behind this. And we're going to need to watch that very, very closely. But again, this tornado warning is in effect for that's downtown Oshkosh that we're seeing there as well, where, again, it has been nasty. There have been reports of at least confirmed tornadoes when this activity was farther to the north up towards the Menasha area. Now look at all this lightning. This is loud. This is going to be a rain-wrapped tornado out of this. And an update here from the National Weather Service. Let me turn the lightning off. And I want to zoom this in. The concern here is going to be the western part. So look at Oshkosh. You see just down to the southwest of there's a little supercell on there. Let me go over to the velocity. Yep. So now I think what we're seeing, this is really interesting, Steph, because I think what we're seeing here is it was this area to the northeast of Fond du Lac that we were concerned about. Now it's this area in the western part of the county. And this is similar to what we had a couple of hours ago as well in the Burlington area, where we're getting these cells sort of attaching, so to speak, on the western side of this cluster. Almost hard to see with all that lightning. But here's a live look. Oh, my goodness.
Look at that.
Can we, oh, wow. Can we take that full real quick?
Yeah.
My goodness. So this is live in Fond du Lac. This is from a DOT camera. And there you can see this is the storm that's heading into Fond du Lac. Now, the most dangerous part of this storm is actually going to be heading towards just to the east of Ripon, the way it's looking right now. But what you're looking at from that vantage point, you can almost see some green there. And that's indicative of the hail that is intense. In fact,
Which has been such a huge deal today,
yes.
Tom.
And in fact, this storm has a history of producing hail to around softball size.
Yeah.
Around 4-inch in diameter. And that's heading right into that area. Look at this. Oh, my goodness.
Wow. Beautiful
right.
structure there.
Yep. So let's analyze this. So, wow. All right, so you are looking live in Fond du Lac County off of 151. You are looking to the east here is that vantage point, and it's coming in from the north. This is in real time. Look at the lightning. Do you see that lightning strike there? So this is in real time. If you are in Fond du Lac County, you need to be in your basement or lowest level of your home, getting as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. Look at, Stephanie, how fast this is moving from north to south. You see, look now here, the camera.
And now the camera is shaking, so you can tell it's really impacting this area or approaching the area, to say the very least.
Yes, and moving very quickly. Now, this portion of the storm, I believe, is outflow dominant, meaning that you're going to get strong straight line winds out of this. Again, we are looking in Fond du Lac County. Now we're turning. We're going to go look into the stronger side of the storm. This is the DOT moving the camera here. So now we're looking off to the north. So that would actually be more of the direction. Yes, north to northwest is where we would want to look for more of that rotation. This is more of the stunning vantage point, though, showing the clear skies on the right, the storm on the left, and how fast, Stephanie, this is moving. So this is going to really bring in a lot of hail and wind to the entire county with the potential for a tornado now on the western part of the county, just east of Ripon.
And now, to your point about the wind, the National Weather Service did actually up the wind potential within western Fond du Lac County. So now your wireless emergency alert is going to go off like we've had at times over the last couple of hours. So 80-mile-per-hour wind is going to be a possibility, in addition to that large hail within Fond du Lac County, and especially western Fond du Lac County. Getting a few more hail reports, though I believe these ones are from earlier in Dodge County. And, our hail core that we have right now moving into northern Fond du Lac County looks very similar to what we had earlier in the afternoon, or I should say later in the morning over the last couple of hours. So it just goes to show we are still in that same threat of the large hail, the strong wind, and of course still looking at that possibility of rotation and a tornado.
And you are looking live. This is in Fond du Lac County, looking to the east down 151 here. And this is live. This is not time-lapsed in any way. And the storm is moving quickly right now north to south. And this is going to bring, again, strong winds, hail, and the possibility of a tornado to Fond du Lac County. And this tornado warning is continuing here until, I believe it's that 1:30. And look at that Asherpan hail from earlier. Huge hail. Yeah, I mean,
and we had multiple reports from that area specifically.
And look at the camera just really being completely covered here when it comes to the rain. So we're literally watching the storm in real time moving into Fond du Lac County right now. And you can see how we literally saw the clear skies just a few moments ago. And now the visibility is obscured. The rain is getting heavy. You're going to get the hail in here as well. Now, we are not looking at the tornadic portion of the storm looking off to the east. The tornadic portion is heading towards Ripon right now. And that has changed in the last few minutes, where it was the eastern side where we were looking at the potential for that rotation, that appears to be a little more what we call outflow dominant now, meaning strong winds. We've got a big-time hail core coming into the county and the potential for 80-mile-per-hour winds. So everyone's cell phone just went off in Fond du Lac County. Why? Because the winds up to 80 miles per hour are possible, but we really need to separate this out. There is a tornado threat, but there is also a hurricane force wind threat up to 80 miles per hour. Why does that matter? Think about Lake Geneva, Geneva Lake from July 3rd. Straight line winds can be just as damaging as the tornadic winds as well. And Steph, I think we just had a new alert come out as well. So what's interesting is I wonder if they're going to add a tornado warning to the western side of the county, because the eastern portion is under a tornado warning right now, and it looks like they just added, is this a new severe thunderstorm warning?
Yeah, so downstream severe thunderstorm warning, that's Dodge, Washington, Ozaukee counties, and that, once again, this new warning is going to trigger your wireless emergency alert because of the possibility of 80-mile-per-hour winds, but also the chance for a tornado. That is one of the lines within the warning itself. This goes until 2:30. So they're really issuing these downstream with plenty of lead time.
Tennis ball sized hail.
2.5 inches in diameter, which again seems out of the ordinary. It is very large hail, but we've actually seen it already in parts of Wisconsin just a couple hours ago. So, I can't stress this enough. This is still going to be a really active time. I know we just went through a ton of it over the last couple of hours, but we're just not quite done yet.
This is wild, Steph, and these are popping up really like crazy right now. So here's what the National Weather Service has done. Well, we have the tornado warning. I actually think it's the western part towards Ripon that is even more in line for the potential for a tornado. But we have been lined up now with severe thunderstorm warnings. Fond du Lac, Sheboygan, Dodge, Washington, Ozaukee counties. That latest stretch there, Ozaukee, Washington, Dodge, is in effect until 2:30. Let's take a look at the radar, Steph, if we could, because this first batch that came through was a north-south line that moved west to east, right? Pretty much encompassed the whole area. Now we have a west-east line moving north to south. So the first batch moved west to east. This second batch is going to come at us from the north. It is possible we get hurricane force winds out of this line. It is possible some spots see hail larger than baseballs, possibly on the order of tennis ball sized hail, which is unbelievable for this part of the country. But it goes to show the instability in the atmosphere and a risk for tornadoes as well, particularly on the west end of this line. So here's the deal. Everyone got hit with storm system number 1 just a few hours ago, and it looks like just about everybody is going to get hit by this one, storm system number 2, moving north to south. And the way that this is moving, which is moving south at 40 miles per hour, it's going to put it near the Illinois border, likely by about 3 o'clock. So we're probably going to be on the air with you here straight for the next 2 hours as this sweeps through the area. So round 1 was west to east, round 2 is north to south. We're all getting it again, right? We all wished for rain, and I think we're definitely going to be getting it, that's for sure. Flooding could also be an issue. Let me step out of the way so you can see some of those towns. And again, into Milwaukee, likely within the next hour here, within the next 50 minutes. This is moving fast, and this is going to be moving, again, 40 miles per hour, maybe even faster than that. So it's going to sweep through pretty quick. But again, we have a risk for very large hail, very strong winds, and tornadoes. Steph, can we take a look at the hail within this just to see where those cores are? Because I know right in Fond du Lac County, I really think, and this is important to mention here because everyone's cell phones are starting to go off because of these warnings. And I think it's important to mention that not everybody is going to see tennis ball sized hail. This happened with the last batch.
You know what, Tom, I'm just going to interrupt you real quick because this is going to happen shortly. They are going to issue a tornado warning for western Fond du Lac County.
Perfect.
So everything you've mentioned.
Perfect. No, I think that's great because that's this area right here. So this is also the hail core. And again, that coincides with the lift. It coincides with the rotation that we're seeing as well. So a new tornado warning about to be drawn for western portions of Fond du Lac County. That is the tornado threat. I would say the Ripon area in particular. Folks need to be in their tornado safe location right now. Basement or lowest level of your home, getting as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. Interior bathroom or interior closet works as well. So that's the hail core there. Let's take a look. And once that warning comes comes out, we'll take that too, Steph. But let's
Sure.
take a look at the velocity. Is perfect. So this is the storm relative velocity here, and that is showing that rotation. That's a pretty tight couplet into northwestern parts of Fond du Lac County, and that is, again, going to be a concern for us here. There's Ripon, so it looks like it's going to be east of Ripon right now as it continues. Again, this is moving north to south, and that's another very important point to make. So often these storms move southwest to northeast. Not the case here. Everything about this system has been weird and unusual. Okay, so you need to know that it's moving north to south, which again, kind of an odd movement for us here as well. But that's a couplet, no doubt, meaning that there's inbound, outbound winds. That's some tight rotation that is heading into the western portions of Fond du Lac County. Right now, it's moving south, if not even a little bit southwest. So you need to be aware of that as well. Let's zoom this out if we could and take a look at the velocity. If we could switch over to the velocity product, because I just want to see if there are any other big areas of wind. Looks like that's going to be downburst winds now. So
Sure.
that's going to be the outflow dominant portion where that tornado warning has been in effect. I think that it could be your 80-mile-per-hour winds. In fact, can we query that a little bit? I wonder if just to kind of see how. Yeah, I mean, 63 aloft, and so as that makes its way to the surface, it picks up here. Here comes the tornado warning.
Oh, and you know what? Dodge
ahead.
is included in this tornado warning as well. So let me get that on screen for you guys so you have a better idea. You'll notice that it's now for the remainder of Fond du Lac County and then parts of northern Dodge County. It does look like maybe Beaver Dam is included in that as well.
So this is a possible tornado with a funnel cloud over Rosendale. All right, and that is moving south at 30 miles per hour. Weather spotters have reported a funnel cloud. Rosendale, Brandon, Waupun, Oakfield, all in this, in addition to Burnett, Brownsville as well, Fairwater, South Beaver Dam. So yes, northern Dodge County, you are in this until 1:45. Again, this does include Oakfield. This does include Brandon. And then as we look south towards Waupun, Ripon, you're all in this. Now, into the Dodge County portion, Beaver Dam, Mayville, Lamira, you are all in this. Again, end time is 1:45. Sirens are going off. Cell phones are going off. Tell your family, tell your friends to tune into us right here at Fox 6 as we are going to be covering this as this entire line moves north to south. This new tornado warning is in effect until 1:45. This is the concern for the tornado and potentially large hail as well. The eastern warning, which is separate until 1:30, that's really more straight line winds up to 80 miles per hour. And if you can tell us as well, what are we looking at here? I think that's going to be our weather truck. If you can tell us. Great. Thank you so much. Okay, that's our Durante Matthews. He is heading north towards Plymouth. So again, I mean, look at the skies here, Steph. My goodness. That, my friends, is a shelf cloud. In fact, if I were Durante, and I don't know, Durante, if you can hear us, I would pull over. I would pull over and just get a shot of that cloud. It's going to come right over you. I would pull over and just watch that cloud because that is a shelf cloud. And here he goes, pulling over. Excellent work. And you're just going to see that cloud come straight over you. You're pointing north. That is Scud straight ahead. So that looks like it might be a tornado, right? But that is Scud that you are seeing there. That is not rotation, but that is going to be the strong damaging winds coming out the front side of the storm. Steph, I'll bring you in here. What a shot we're looking at as we're looking into Sheboygan County.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, thankfully, Sheboygan County, to your point, is not under a tornado warning. But as this shelf cloud moves through, just as Tom said, this is going to bring in some strong wind. Then you're going to get the heavy rain behind it as well. And this will be a fascinating one to watch, too. Again, to Tom's point, with the fact that this line is moving north to south, not that normal west to east. So, you know, I'm sure many communities within northern Ozaukee County, northern Washington County will begin to see this here shortly, too, as this line dives towards the south. But really more so a wind threat within Sheboygan County as that cloud moves through. But really, a stunning shelf cloud at this point in time. Otherwise, when it comes to tornadic activity, we are still focusing in on the Ripon area, or really just south of the Ripon area near Rosendale, which you can still see the tornado warnings across Fond du Lac County as well as northern Dodge County. Sheboygan, really just a strong wind. And not just, it is still going to be potentially 60-mile-per-hour winds that move through. So it still warrants, staying indoors until that warning has expired. But a really incredible shot again from our reporter Durante out in the field in our weather truck.
Look at how long that cloud is. I mean, doesn't that just give you an idea of the scope of this storm? And I think that's another really big point to make, is that Sheboygan County from the lake going all the way over. Yeah, look at that. That's
it's incredible.
Incredible. That goes all the way from the lake to western Fond du Lac County. That is a shelf cloud. What does that mean? That means this thing is going to roll through the entire viewing area, essentially, north to south. That's incredible. And that's going to be the strong damaging winds coming on through. Again, north to south, that shelf cloud should make it to the Illinois border by about 3 p.m. Into Milwaukee about 1:45 to 2 o'clock. So we're about 40 minutes from arrival time in Milwaukee because it is moving at 40 miles per hour. This is one incredible shot from our Durante Matthews, who is in Sheboygan County right now, looking to the north. This is, it's a very fascinating shot to look at, but then when you peel back the layers with the science, it means that there are strong winds coming out of that. So in other words, when that shelf cloud comes over Durante's live truck there, that's when the skies open up, the winds come crashing out of that storm at 60, 70, 80 miles per hour, and that's going to bring those hurricane force winds along with it. That's why you get that cloud formation, because the colder winds coming down force the warmer air above, and that's how you get that shelf cloud formation, which again is extending from Lake Michigan all the way to Fond du Lac County right now. That is a long shelf cloud, and that's indicative of the strength of this storm. And they're zooming in, to kind of that darker portion there. Very intense wind is what that is indicating. That is quite a shot there. He's in Fredonia. Perfect. So he's in Fredonia looking to the north. So he's going to be looking right into basically western portions and central portions of Sheboygan County right now. Okay, so Durante, keep that shot, keep us posted. Let's go back to the radar, because this rotation in the Rosendale area continues to look menacing for us here. If you are in Oakfield, if you are in Brandon, if you are in Waupun, if you are in Beaver Dam, you need to be in your tornado safe location. This rotation is east of Ripon, right over Rosendale. And I don't like, Steph, what I'm seeing here, because it certainly looks like a tight couplet. And we also need to be aware here that the radar is in Sullivan, meaning that as the storm goes farther out, as the radar goes farther out to where the storm is, it's hitting higher up, which means we're hitting mid-level rotation here, not necessarily in the lowest level. So that is telling me two things. Number one, there is a chance we could have a tornado out of this. Spotters have confirmed a funnel cloud. And number two, given the degree of rotation, the hail is likely very large with this, because the rotation will help to tilt the updraft and keep the ice particles suspended with those strong winds longer to produce that very large hail. So again, and the other thing, Stephanie, is this thing is, ooh, can we pause that?
Yes.
Let's zoom that in.
Too.
Yeah, did that give you pause there for a minute?
Yes. Oh, there you go.
All right, so here's Rosendale. This is concerning. Can we do a query on both of those? I don't even know if I've ever seen that purple color pop up. So we'll see here if... So right by Springvale, so here's Rosendale, so we're moving south. And I believe it's going to be right in this area where the rotation has really tightened up here, and that's going to be the possible tornado that we are dealing with. Clearly, this is what we call a mesocyclone, meaning that you have big time rotation over Rosendale, and then rotation in the other direction off to the east. So this whole thing is spinning. But the fact that we're getting the tighter rotation right here is a likelihood, in my opinion, that we could be more, into maybe a tornado genesis type situation, meaning that a tornado may be forming in this area. Can we go back, Steph, to the, let's look at the hail real quick too, because that can give us an idea. I don't like it. You see how it's co-located?
Yes.
With the hail, or with the rotation. And so what that means is, before we deep dive the science here, if you're in this area, please, please, please get in your tornado safe location. Basement, lowest level of your home, getting as many walls in between you and the outside as possible. This includes Waupun. This includes Oakfield. This includes northern parts of Dodge County as well, as it is moving south, if not even a little southwest. So you have the very large hail here, in fact, largest of any of the line of the storms right now, and that is because this is essentially supercellular in nature, meaning that you have the tilted updraft and downdraft. The whole thing is spinning, and the winds are very strong going up into it with the updraft. So that is suspending the ice particles, the hail, in the storm. And then when the hail gets too heavy for the wind to support it, it will drop out of the cloud. Okay? So the fact that we're getting this large of hail here, which could be on the order of easily baseball sized or even tennis ball sized potentially, that's an indicator that the winds are very strong in the storm. Then you tack on the low level rotation now, which could mean a tornado just outside of that hail zone. So again, tornado warning continuing for western Fond du Lac County until 1:45. Imperative to be in your tornado safe spot, including into northern Dodge County. And Steph, let's look at the radar. And do you have any more information coming in for you over there?
Nothing yet, just that the National Weather Service is not planning to downstream tornado warn the eastern portion of Fond du Lac County. So, and to your point, it really is western Fond du Lac County with the major concern at this point. But other than that, we're still waiting for the very latest.
I don't like that either. Look,
No.
You see the notch. I mean, this is all coming together for a classic tornado signature here in western parts of Fond du Lac County. Now, not neglecting everybody else who could end up, and we could easily have very strong winds heading into portions of Dodge County here shortly. I think this is very concerning from a damaging wind standpoint, and we need to watch that. This could be our hurricane force winds, and then this could be our tornado right here. So again, everyone in this tornado warned area, please be in your shelter right now. Everybody else going back over to the lake, I'm not as concerned in Sheboygan and Ozaukee counties right now as I am from roughly Campbellsport, and then stretching over to Lamira, and then up into Oakfield and up towards Rosendale, or now just south of Rosendale. This is the tornado, or likely tornado. It's still radar indicated with funnel clouds reported at this point, but I will tell you just from Steph and I looking at this that it does appear that there's a high likelihood that there could be a tornado coming out of this storm very shortly, if not right now. And that's because of the rotation, the notch that we're seeing here on the reflectivity, not to mention the hail core being slightly displaced as well, which would be up just to the northeast. So again, from a tornadic standpoint, Oakfield, Brandon, into northern parts of Dodge County, down to Beaver Dam. You need to be in your tornado safe location. Farther to the east, I am concerned that this is starting to bow out, meaning what we call a bow echo here, and that could end up being winds easily of hurricane force of 75, 80 miles per hour, and that will include Campbellsport and include Lamira, Theresa in there as well, as that is moving to the south, southwest, this entire line. And I think, Steph, it's kind of coming into view here for us a little bit more. If we can zoom out just a little bit, I think that this portion here is moving to the south, if not a bit southwest, which to me is saying Waukesha, and then points to the south towards, let's say, Lake Geneva, and then points to the west, kind of being, at least as of right now, in the zone of the strongest storms. And we'll see what happens with our lakeshore communities as well.
Yeah, I would 100% agree. It's also worth mentioning that Fond du Lac and Sheboygan County didn't see much with the round we saw a couple hours ago. We'll have to see how this line holds on to its strength as it moves south into what we would assume is some somewhat worked over environment. Regardless, though, based off of how strong it is in Fond du Lac and how strong it has been since it was north of us, and even all of the damage that we are hearing of north in the Fox Valley, it is concerning to say the very least. But I do absolutely agree that we almost have two separate areas here that we need to worry about. Number one is that potential rotation right near that little notch in western Fond du Lac County, and then that Boeing line. This is the view from Lomira. This is 41 at Wisconsin 67. It doesn't look too menacing right now, but clearly the storm is on its way in. This is one of the spots, though, that more so could be impacted by that very strong straight line wind and that Boeing segment. It does appear that maybe some of those cars are moving a little bit slower than what they normally would. But again, I think between these two separate areas, which are primarily in Fond du Lac County right now, we need to watch this very, very closely. I'm assuming this is Durante back. Where is he at this point? Earlier he was in Fredonia, so I would assume he's still in the vicinity.
He's probably driving right into that core right now, at least on the eastern flank of that. So I'm guessing Durante is going to be somewhere right in here. So it's somewhat of the weaker side of the storm. I think a couple things, and Steph, let's.
I wanted to take a look at this, if you don't mind.
No, did you pick up on that too? See, there's a little bit of rotation right in there. The concern out of this would be, this is clearly a bow echo that we talk about, meaning potential for 80-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, and I'm not seeing rotation along it. That would be the only concern, is would we spin a tornado up along it? I don't think so, but this is nasty, Stephanie. I mean, just to the east of Lomira. Can we do a quick query on that blue area there? So north and northwest of Kewaskum. And winds at least to 62 miles per hour, but then when they come down to the surface, they accelerate. So we could be dealing with 75, 80 mile per hour winds heading towards Kewaskum right now.
Yeah, and so that means, northern Washington County. I know we've been talking a lot about Fond du Lac County right now, but you're up next, unfortunately, as this potential strong straight line wind gets a little bit closer. So you are in the severe thunderstorm warning. Make sure you are staying indoors and still away from windows, because with strong straight line wind, a lot of times we see the same, if not even worse, damage. So it is still something to take very seriously.
Absolutely. And you're looking live at Lomira right now, and you're seeing the rain coming in, but I think that the wind is really going to start to pick up here within moments in the Lomira area. And that's what you're seeing here, also heading towards Kewaskum, just east of Lomira. I really think Kewaskum, you're in it right about now. And this is very much a signature of straight line winds pushing right out of the storm. Okay. And I know that we talk about tornadic activity, which is in the western part of the county. But we also talk about those strong straight line winds as well. Here's the deal, and we know this from Lake Geneva from a couple of weeks ago. The tragedy there on Geneva Lake is that straight line winds can be just as strong as EF1 and EF0 tornadoes, and that's why, whether you're talking about straight line winds heading into Kewaskum, or you're talking about this increasing rotation here into portions of Fond du Lac County and heading into northern Dodge County, these can both produce the same type of damage. So you need to stay away from windows, get into an interior room if you can, and if you feel comfortable getting into a basement into northern Washington County, that would not be, I wouldn't object to that. I don't think we all need to run to the basement here, but if that would make you feel better, you're going to get some strong straight line winds coming north to south out of that storm. So straight line winds here, rotation here, tornado warning out of this, but again, dangerous conditions anywhere through all of Fond du Lac County, and then extending into northern Dodge and northern Washington counties with time as well. Steph, can we go back? I don't like that, by the way, that's perking up again.
Yeah.
That rotation. Which Yeah, that's going to be in that same zone that we had before. That is certainly concerning as we're looking just to the east of Brandon right now. So it's going to be right in this area where that's some pretty tight rotation. So there could very well be circulation. There is a circulation with it on radar. Question is it on the ground? We need to be very careful here that it is rain wrapped. So don't go outside and try to look at this because you're not going to see anything. So that's really an important point to make as well. Steph, can we look at the radar as a whole on reflectivity just to kind of get another viewpoint of kind of how big this line is? Again, the Sheboygan end of it, I know you're under a warning right now. I'm not as concerned Sheboygan, Ozaki. I am much more concerned for the entirety of Fond du Lac County and then stretching down into portions of Washington and Dodge counties. And we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Fond du Lac. So this is replacing the tornado warning, it appears. So this the eastern Fond du Lac County tornado warning. I need to be clear of that. Fond du Lac County, southern Sheboygan County until 2:15. 80-mile-per-hour winds, tennis ball-sized hail with this. Cell phones are going to go off for this one. This is near Oakfield, so it's interesting. So this is actually overlapping part of that tornado warning. So what they're essentially doing here is they're covering all the bases. Wind, hail, tornado here, Steph.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, because it is almost two separate spots between the rotation that is still near Brandon, but we still have some of that strong wind that's now pushing towards Kewaskum. So absolutely. I mean, this is a relatively broad area of damaging wind that is impacting or bringing big impacts already. I know we haven't really seen too many reports just yet, but with the fact that this is just now, impacting these areas, the rain is very heavy. It's going to take some time, I think, for us to hear more. But this is a severe thunderstorm warning for 80-mile-per-hour wind. Your emergency alert, your wireless emergency alert went off with this, which we had previously seen as well with a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that were put into place. But when something is reissued, again, the threat is absolutely still there. So all of Fond du Lac County and Sheboygan County, as well as the counties south still under that severe thunderstorm warning. This is something to take very seriously. And I know we're even getting another report of the shelf cloud coming through. This was from Kewaskum with high winds, nothing exact, but even in those areas that are under the severe thunderstorm warning, once that shelf cloud moves through, you're going to feel that strong wind. So don't dismiss your warning, even though it may not be a tornado warning. This is still the possibility of damaging wind, to say the very least.
Yeah, and I think, Steph, it's also, you made a very good point as well about the instability end of it down to the south. I think it's an important point to make here that this line is moving north to south, if not a bit southwest. Weird direction. I know the last system moved west to east through the area a few hours ago. Now this one's going to impact pretty much our entire viewing area between now and 3 o'clock, and we'll push into Illinois after 3 p.m. We're expecting an arrival time into Milwaukee within about the next 30 minutes, let's say roughly 2 o'clock, the way it's looking right now. However, Stephanie made a very good point earlier in that our northern counties were not as impacted by round one. So that means we have a little more instability up to the north, not as much down to the south. Fingers crossed that maybe that means some weakening over time, but I wouldn't bet on that one at this point, but at least that's something worth watching. But again, anywhere in our viewing area, you need to be ready for these storms. I think the strongest storms out of this line will be where they are now in Fond du Lac County, then into Dodge, Washington, Jefferson, Waukesha, and Walworth. We'll see farther east for Sheboygan, Ozaki, Milwaukee, Racine, Kenosha, exactly how that lines up. But at least as of right now, it would appear that this is the strongest part of the storm in Fond du Lac County, and that's going to continue moving south at roughly 40 miles per hour. This line should be down into Illinois sometime after 3 p.m. So we have roughly an hour and a half of likely coverage that we're going to continue with you here with the hail threat, the tornado threat potentially in the western part of Fond du Lac County, County into portions of northern Dodge County. And then the bow echo or outflow winds coming out the front side of this storm heading into Kewaskum right now and now into northern parts of Washington County and right around Lamira as well. So this is a multifaceted threat storm, all right, where, again, I know all of your cell phones have gone off. Sirens are going off as well for that tornado warning. And bottom line is this. Depending on where you live, it might be flooding. It might be large hail, which really is, I think, centered closer to west of Fond du Lac right now, closer to Brandon. So that's the other thing. If you get your notification on your phone and it says tennis ball sized hail, that's the storm in general. It doesn't necessarily mean right over you. Same thing with the 80-mile-per-hour winds. I think the strongest winds are going to be in Fond du Lac County and then right over towards Kewaskum where we have that bow. It's still going to be windy in Sheboygan and Ozaukee counties, not quite as windy as just off to the west towards Kewaskum. So, you know, it's one line, but they're different threats depending on where you are in the line. And your cell phone that goes off and says, oh my gosh, you know, baseball-sized, tennis ball-sized hail. Yes, it's possible, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's directly over you. So it's, I think, a lot of clarity, Steph, that we need to make with this as well, that everyone's going to be impacted, but everybody will likely be impacted a little bit differently.
Yeah, absolutely. And to add to it, I want to put the lightning on here. Something we saw with earlier storms too, very frequent lightning. And right now it is especially across Fond du Lac County, as you can see. So also something to factor in, maybe not quite as much as you get closer to the lakeshore. And then let's talk the rain aspect of this too, because we are seeing more rain today than we have seen all month long in the majority of southeast Wisconsin. That could pose a flash flooding threat, even just a localized standing water threat, something just to keep in the back of your mind as we continue to monitor these storms. There is still an ongoing flash flood warning for parts of Racine and Kenosha County, thanks to the heavy rain from earlier. But, you know, it's just one of those afternoons where, because we've already had one round and we still have threats with this second round, it really is not just the strong. There are a bunch of different factors, essentially, besides some of that strong wind, though that wind and hail will continue to be the main threat. This is Random Lake, and again, you can see just how soggy it is there, and it's just been a busy last couple of hours all across the area. It doesn't look quite as menacing as I'm sure it did earlier today, but there is still more activity to come, as we know. Just reading in the latest update from the National Weather Service, it does look like the hail core has come down a little bit, which we can put up for you. So that's certainly some good news. It's absolutely still present, but it does look like the National Weather Service might lower the wording here based off on the past couple of scans for Fond du Lac and Dodge County. But as you can see, there is still a hail threat as these storms continue to move towards the south. And even though it's not quite as big in southern Sheboygan County and approaching the Kewaskum area, there is still the chance, even for those of you who are east of the main core, to see some small hail.
Yeah, and Steph, I think you raised a really good point here in that this is the main hail core here. So again, we're not far from the Brandon area, heading into areas just east of Waupun, and this is co-located, number one, with the rotation, number two, with all that intense lightning. And that is an indicator. All of these are connected here. And let's peel back the layers here for folks, again, who should be in your tornado safe spot right now in this tornado warning into northern Dodge County as well, is that when you get the ice, okay, so which is what a hailstone is, right? So the water goes up, carried up by the updraft, it turns to ice, and it continues to grow and grow and grow till it gets too heavy and falls out of the storm. That ice is creating a charge separation in the clouds, which in turn is what is causing those cloud-to-ground lightning strikes. So you see what I mean? How everything is connected. The hail is connected to the intense lightning, and research has shown that an uptick in lightning is often preceded or occurs just before the possibility of a tornado. So increased tornado genesis, if you will, as well. So all of this is connected here. Let's go back to the warnings, if we could, Steph, just to kind of give a quick reset here as to what is going on, because I know a lot of cell phones have been going off here all morning and afternoon long with severe weather. And so really want to clarify this. This tornado warning is in effect for another 11 minutes for Fond du Lac County, that's central and western, into northern and northeastern Dodge counties. Again, 1:45 expiration time. Everybody else surrounding this, including all of Dodge, Washington, Ozaukee, and portions of Sheboygan and Fond du Lac counties, under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's going to run here until 2:15. So that's important because both segments of the storm are dangerous, but in a different way. Now, I know many of you got cell phone alerts that said 80-mile-per-hour winds and tennis ball-sized hail. Well, we just saw that storm is not producing tennis ball-sized hail everywhere. If it is, it's going to be in that tornado-warned area right now, not the severe thunderstorm-warned area. And I know many of you got the alert saying 80-mile-per-hour winds. That's going to be more likely heading into Key Wascom right now on what we call a bow echo that is moving into that area. So tornadic and hail activity right here, bow echo strong winds here. Nasty looking skies, but a bit weaker closer to the lake. Okay, so that's how this is all shaping up. The line itself is moving north to south at 40 miles per hour. Everybody is going to see it, but again, it's really important to mention here that don't look at the alert on your phone and think that, oh, I'm going to get 80-mile-per-hour winds and tennis ball-sized hail at my house. No, the threats are along the line and dependent on exactly where you live. So hopefully that brings the anxiety level down a little bit here, in that no, you're not going to get 80-mile-per-hour winds and tennis ball-sized hail and a tornado. Those threats are separated along the line. The line is weaker closer to the lake. The line is stronger the farther west you go into that tornado-warned area. Steph, I'll toss it over to you if you have any more information or want to add to that at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Nothing new from the National Weather Service. Of course, that's in a way a good thing. We still have a bit longer on the tornado warning, as Tom just mentioned. That continues until 1:45. And we can take a look at our radar here. It is just so very interesting. It's not an overly broad line of storms. It really is pretty confined to northern communities at this point, as we know it's moving south. So it will just take some time. But certainly, just to reiterate that the strongest part of the storm is more so favoring Fond du Lac County, and then with some of those stronger wind gusts, northern portions of Washington County. Again, western Fond du Lac County under the tornado warning, still watching a little bit of rotation, and that is moving south still. There's really no change to the direction. It's been maybe slowing down a touch, so that may impact, when Milwaukee sees it, but I will put a track on it for you just to give you a better idea. I do believe it's moving at about 35 miles per hour now. It's moving a little faster earlier, but this continues to essentially move just due south. So just adding a couple more communities on there. This track is more so favoring lakeshore communities. Sorry, inland spots. Mequon, you're on there, 143, so closer to your 2 o'clock hour, and then 203 Milwaukee, 220 Waukesha. Obviously, southern communities are not included in a warning, nor is Milwaukee. But it just gives you a better idea of how this line will continue to impact areas outside of the warning and down towards the south. Now, of course, we may need to tweak the track a little bit based on if this speeds up or if it continues to slow down. But at this point in time, it is still on its way to impact all of southeast Wisconsin and potentially reaching closer to Kenosha County and the Illinois state line closer to about 3 o'clock or so.
Steph, you want to hear something crazy? If this weather day hasn't been crazy enough?
Oh, please tell me.
So far, it is 98 degrees out in Middleton, near Madison. Heat index 106 in Madison right now. Meanwhile, and they're sunny, as you can see. Meanwhile, we're at 74 here at our station in Brown Deer, and we've had about an inch of rain. Isn't that wild? Heat index 106 in Madison, and we have the severe thunderstorms. I mean, it's something else. But this also gives you, I think, Steph, this goes back to your point from earlier about more stable air in our area given that first round of storms. And this also may explain why the western part of this is much stronger than the eastern part of this line, because the atmosphere is extremely unstable out here. I mean, it is hot, it is humid, it is much cooler and rainier and soggier across the rest of our area. So maybe that bodes well for us as this continues to move south. Let's hope we see some weakening with it. We aren't as of yet. But I mean, the fact that the heat index is 106 in Madison is just wild, given that, again, it's all about placement. I mean, it's sunny and hot in Madison, and we have a tornado warning in effect for parts of Fond du Lac and Dodge counties. Now, that being said, you might be asking, what about after this? And hopefully this is going to be the end of it after 3 p.m., but we don't know that. If we clear out pretty quickly, and we might after this line of storms, do we destabilize and get more popping up? As you know, I mean, look, it's clearing out in Green Bay. You see what I mean? So here's the deal with late this afternoon. I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here, but the computer models, future radar products have been abysmal. Horrible with this system. Horrible. Last night into today. The storms that we had from this morning didn't show up in the model data until it started popping up. So that's the deal, is we may not be out of the woods once this even comes through. There might be more later this afternoon and this evening that we need to keep an eye out for as well. So again, there's so much going on, from the heat in Madison, tornado warning in southwestern Fond du Lac County into northern Dodge County, and then we have strong winds pushing south of Kewaskum and heavy rain into Sheboygan and northern Ozaukee counties. Let's take a look, Steph, at the rotation, show you what's going on in terms of the storm relative velocity here. And so now we are pushing really into northern Dodge County here. Although, can we loop this? I'm interested to kind of see here. Yeah, it's weakening, which is, it's weakening. It's still there. This may be becoming a little more what we call outflow dominant, less on the rotation, more on the straight line winds, although concerning nonetheless. And then you have the bow echo here. Can we slide that over just a little bit? We can see the strong bow echo winds, see, pushing through West Bend. Right now, that appears to be flattening out a little bit too, or getting a little bit weaker. Let's go back to the regular radar if we could, and we'll tie it all together here. So strongest winds, straight line winds, heading through West Bend right now. That little hook heading right into northern Dodge County. That would be our threat for a tornado, which I think is still there, although I think that threat is starting to weaken a little bit. And honestly, Ozaukee County, this is just going to be rain for you. Maybe some stronger winds on the western side of the county. This is really going to be a Washington County wind event, all right? Heading in north to south. And then Dodge County, I would say Beaver Dam, you may be right on the edge of this. I like the drawing of the warning because I don't think it's going to be anywhere to the west of there, but this is going to be moving north to south, again, about 35 to 40 miles per hour. So again, Ozaukee County, rain for you. Washington County, straight line winds. Dodge County, eastern part especially, straight line winds and possibly rotation there into the central part of the county. So places like Juneau, you need to be in your tornado safe location as well as this continues to move to the south. So again, that just gives you an idea. Closer to the lake, not as concerned right now. The concern is going to be a zone from roughly West Bend or just northeast, and then extending to south of Fond du Lac, right over to the Waupun area right now, and then moving south from there. And again, I mean, Stephanie, I'm just looking out towards Madison where it's sunny with a heat index of 106, which is mind-blowing to think about everything that's going on in this one radar image.
Oh, and it's interesting, too, when you talk about the heat. Remember, Madison and almost all of western Wisconsin under an extreme heat warning today. We were added to a heat advisory, but of course, our storms, I think, keeping us, of course, cooler right now. But dew points, worth mentioning. Now, earlier when we had our round one of storms, dew points were near 80 where those storms developed out towards the west. Watertown, parts of Fond du Lac County, it was just incredible. Dew points are still, of course, in the 70s. It's still very muggy out there, and that's what's supporting a lot of this heavy rainfall, which, again, we need so very badly, just not in a flooding way. But actually good news when it comes to that flooding aspect. Some of the flood advisories, that flash flood warning that we had in place in southern counties after round one, allowed to expire or canceled early. So some good news there. But of course, with this incoming round two, if you will, still could see heavy rain in a handful of spots.
Yeah, and Steph, you bring up a really good point, and folks might be wondering, look, we haven't had rain in weeks. How do we suddenly get heavy rain and the flooding aspect? If we need the rain, how do we get flooding? And the answer to that is the dry ground. So if you were to pour water on a dry, hard ground, it's not going to soak in, right? It's just that hard ground, so it's going to run off. So that's why even with moderate to heavy, quick heavy rain, you can see that flooding because it's not soaking in. Our ground has been so dry now for so long, so that's why there is a flooding threat even though we need the rain. It doesn't have to do with the fact that the ground can't hold any more water. It has to do with the fact that the ground is just so hard that it's just running off instead of immediately soaking in. Now, Stephanie made a really good point too that, this is a very narrow line. In fact, Sheboygan, you're done. Fond du Lac, you're done as well. You're just exiting out. It looks like the tornado warning has just expired now. So the tornado warning is done here, which is great news. But the severe thunderstorm warning continues. Steph, have we heard anything from the National Weather Service? I'm assuming they are not going to issue another tornado warning, or I think they already would have.
Right. Not expecting a tornado warning. Good news that expired right on time at 1:45. It does look like maybe they're writing right now. So we'll see what the very latest is on that. But also no word on the extension of the severe thunderstorm warning just yet. I do think there's still a valid wind threat, certainly, so that may determine what will be issued downstream. It looks like the latest, yes, tornado warning allowed to expire, but still keeping an eye on it. Looks like they may have at one point had another report of a funnel cloud. So allowing it to expire for now, but still worth watching as it moves down south.
Yeah, so Dodge County, you're not out of the woods, is what that means. But no tornado warning at this point. You could still have winds of 70, 80 miles per hour potentially, and that hail as well. Can we look at the hail core real quick?
Absolutely.
I think that will kind of peel back the layer. It's still there. Interesting. It's still there, but nowhere near as strong as it was when it was back in Fond du Lac County. That's good news. So that's supporting the fact that likely those updraft winds are weakening a little bit. Something else, Steph, if we could look at, could we look at the echo tops? I want to see what the storm heights are from this, because that will really tell a story of what we're looking at. And it's interesting, just, you're kind of going into our brains here, right? Where we can peel the layers back, and it's not just looking at the radar that we can say, okay, this is happening here. But there are different tools within the radar that allow us to then be able to look at different things, whether it's the hail core, which can tell us about the updraft and the winds in the storm, but then we can also see the what we call the echo tops, which would be the storm height. How tall are these storms? And that can tell us if the storms are getting taller, it means it's getting stronger. If the storms are getting weaker, it means it is getting, a little bit shorter, not quite as tall. This is great, Steph. So this is a slice. Steph has sliced three-dimensionally into the storm here. So let me just step out of the way so you can get a view of this here. And so you can see these storms in spots are topping upwards of 40,000 feet. That's decent. I wouldn't say that's amazing, but usually you want to get 40 to 50,000 feet to really get these severe storms. But look at what this is showing. Strongest part of the storm, western side. See what I mean? So we're looking at this line three-dimensionally. This is the tallest part. Well, doesn't that correlate with where the hail is, right? Well, what happens if you get into a hot air balloon and go up? It gets colder, right? So that rain is going to freeze, in which case, that taller the storm is, the more likelihood you're going to get large hail out of it. Then the storm gets a little bit shorter, not as tall, if you will, the farther east you get, which supports more of a downdraft wind type event, or a downburst wind type event, especially into the West Bend area, although we have not gotten any reports from that. But boy, does this tell a story, Steph, especially that the western part here of the storm is the tallest, which again correlates with the strongest part on radar.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great tool to have, and I think it really puts everything into perspective. And I'm hearing from our producer that we have a video from Nina. Okay, let's take a look at that, because when this was a tornado warned cell as it moved through Nina. This is Lake Winnebago, as you can see. Haley and I earlier during Live Desk were actually watching, probably not this exact moment, but parts of it. Maybe even this part is what we were watching. Just incredible to see how strong the wind is and how the camera's moving around, and how, again, those waves are, I mean, whitecaps essentially on Lake Winnebago. So, just to kind of backtrack a little bit, we were watching this storm near Appleton. There was a very distinct couplet near Appleton. Unfortunately, plenty of storm damage, especially near Grand Chute as well as the Appleton area. Then it moved through Nina. At one point, it was reported that the tornado was more waterspout as it moved out over Lake Winnebago. And that's what we watched move into north central Fond du Lac County. That's why the tornado warning was extended into Fond du Lac County. And then everything switched, remember? Because then the tornado threat more so turned to the backside of the storm in western Fond du Lac County. And then that easternmost part of the storm, the rotation diminished, but then it became more of that Boeing signature, our Boeing line, and that strong straight-lined wind. But that's what we watch, right as our severe weather and our tornado warnings locally in the last couple of hours were allowed to expire, then our focus immediately switched over to that tornado warned cell, which was reported on the ground near the Appleton area. So that's kind of the full picture here, but unfortunately, really a lot of damage reports from the Fox Valley and really just north of our viewing area. The Oshkosh cameras that we have were pretty incredible to watch as the storm passed east of them as well. So a lot going on, Tom, in the last couple of hours.
There is, absolutely. And I was just looking off camera. Let's go back. If we can go back to the regular radar, Steph, it does look like some of these storms are topping to as high as 55,000 feet. So in our three-dimensional section, it looked like some of those echoes were going as high as about 40, but it does look like as a whole, some of these are going as high as 55,000. That is decent. That is definitely in range of, the severe thunderstorm threshold, certainly. Now, there is some rotation. If we can zoom in to Dodge County, it looks like north of Horicon, there is still rotation right here. Now, the National Weather Service has opted, see right there, the Weather Service has opted not to continue the tornado warning, but it looks like the rotation is starting to come back just west of Mayville. It's weak at this point, but again, this is north of Horicon, west of Mayville. We need to watch this closely, because if that tightens, if that couplet tightens more, it means the storm is going to spin faster, and we need to watch Horicon very closely for that. So again, that's something there. We still have a hail threat. In fact, can we take a look at the hail, because I think that might be increasing a little bit, just to the northeast of Mayville. So what we're seeing here with this, particularly into Dodge County, is what we saw in Fond du Lac County. The hail is displaced a little bit from the rotation, and this is, you can almost think of this like a supercell thunderstorm attached to a line of thunderstorms. What exactly does that mean? That means that as that thunderstorm grows, it's going to tilt a little bit with the wind shear in the atmosphere, and that is going to put the hail core to the east of where that rotation is located. So that's why you have the hail around Mayville, and then the rotation will be heading closer to Horicon. Let's take one final look here, Stephanie, at the warnings if we could, and then what we're going to do is we are going to end our coverage here on Fox 6, but we are going to stay on our Fox local streaming app and then cut back in on Fox 6 as conditions warrant, if conditions warrant here. So no tornado warnings in effect at this point, although we're still watching Dodge County closely. I know many cell phones went off for 80-mile-per-hour winds and tennis ball-sized hail. That's not going to be everywhere. In fact, I think most areas will not see 80-mile-per-hour winds or tennis ball-sized hail. That being said, Washington County, you're in that wind zone. And then Ozaukee County, I think just more rain and general thunderstorms, maybe some gusty winds. This will move into Milwaukee here within the next half an hour, and then should clear our area probably closer to 3:30 now, the way it's looking. Again, moving north to south, these severe thunderstorm warnings in effect until 2 30. Before we go, Steph, do you have anything you want to add before we take it over to Fox Local?
Thanks, Tom. I would just say if you're within Dodge County, especially near Mayville, just don't let your guard down just yet. We are still here. Turn on Fox Local right after we go back to programming, and we will have continued updates for you. But we're still going to monitor this line as it moves south through the Waukesha area, through the Milwaukee area, but hoping for continued weakening.
So we will see you on our Fox Local app. We will send you back to regular programming on Fox 6. Again, if conditions worsen and we get another tornado warning, for example, we'll be right back on Fox 6. But make sure to have the Fox Local mobile and streaming app. Hang on, before we let you go, we got something else printing here, so give us just a moment.
These are actually heat headlines being trimmed
the
back.
The heat advisory is canceled. Shocker.
Shocker
right?
with these storms, yes. So thankfully not a big deal.
And then I think the other thing that we need to watch for is, do we see redevelopment in behind this? We don't know at this point. So again, we're tracking this line of storms. Make sure to have the Fox Local mobile and streaming app on your TV and mobile device. Join us there. Let's get you back to regular programming on Fox 6. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, thank you.
Good. I was a little nervous because I knew that Rob left. So you came in right on time. Because I literally was like, uh-oh, I know Rob left. Because he was tired.
Was he? Yeah, that was so funny because I was like, he's like, let me know when you're inbound because I'm going to leave.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Thanks for joining us here on Fox Local as our severe weather coverage continues. We saw several tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect throughout southeast Wisconsin. Those have since expired, but we are not out of the woods yet. I want to bring in meteorologist Stephanie Barrichello. Steph, what's coming next? We're ready for it.
Maddie, yes, we are still watching a severe line of thunderstorms that are across primarily the northern half of our viewing area. Just a short time ago, we still had a tornado warning, and we are still watching, especially the Mayville area, but parts of Dodge County very closely, because there is still a bit of rotation on there. For now, we have a severe thunderstorm warning for everybody in orange. So that's southern Fond du Lac County, southern Sheboygan County, and then Dodge, Washington, and Ozaukee counties. That continues until 2:30. So here's a look at our radar or reflectivity. Number one, we see that hail core picking right back up. You see, as you even look at radar, this isn't even the hail product, but notice how you see this little area of purple. That is indicating hail and potentially picking up in size. And then we are still watching this little notch here. Again, I know that we do not have an active tornado warning, but that will be certainly something that we keep our eyes on. And I would say if you are within Dodge County, just make sure you're paying attention and still staying very weather aware. There's been a little bit more development to western Fond du Lac County, almost on the tail end of this line. Does not appear to be anything menacing there, but just know we could see some additional rain and thunder in western Fond du Lac County. And now we are still looking at a pretty spectacular shelf cloud that's going to move through south of the West Bend area, so more so central and now southern Washington County, and then also into parts of eastern Dodge County. That could still bring in some strong winds. Now, our primary impacts have gone down just a little bit. The hail size gone down a little bit, but still we're talking potentially, you know, 1.5 to 2 inch size hail. That's extremely destructive hail still. And then as far as the wind goes, earlier there was messaging for 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Now it looks more so like 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, but in all honesty, that is still, again, a damaging effect of these storms pushing through. Ozaukee County, heavy rain falling for you guys. You could also see some of the strong wind associated with this line, but it's more so, again, I think Washington County, where this just juts out a little bit more. We more so call that a Boeing signature, though it's not as defined as what it was earlier, which is more than likely the reason why some of that wind is maybe not quite as strong. Also seeing plenty of development out over the lake, but this is really what we're watching in the meantime. It is continuing to move north to south. So up next will be southern parts of Washington and Ozaukee County, and then it'll be northern Waukesha and northern Milwaukee County. We have not heard yet on if there will be a downstream severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Waukesha and Milwaukee County. So just hold tight for now. We'll, of course, keep you updated. Down towards the south, we still have plenty of cloud cover, but we are getting a break in the action. And then look it out towards the west where it is sunny. It is hot. Air temperatures are in the upper 90s, according to my colleague Tom Walks, and they are still under an extreme heat warning. Our heat advisory was actually canceled here locally, which is no surprise because we are going to have a hard time temperature-wise climbing after the cloud cover and the storms, and especially with the fact that rain and thunder is still moving through parts of southeast Wisconsin. Okay, compared to what I looked at just before we started talking, the hail core actually looks a little bit better, but it is still present again, especially I see Tom turning his mic on.
Turn his mic on. We have a severe thunderstorm warning upcoming for Milwaukee and Waukesha counties. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail.
Okay, great. So we were just talking about that possibility. So there you go. Waukesha, Milwaukee counties included in this. And let's see here. Actually, as I'm looking at chat too, that Dodge County storm. Picking up a little bit. So we'll probably stay with you here for at least a little bit in case they do extend that tornado warning. But the very latest, as you can see on your screen, is that Waukesha and Milwaukee County are now under a severe thunderstorm warning in anticipation of this line of storms moving south into your area. That goes until 3:30 and once again is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well as quarter-size hail. I do want to put a track on this too. The line itself is really slowed down, which is why we've been focusing for so long on these northern communities. It's barely moving at about 30 miles per hour. But just to give you a better idea of timing for other communities, let me put a track on here. In Dodge County, with that area of rotation, your timing will probably be a little different. But again, this brings you to about Lake Geneva, Racine, Kenosha. You can see places like, obviously Beaver Dam, you're dealing with it, or will be dealing with it here shortly. There is that little notch that's just towards the east of you. Milwaukee, for example, closer to 2:30. So this is good lead time. We've got, a good 20 minutes to prepare. Franklin and southern Milwaukee County, 2:50. Racine later than that. Kenosha after about 3:30. So you'll notice with this line slowing down a bit, it's going to take it a little bit longer now to reach the Illinois state line. So now it may not even be until maybe 3:45 to 4 p.m. that we see this fully clearing our area as it continues to slow down. Yeah, certainly still some rotation here.
It's concerning for sure.
Yes, I'm going to keep our chat up just to really be on top of things in case they reissue that warning. But nothing as of this point in time, but just know, again, south of Mayville, Eustisford, make sure you're still staying very weather aware as we easily could have a new tornado warning issued because of some of this rotation that is still present. Looking at the broader view here, goodness, you can see across the area who's being impacted by the rain and by the thunder. Southeast Wisconsin over to Michigan, Indiana, the Chicagoland area. We have a series of frontal boundaries just out towards the west. We still have a cold front that's going to move through later on today. So really, it's not until that cold front completely clears our area that we are free of thunderstorm chances. But with this being round 2 of stronger storms, we're just going to have to wait and see at this point. Another look at radar, though, as we were just talking about, primary threats as this continues to move south, Washington to Ozaukee County, going to be strong winds, 60 miles per hour as it sinks south into Waukesha and Milwaukee County in the next 30 minutes or so. And that's again, once again, moving north to south here, Dodge County is just the only spot that I think we really need to watch for a rotation. It's just the potential, and not just, but more so a strong straight line wind potential for counties towards the east, and the wind threat going down to about 60 miles per hour. Still, of course, could see damage with 60-mile-per-hour wind, but an improvement from the 80-mile-per-hour wind threat that we had earlier. And then we're just watching this little notch here east of Beaver Dam. It is not tornado warned right now, south of Mayville, but we very well could see that reissued because there is still some present rotation. And then just north into Fond du Lac County, western Fond du Lac County, there's just a little bit of that back building, if you will. So we could still see, even behind this main line, just a few more, run-of-the-mill showers and thunderstorms. But in the meantime, I would say we are really focusing in on Dodge County, and then everybody else towards the east, there is still a wind threat. Even when it comes to hail, that's primarily in eastern Dodge County right now. Not out of the question to have some smaller hail within the remainder of the counties and the remainder of this line as it pushes towards the east. But I would say primary focus right now is Dodge County and especially east of Beaver Dam. So the heat headlines have been allowed to expire. We still have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that will still continue for at least the next hour, if not the next 2 hours. And then past that, we're just going to continue to monitor things, Maddie. But it's been a bit of a crazy couple of hours, I would say. Very thankful for the rain. Some of us did see a lot of it, so watch out for localized flooding. I know we even received a report of, over 3 inches worth of rainfall in parts of Kenosha County. Remember, there was a flash flood warning, which was allowed to expire in Kenosha County. But even, in the aftermath of this next line of storms moving through, watch out for ponding, watch out for storm damage. But in the meantime, have not heard of anything too bad as this continues to move southward.
Wow, that's why it's so important to keep it on Fox Local, because things can pop so fast, and before you know it, we are seeing those warnings here. Steph, thanks so much for joining us. Of course, we'll continue to check in with you throughout these next few hours here, but we're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk for right now, but we'll be right back with more severe weather coverage. Stay with us.
Wisconsin Live Desk.
2:08 on your Monday afternoon. Thanks for being with us here on Fox Local. I want to bring in, or first I want to take one of our tower cameras because I was told that it's pretty scary looking right now. This is actually from our station camera out in Brown Deer right now as we see more storms start to roll in after the first round that we got earlier this afternoon. I want to bring in Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks joining us remotely here right now. Tom, we're not out of the woods yet.
We are not, Maddie. Unfortunately, we have got more storms coming in. Let me go ahead and share my screen so you can see kind of the latest radar. We'll do a deep dive on this for you. So you can see that we have severe thunderstorm warnings that continue into Milwaukee and Waukesha. Now, farther to the west, Port Washington and West Bend, you're just about out of this. You're just about done. Beaver Dam, you're good to go. It looks like you'll still have a couple of thunderstorms, but the worst is behind you. Now, this is right over Mequon. It's coming into Brown Deer, Germantown, Richfield, and then extending right into Dodge County. There's a lot of lightning with this as well, so let's take a look, first of all, here at the hail core, and that's perked up a little bit into eastern Dodge County, just a little bit of hail into Ozaukee County, nothing crazy there. Now we look into the velocity, and that is not as concerning as it was from a tornadic standpoint. However, we certainly have strong winds pushing towards our station right now, so that's going to be this area right here that I have circled. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and query that just to see what these winds are looking like. And, you know, nothing crazy. It looks like 30, 40 mile per hour winds. I think it looks a lot worse in the sky than it is. I think that this is starting to weaken at least a little bit for us, which is good news, but we could still certainly have some strong winds out of this as well. So that's what we are watching. What I'm going to do, I'm just going to pull up the National Weather Service chat system that we have internally here as well. And it looks like they just posted an update. Stand by here. Yes. So basically the, kind of echoing what we are saying here is that, the storms are still strong. I don't think they're as strong as they were earlier. You heard Stephanie Barrichello talking about sort of the end to these storms, and they're moving at about 35 miles per hour down to the south. So what I'll do is I'll do a storm track on this for you, and slowing down a little bit, certainly from where they were before. And as we do a track, that's going to put it into Lake Geneva by 3:40. So let's say a clearing time into Illinois, at least the onset of the storms by 4, probably totally done by 4:30, 5 o'clock in our southern counties. I think the strongest storms, though, should clear our southern communities by 4 o'clock. Now, Maddie, it's also worth mentioning a couple of things, and I think this really tells the story. We had that first batch of storms this morning, the north to south batch. Then we had the west to east batch that is now moving north to south. But look all around it. It's clear.
Yeah.
Heat index of over 100 in Madison. And also worth mentioning, and this is really serious, Maddie, 2 things. We are getting possible reports of a lightning fatality in Whitewater. We're efforting more on that. And significant damage possibly caused by a tornado in Menasha. That's not far from Appleton. So there has been significant weather-related, possibly fatalities and damage as a result of these storms. So, that's going to end up sort of becoming the story when these move out. I think the question then becomes for us, Maddie, is going to be, what happens in the wake of these storms? So, do we end up seeing more storms starting to develop? And I think that's going to be the question for us here as we head towards the next, several hours as we kind of take a look at that. So that's going to be interesting for us, I think, as well, as we go towards, let's say, the next, couple of hours coming in as well.
So still a lot developing here. There's some tower cameras I want to show you just in our area. This is from our Estabrook Park camera, just kind of seeing that move in, Tom. I don't know if you're able to see that.
Yes. So let me pull that up full here. Oh, look at this, Maddie. Stay on this. So that's the shelf cloud. Boy, is this interesting. So this is the shelf cloud. We are looking here to the northwest from Estabrook Park, and look at those strong winds. You see them moving from the southwest to the northeast effectively as the storm is coming in on us. And you can see the edge of the storm from this vantage point. And by the way, that edge that you are looking at, and I can tell you exactly, that edge, give me 1 second here as we look at this live, that's about 25 miles away in southwest Dodge County. So what you're looking at from that edge, that's going to be east of Ashapin or southwest of Hartford, where you kind of see the little sun there at the bottom. Fascinating. This is a nasty line of storms. It is weakened from where we were before. However, it is still another nasty line with heavy rain, strong winds pushing into the Milwaukee metro area right now. Severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. And this is going to last let me do a quick measurement here for you. This line of storms is only about 15 miles wide north to south. So it's not going to last overly long. It's going to last less than an hour for us, probably 30, 45 minutes. But it's a nasty looking one, Maddie, and it's going to bring a lot of rain in, more rain, and maybe some localized flooding that we saw earlier as well.
Wow, yeah, here's another shot from our city center cam.
Absolutely. And here you're looking straight north up Water Street. That is what you call a shelf cloud, Maddie. That is a typical shelf cloud. It is ominous. It is very scary looking. Its bark is probably worse than its bite here, where we'll probably still get 50, 60, 70 maybe mile per hour winds. I don't think we're going to get the 80 mile per hour winds that was previously in the forecast. I think that's come down a little bit, so that is good news. But I'll tell you, I think another way to look at this, Maddie, is, we have all wished for rain, right? And we've definitely gotten it all in a matter of hours.
Oh, man. I have to say, when I get a good tower camera shot for you, Tom, and you're like, this is a great shot, I get a little brush on my shoulder.
I love nerding out, right? I love nerding out on these cameras.
Oh, no, I'm right here with you. For people who might be watching right now, even in the downtown area, should everyone stay in their safe space here? Or
yeah, I would stay away from windows, although I'm sure a lot of people downtown are glued to the windows because it's a really amazing view. Oh my goodness. And just going back to this, it's it's an incredible shot. And that showcases the wind shear out of this too. But yes, Maddie, in answer to your question, stay away from windows here because you could end up getting 60 plus mile per hour winds out of this. I think it looks worse than it's actually going to be. But I do think that, this is interesting. So again, I'm totally nerding out right now. Look on the left-hand side of your screen there by that first tower. You see the inbound? Look at the clouds blowing into the storm.
Oh, yeah.
So that is the warm air being sucked into the storm, but it's a little elevated. So what's going to end up happening is you get the cold air coming down on the backside of that shelf cloud, then it's going to force that warm air up. So you're going to see that wind change direction when that shelf cloud comes through. And that's that wind shear component that we're talking about too. It's just wild to look at this and kind of see the science, right, in relation to it, that, there's just so much going on as we look at this, and yet in Madison, the heat index is over 100. They are saying, what rain, and we're getting just pummeled with storms.
Wow, and this is actually right above us right now. This is our ground ear cam. Is this a different system than the other shot that we were seeing, or is it all the same?
This is the same. So this is what happens when the shelf cloud comes over us. The skies open up, the wind comes out. It's intense right over our station. We've already had an inch of rain today. And now, so the strongest part of the storm is right over our studios right now. And what I mean by that is that's the strongest of the winds. They come out of the front side of this line of storms. So that's what we are seeing coming out over our Brown Deer studios. In Milwaukee, you're next. I mean, as this comes into downtown, that shelf cloud, Maddie, that we could see from downtown, that just passed us here in Brown Deer. Yeah, exactly. So this is our Estabrook Park Tower camera. That cloud just came over our location here in Brown Deer. And also worth noting, look at the second tower. You see that little lowering there?
Oh,
that
yeah.
could look suspicious, right? But we call that scud clouds, meaning they're effectively scary looking clouds. There is no rotation with that, so that is not tornadic. And you can never rule out a spin-up tornado in a line like this, but we don't see any evidence of that at this point. Now, if we had a lot of rotation on the front side, that would be different, but those are just some scary lowering clouds that make things look scarier than they really are.
Yeah, I want to keep this up because just seeing it develop like this in real time is crazy.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it is. It is just something. And if you look at the base of the clouds, I mean, you're just constantly seeing it shifting, right? I mean, you're seeing kind of these lowering, these fingers. Things are going in different directions. You can see the sun poking through on the backside, which that's just wild to me, given how unstable the rest of the atmosphere is. And I'm telling you, Sheboygan is about to turn totally sunny. And that now becomes the question of the day, the next question of the day, which will be, do we see more storms later this afternoon and this evening? Because the computer models have been horrible. They've been horrible. And so, the answer is we don't know until they start forming, if they form. But, here we are at 72 degrees, heavy rain at our station. You can see as you look straight ahead. Now, from this shot, the shelf cloud is approaching. You can see the lower visibility. So if you see the sun on the left side, you can see the lower visibility straight ahead. Those are your strong winds and heavy rain. And that's pushing out of the front side of the storm. So now we are looking out of the northwest side of Milwaukee, and we're looking, where would this be? Probably towards, the north side of Milwaukee, here in our Brown Deer studios as well, over towards Menominee Falls. But do you see, look at this. Look at how fast it's moving. Look at our station here. I mean, visibility is near zero with the heavy rain.
Yeah, and I know you said Milwaukee, you're next. I mean, I do the math. It's like I'm a 20-minute drive because I live downtown from Milwaukee. Yep. How soon will downtown be seeing something like this?
Great question. So this is moving at about 35 miles per hour. So instead of driving like you probably do down the interstate, of course you drive the speed limit, right, Maddie, all the time?
Oh, for sure, Tom. You know me.
Right, of course. Never a mile over, right? And so assume you're driving at 35 miles per hour from Brown Deer to Milwaukee. That's probably going to be, 20 to 30 minutes. And again, it's more as the crow flies, to use that term, instead of taking roads, right? So, so in that 30, it'll move a little bit quicker. So I would say, by 2:50, Milwaukee's going to look like this.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So in like a half hour, it'll be.
Absolutely. Yep.
And then
and again, I mean, this is just wild. I love this shot. We should stay on this shot, Maddie, because here it comes. And you can see it. It's angled a little bit. So in other words, it is dipping a little bit farther south on the northwest side of the city as we're looking here. So the shelf cloud is already pushing into the city here from this vantage point.
And you can see here, this is another shot of that same.
Yep. So it's a little bit from this shot, it's a little farther north than the other shot because it's angling a little bit northeast to southwest. So it'll hit downtown just a little bit later than, let's say, the northwest side of Milwaukee. And that's getting kind of in the weeds a little bit. But here, I mean, look at this. So here it comes.
How fast it's moving, too. It just,
yes.
Wow.
Isn't that wild? And this is certainly at cloud level much faster than 35 miles per hour, which is telling me it's probably 40 to 50, honestly. So it's going to be even closer than a half an hour into Milwaukee. But I mean, look at this, and you're seeing the clouds coming in, the visibility reduction. Look on the right-hand side of your screen. My goodness. Here comes the rain. The rain plus the wind, and that's what you're seeing here. Look at how dark it's getting.
Oh, yeah.
And you're going to see the city lights get obscured.
And this is live. This is real time right now.
Yeah, not a time lapse. Isn't that something?
It looks like it should be a time lapse, how fast it's moving.
And look, there go the city lights. because that rain is so heavy that's going to be coming in here. Look at that.
Oh.
And look, you can almost see some green in there. That's probably a little
yeah.
bit of hail. And there is, let me look at the hail potential. There is some hail in here as well, nothing crazy.
Okay.
Rubicon, though, just south of Rubicon, you're still getting some decent hail. A lot of lightning with this. Not as much in Milwaukee, but a lot out west into Dodge County and parts of Washington County. But here it is. You know, here comes the gust front.
And you mentioned hail, and I know we saw some crazy pictures from Dodge County earlier, but you're saying it won't be anything like that.
Right,
Okay.
right. This would be small hail. It's mainly wind and rain coming out of this. You know, northern Washington County, or I'm sorry, northwestern Waukesha County, so Summit. I know you got hit hard earlier. You're going to get hit hard by this again. You're probably going to get the strongest part of the storm. This is a decent storm in Milwaukee. It's much weaker than it was earlier. There's some lightning here and there as well. But this is going to be in and out very quickly. In fact, this will be in and out of Milwaukee by 3 at the rate that this is moving. So this is going to move through quick, dump a lot of rain. It's certainly very scary looking. Its bark is worse than its bite, but it's still a decent storm with a lot of rain. And I guess, Maddie, I mean, if there's look at that. A plus side to this is that we're getting rain. We needed the rain.
Right.
We just don't need the storms that come with it.
And looking, because this is our Estabrook Park camera, 675 feet up. So when we're talking like cloud visibility here and cloud deck height, what does this kind of mean from what we're seeing?
Sure. So that's pretty low. I mean, to get the cloud deck at 675 feet, which is effectively where we are, right? I mean, we're below 1,000 feet. That's very low cloudiness. It's a very low ceiling, as it would be called. That's not surprising based upon this. I mean, look, you can't almost see anything there, but it's funny how the visibility kind of comes and goes. But even the tops of the TV and radio towers there are obscured. So what that's telling us is that the air temperature and the dew point are equal. So what you're not seeing right now, but what's happening is the air at the surface, that warm or the 70-degree air, is being forced up. And when that air rises, when it hits the dew point, it forms a cloud. So the dew point is the same as the temperature mid to the top of the towers that you see in front of you. Now, if this was a tornadic situation, which I want to be clear, this is not. There is no rotation with this. That would be, we call that the lifted condensation level in meteorology, which is way more than anyone ever needs to know. But we look at the LCL height to determine if tornadoes are possible. And what LCL height is cloud base height. Because if you have a cloud base height that's really high, you're not likely to get a tornado out of that. Or if you are likely to get a funnel cloud, it's not going to reach the surface. In this case, if we were spinning, yes, those LCLs, so to speak, do indeed are low. Now, I want to bring in a new warning that is just coming in, so bear with me here. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning. Let's see. For Dodge and Washington County, so this is going to be on the west side. And this is I'll show this to you here. Let me share my screen with you. There we go. Hopefully you can see that. So this is a new severe thunderstorm warning that has just been issued. And this is going to be for southern Washington and Dodge counties. That it's going to run, let me click on the right one if it's going to show up. They're all overlapping. This one's going to run until 3:15. So let me clear this off of my screen. There's so many warnings right now. The reason why this is in effect is for the storm that's near Hartford. So right now in Milwaukee, just to kind of give you an idea on the radar, this is what we're seeing in the Milwaukee area. See all the lightning over towards Hartford? That's where we also have the hail with this as well. That's the hail that continues. And let's look at the velocity with this. I'm not seeing anything too concerning. Well, I say that. Let me stop this loop real quick. And what I'm going to do is circle this area right there along 60. Let me see if that matches up. Can't even see the storm. Yes. So there is a little bit of rotation along 60 heading towards Ashippun. And so this is not a tornado warning, to be very clear. However, there is some rotation and there's hail with this. In other words, the supercellular part of this is strengthening. So Ashippun, you need to be on alert. This is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail up to the size of ping pong balls. All right, so what we're seeing here is this is the hail core. And this is the pocket of rotation, okay, which is typical in supercells that they are displaced by a little bit. That's owed to the wind shear and all that sort of a thing. Now, this is moving to the south. I want to be clear. What's happening in Milwaukee is intense, but it is not. It's 60-mile-per-hour winds and some hail and heavy rain. So not to downplay that, it's intense, but not like what we're seeing off to the west. So that being said, this is moving to the southeast at 40 miles per hour. So let me go ahead and do a track on this for you. And in particular, that little hook area right there. So we're going to go south, take it down to 94. So Ashippun within the next 5 minutes, Okauchee Lake 241, Oconomowoc 246, Summit 253. This is the strongest storm without a doubt, much more than the Milwaukee area. Now, Milwaukee is still seeing intense storms coming through, but we need to be very careful and watch that area heading towards Ashippun over the course of the next, I would say 45 minutes. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 3:15. New update from the National Weather Service. And nothing really new with that. So, again, this is a narrow line of storms. Port Washington, you're clear. Mequon, you're almost clear. Brown Deer, within the next 10, 15 minutes, we're going to be clear. And then moving into Milwaukee after that. There is a lot of lightning, in particular where that supercellular structure is, which is heading towards the Ashippun area. So that's what I've got for you there, Maddie. If you want, we can go back and take some of the tower cams and that sort of a thing. But that is the new severe thunderstorm warning, again, for parts of Dodge and Washington counties as it moves to the south and just southwest of Hartford. Okay, I'll keep chatting. So I'll take you back and share the screen here so that we can kind of do a little more of a deep dive here as the screen pops back up for you. And I think that this is going to be, I know what's happening in Milwaukee is intense. And it's got a big shelf cloud with it. We'll take a look at the wind here, which is showing, again, strong winds into Milwaukee. Let's measure those with the radar. So again, nothing crazy strong. I would anticipate about 60-mile-per-hour winds. This looks to me as though these are outflow dominant, meaning that they are blowing north to south coming out of the storm. Now we're going to go up, strong winds into Waukesha County as well along the line. Now I'm going to take you up into where that storm is a little more supercellular. So that's going to be right in this area here. And you can see that little green area. Let me switch just a little bit here just to kind of get an idea because I was concerned about what's going on over 60. I'm not as concerned. That's good news. I mean, there's still some rotation, but it's a little bit weaker. Let's correlate that with the hail. That hail's not looking good. The hail is getting larger. No doubt about that. The hail is getting larger. Now let's look at storm tops. I know I'm throwing a lot at you here, but what I'm kind of doing is I'm analyzing this on the fly. So this is going to update.
And Tom, I'm just going to pipe in here because
hey, Ben.
As we hit 2:30, we've got a new anchor here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. And I do want to live now and in the present because of what's happening. And can I just quickly show this shot too of what's coming through Milwaukee? Because that's a pretty incredible shot. You just see the rain is pouring down. But Tom, I think after the day ends here, we have, and I just want to let all our viewers know, very serious situation happening up to our north in the Fox Valley after that tornado went through Menasha. And we do have crews on the way. But some of the damage that we have seen, and from our images, it does not look good there, and that's kind of unfolding. So as these storms come through southeast Wisconsin, Tom, I'm keeping an eye on all of the live feeds that we do have coming in, and our friends up in Green Bay, they've sent all their crews to the Menasha, Appleton area, but the cell service is bad right now, and some of the images that I've personally seen are pretty devastating from what happened there. So just want to keep that in mind as these storms are rolling through here in Milwaukee, and you got this new concern out in Asherpin and Dodge County area. So just wanted to pipe in with that as we hit this new hour here in the live test.
I've seen the house damage photos as well, which look intense. I think something else, Ben, to mention is there may have been a lightning fatality in Whitewater earlier today as well.
I mean, I did see some images that look like some of the houses look almost leveled, cars flipped up in the Menasha area. I mean, and that was the concern. There were some storm chasers on that cell as it moved through. It's just, we talk about this. We do cover a lot of tornadoes, it seems, in our area, in the rural areas, but this thing today went right over a big population in the Appleton, Menasha area up on the top of Lake Winnebago when it moved through. And this is, as I'm looking through, this is the same storm system that's moving now through our area. It's just weakened, correct?
It's the same exact cell, Ben.
Yeah.
Which is crazy.
That is crazy.
So, as we look back when it was up towards Menasha, this is the exact same cell that's moving through Asherpin. Correct. So it's the exact same storm and the exact same side of the storm that produced that tornado. Now, good news is, and we'll check again here, let me see here, just make sure. Let me share my screen to make sure you can see it. There we go. So I'm not overly concerned at the moment from a tornadic standpoint.
That's good.
But there's quite a bit of hail out of this. So again, Milwaukee, you're getting rocked right now. We're getting rocked in downtown Milwaukee, the I-94 corridor. Heavy rain. This is not going to last long. Within the next 20 to 30 minutes, it will be past. It's only going to last, 25, 30 minutes, something like that. Farther to the northwest is the real concern, and that is where we have, again, that cell, that little hook area that is moving towards the Jefferson and Waukesha County line through Asherpin out of Dodge County. And hang on a minute. Okay, we have a new warning. This is a severe thunderstorm warning for Jefferson County. Stand by. Tennis ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. Cell phones have just gone off in Jefferson County.
We always talk about it, Tom. The tornado is obviously a big concern because of the damage it can do, but there have been some hailmakers today.
Yeah, and here's the deal. So a couple things. This is in effect until 3:15. This is near Loch LaBelle in Watertown, moving south at 40. Tennis ball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. So let's take a look at the hail track here. Interesting that it's in effect for Jefferson County, because I really think that Waukesha County is more of the issue here.
It's kind of floated into Washington County there too.
Yes, southwestern Washington County and into Waukesha County. So
I'm not good at drawing straight lines, Tom, but Waukesha, should you be moving your car right now into your garage?
I would, yeah, move the car into the garage for sure. I'm kind of thinking here of why they put Jefferson in this, because I think it's really Waukesha. It is expanding a little bit into maybe eastern Jefferson County. But again, Milwaukee getting rocked, Waukesha just starting to get rocked, Lake Country as well. But it's going to be this area where this hail core is that is certainly a concern. Give me just, Ben, if you want to chime in here, I'm just going to write into the National Weather Service as well.
Yeah, I'll let you go. I just want to show also our cameras we got. This is the airport camera. This will be the next up to get walloped by what's moving through here with this really downpouring rain. And I mean, look at this from high above. That's the Estabrook Park Tower camera. So that's a really high up camera that is just showing how nasty it is. That's actually coming, well, it's saying from a Moderna camera, but I don't think that's a Moderna camera. This is coming from the downtown camera as it's moving through Milwaukee right now. And again, I just want to keep everyone in the loop about what's going on up in the Fox Valley, up on the shores of Lake Winnebago. We do have several crews on the way after it appears a tornado has come through, and I've seen the pictures and the videos on social media of some extreme damage. So we're trying to get signals out of there. There has been a lot of power outages, which I will check We Energies in a minute here, but it's been, in the tens of thousands that have been without power. I was in the Trader Joe's just doing my good old grocery shopping. The lights were flickering there, so we know a lot of you have been without power throughout the day. And obviously, this has kind of been the 1-2 punch, and Tom's talked about how difficult it has been as these storms just popped up with so much juice really from the get-go when these things started from the north, now heading down to the south as Tom's checking out some of this new thunderstorm warning out there in Dodge County, Jefferson County. It's like, I like the quad box. It's like almost where all four of those counties touch is right where this hail core is going over.
That's right. And Stephanie is, I think what she's going to be doing here shortly is a cut-in on Fox 6. So she's going to be doing on our regular television channel on Fox 6 a quick cut-in, just a quick update here as well. But yeah, Ben, I mean, I think this is it's rocking and rolling here. It's an intense line of storms. This is the second one of the day. What's interesting is this moved west to east, the first line, and now the second line is moving north to south. Here's the hail track that we have for you here. And this is south of Hartford. So this is going to be just east of Ashippun, just on the west side of Erin, heading not far from Merton and into Lake Country shortly. So if you are Pewaukee Lake or any of these of our inland lakes here in Lake Country, just to the east of Oconomowoc, this is heading for you.
Get your friends, if they're on a boat or something, give them a call.
Yeah, it just came down a little bit in size, so let's hope that holds. Here's the actual radar. Still a lot of lightning and thunder, very heavy rainfall. But look, the core is over Erin, and you go back just a little bit up to the north. So let's look at Hartford. Hartford, you're basically done. I mean, that's how fast. So this is really good from a timing standpoint, Ben, because Hartford, it started at roughly 2 to 2:10, and now here we are at 2:42 and it's ending. So 30 to 40 minute time frame, and that's a bigger chunk than we're seeing go through Milwaukee.
I just want to show you, Tom, because we got a crew heading up to Menasha, and I just want to bring up that live feed for a second just to show you what it looks like on the other side. Like a normal day.
It's getting sunny.
Yeah, just looks, I mean, violent weather moved through this area. It looks like we're in the Fond du Lac area, maybe, I think, is where our crew is moving through, going north along the banks of Lake Winnebago here. I'm also thinking the timing, too, Tom. Think how many people were outside for EAA yesterday and all that big air show in this area, in the Oshkosh, Fond du Lac, Appleton area. So kind of dodged a bullet with just the timing of the storms today, because I know, and look, I'm going to show us our airport camera now. This was a second ago. We were showing you the airport camera, and I could see the airport, and now look at it as this rain is just so heavy moving through Milwaukee County right now.
Yep, and a new severe thunderstorm warning, Ben. This is going to be for northeastern Racine County until 3:30 for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. So what the National Weather Service is doing here, this includes Racine, so they're just warning along the line. So parts of Walworth and the rest of Racine and Kenosha will likely be under a warning here shortly as well, as this line pushes through. By about 4 o'clock-ish, we should see most of this line into Illinois. So, we're an hour and a half, and we should see this move out. But Ben, you mentioned this. Let me zoom this out and put the satellite and radar on as a whole. So I don't know if you can take the other, there we go, thank you. Look at the clearing. Appleton, Oshkosh.
Oh, yeah.
Clear.
No clouds.
Just about into Sheboygan. Madison has a heat index over 100. So we could get hot again. So then the question becomes, do we see any more storms? I hope not, but the models have been so terrible, we don't know at this point. We hope that this is the end. But, we're not going to be resting anytime soon. Here's a live look from our Estabrook Park Tower camera. You can see the clearing.
Yeah, the clearing's almost
to
instantaneous,
the right,
isn't
which is
it?
the north side.
And when you see those low-level clouds, I've always wondered this, Tom, like after a storm moves through and almost like very low on the right side of your screen, what's happening there?
Yeah, so a lot of that has to do with the heavy rain that just fell. It's cooled the air dramatically, right? So the temperature and the dew point are equal, closer to the surface.
So it's almost like fog.
So it's almost like fog, but you're also still kind of getting some of that low-level cloudiness in response to the system as it moves out. Yeah, it looks scary, but it's not.
Yeah, look at this. I just got some new We Energies numbers here on the screen for you. We're over 74,000 We Energy customers without power right now. 22,000 of you in Milwaukee County are in the dark. Kenosha County, and again, you're going to get hit by these thunderstorms again. You're in second place in our area with 5,463 and all the way down. Not a lot out in Dodge County, so it's Milwaukee, Kenosha, and Waukesha, but again, We Energies is out there. They are dealing with these power outages when the radar looks like this, as more damaging wind could be in these thunderstorms and a lot of lightning in this. And Tom talked about this earlier. We're tracking what may have been a tragedy with somebody who was out there working outside who was hit by lightning. So there's been a lot of danger with these storms as they come through. So, I mean, if you are in the Kenosha or Racine area, or you got kids at camp, I'm sure the counselors, they're very good about this and knowing the weather usually. But, make sure those kiddos and everybody goes inside in the middle of summer here, or in the, it kind of helped, Tom, that we had this initial batch of thunderstorms that it was so dark so early. I mean, everyone kind of knew, at least I did, this is not an outdoor day. It wasn't like I was heading to the pool and then the skies opened up, and it really hasn't been that much time in between the two systems to decide, you know what, I think I'll go to the pool today. So I think that's going to actually help from a safety standpoint with what's happened today.
Right, absolutely. I'm just going to rewind this radar too. It's going to download some more data. I just want to see how this all evolved up in Menasha too, because that's going to become the story here. And I have not heard of any injuries. And have you heard of any injuries up there?
No, and honestly, when we called our crew, just some inside baseball here a little bit, when we called our friends up at Green Bay, like they didn't pick up the newsroom phone because I think they've been flooded with so many calls, places to go. And when we have been in contact with them, they've sent their whole teams on top of this, and they've been out there. But no, as of right now, granted, I do think the information's been a little slow because of some of the power outages, and really, honestly, from some of the neighborhoods that have been destroyed by this, the destruction is pretty severe. I think they're still kind of trying to figure that out as we speak, which is why, again, I'm saying this is an unfolding situation, even though the storms have moved through the Appleton and even the Fond du Lac area. There was some reported damage up there. Even though the storms, as Tom talked about, moved through, the assessment is now underway. The emergency crews, they're all out there. And our crew is on the way, as well as all those Green Bay crews. So we'll keep you updated. But yes, as of right now, we don't have any reports of injuries of any kind. But again, we're still picking up some of this information.
Yeah, and obviously very, very scary. I was on Facebook this morning. I had a woman from Menasha actually write in and say, how's Menasha looking? It was before, obviously, the tornado. And so, my thoughts are with her and with everybody in Menasha. And here, you're showing some of that damage, and it's bad.
Yeah. There was at least one
again,
truck on the interstate. Yep, there it is.
Wow.
I mean, that was a truck
Wow,
probably
look
going
at
down
that.
the interstate that just got blown. I'm not sure which side this truck started on, but may have been blown onto the other side of the interstate as this moved in the Appleton area and the Menasha area.
Wow. That's horrible. Yeah, I mean, that goes to tell you the wind, right? In association with this. What's so wild to me, oh my goodness. Yeah, Miller Electric there in Appleton.
Which I think is
Wow.
pretty close to where that truck actually was also on the wrong side of the interstate. And the hail, we've been talking about that. This in Dodge County. I mean, look at the hail picture from Jeremy. Look at that thing. If that comes down on top of you or on top of your car, good luck.
Yep.
So
Yep,
serious.
that's gonna leave damage, no doubt. And what's crazy, I'm just looking at the radar here. They did not have storms up there earlier. It looked like the first batch maybe just grazed them a little bit from this morning, and then that second batch came in. But what just amazes me, and this is kind of the first time I'm able to really look at this as a whole, is how fast this developed. Because last night we were watching, we're like, well, will a storm even develop? And then all of a sudden we get both of these lines develop very, very quickly. You can see that here as it rewinds from this morning. So,
Tom, I just got an update from our friends at Fox 11. Press release has just come in from the city of Appleton. The mayor will be providing a press briefing at 3:30, and we're going to bring that to you live here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. So city officials apparently have things under control enough to at least give us a media briefing that will be happening in about 40 minutes here. So I want to let our viewers know that. I'll keep reminding you as we get hopefully our first information about really what happened in the Appleton and Menasha area. But that will be city officials from Appleton press conference 3:30.
okay, perfect. And I think we're going to learn a lot more at that point. Hopefully there were no injuries. Again, these popped up very quickly, both for us and for them up in Appleton. And this is, we've gotten a lot of flack, as you can imagine, as meteorologists, because, well, we have an enhanced risk and nothing happens and this and that. It's about the environment. And this goes to show how volatile our environment is. We just need a trigger. We need a lifting mechanism, which we got today on multiple fronts. And sometimes it comes together, sometimes it doesn't. Unfortunately, it came together. Now, fortunately for us, we got rain, but unfortunately, that appears that it was a large tornado that hit the Menasha and Appleton areas earlier. And that is the exact same cell. We'll go to the now here. That is the exact same cell that is moving into Lake Country right now. It is not tornadic any longer, but that's just kind of wild to think about, Ben, isn't it? That, like, this is literally the exact same cell that's rumbling over Lake Country was the same one that produced that large tornado just a few hours ago in Menasha. It is still alive. Thankfully, it is part of a broader line. And I believe, thankfully, it has moved into an area that's overworked from earlier storms. Otherwise, if that had been an individual supercell, which it really still kind of is,
It could just keep going and be as strong as it was.
it would have been tornadic all the way down.
Right. Yeah.
And I think that is something that we got very lucky with. I mean, I'm surprised that there hasn't been a tornado in Dodge County or Fond du Lac County with it. It's not looking nearly as intense. In fact, it's looking much more outflow dominant to me at this point. And what I mean by that is more straight line winds than anything else. And it's moving right over the radar site in Sullivan right now. So Jefferson County, I know you were put under the warning. It's really Waukesha County. And if you'll note, I mean, we're drying out here in Brown Deer, and it's just about to clear Milwaukee County in the next 10, 15 minutes. So this is, again, a very quick-moving line, but something that we can't forget. Well, two things. One is a potential lightning fatality in Whitewater from the earlier storms, but two, that, yeah, these storms are loud for us right now. They're not nearly as damaging as they were, but this has a history of producing what is likely a violent tornado.
And I've actually got some new information about that.
Now here we are looking at Estabrook Park, and I mean, look, you can see some blue sky.
Yeah, Winnebago County officials have just sent out a release. They're going to hold an in-person media briefing in about 7 minutes.
Okay.
To be honest with you, and hold on, I'm getting some damage on. I gotta pull this camera up. Right there. Okay. So this is our crew moving now into the Menasha area, so we'll keep this camera up as I just, you can see there's some tree damage here in the Menasha, whereas we're getting into Menasha here. Okay, according to Winnebago County officials, they're going to hold an in-person media briefing at 3:30 to provide an update on the severe weather event impacting the region. Officials will share the latest confirmed information. I'm sorry, 3 o'clock, not 3:30. They're going to discuss the ongoing response, and they're going to provide details on emergency shelter options available to residents affected by the storm. So, Tom, we talked about this, some of the images that we've seen. I mean, there are some homes that have been destroyed in this. So this is happening up in Oshkosh, which might take us a second to get that because it's an in-person feed. We've got crews on the way to Oshkosh, and then it may have to get what we call a tape turn here in the business, where it gets recorded and then sent to us. So maybe shortly after 3 that we get this new information coming in. But you're riding along now with Durante as he's getting closer and closer to where a lot of the damage has been, and we just saw a little bit of damage on his screen. So we'll go back to that shot in a second. Tom, you just talked about, I mean, how quickly these came through. Again, we're not out of the woods, as we're seeing some of the warnings that are still on there, the thunderstorm warning, especially if you're in Racine and Kenosha. So we're going to try and play the game where we're going to live in the now and also talk about what has already happened. But is there a concern, Tom, that, okay, with this clearing that we're having, that there still could be a severe threat later in the day today?
Yeah, that is the unknown right now. Let me pull up some of the new data. So here's what's interesting about the computer models is they've been terrible, like literally awful, but they update every hour. So what does that mean? That means that as these storms form, the models pick up on it. So that can give us a little bit of a better idea. Latest model data, for what it's worth, and again, I'm not taking much stock in this, is showing we may have another cell or two between now and midnight. But again, we don't know. Let me look at, the issue is there's a front that's coming through.
A lot of tree damage where Durante is now, too, by the way.
Push our winds to the north-northeast by, I would say, 11 to midnight. Once that happens, we're in the clear. So I'm not comfortable, and this goes back to, looking at the atmosphere as a whole, right? I'm not comfortable totally releasing us. Now, that being said, the severe thunderstorm watch that has been in effect, at least for Fond du Lac and Sheboygan counties, has been canceled. So that's telling you that look at this tree damage here.
I know. And hold on one second here, Tom, because I'm going to see is Durante dialed in here? And if he's not, hopefully we can get him dialed in here in a second, because I just would like to let him tell us exactly where he is. You and I have covered a lot of tornadoes, Tom, on the ground, some of the worst tornadoes. You and I both were in Moore, Oklahoma, when we weren't even working for the same TV station. We were at Channel 6, I think, Tom, you came a year later. But, you have to be prepared for, as we're getting closer and closer probably to the epicenter here, we're going to start seeing worse and worse damage, would be my prediction on this camera here. And honestly, I'm looking straight ahead. I'm not sure if that's a tree down in the road.
Ben, I don't mean to interrupt you here. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for 70-mile-per-hour winds and tennis ball-sized hail. This includes Lake Geneva. So this is going to be for central and eastern portions of Walworth County, western portions of Kenosha and Racine counties, and this is going to run until 4:15. Stephanie is about to effort a cut-in on our FOX6 station. Are you able to take the radar computer there, Ben? If you could, there we go. Thank you. So this is for that supercellular part of the storm that we've been talking about. Now, Milwaukee is starting to get much better. Waukesha, you're still in the thick of this, but it's much weaker into central and eastern Racine and central and eastern Kenosha counties. The concern is where you have all of this lightning, okay? And I'm going to take the lightning off so you can see the storm. This is going to be the concern, and I'll circle this for you here. This is the concern as it moves south. Now, with that in mind, let's take a look at the hail, which isn't terrible. I'm not as concerned at the moment, but it could perk up again. Now let's look. I'm not seeing any rotation, although it's moving over the radar site, which might mess this up a little bit. But again, what this means, and I think the lightning is probably the best indicator here, is that the strongest part of the storm, and I'm just going to draw a couple of straight lines here just so you can kind of get an idea. So I really think it's going to be here to right about here. Really the eastern Walworth County. I get why they put western Kenosha and western Racine in it, but it's really going to be in this area here that sees the strongest activity out of this heavy rain, hail, and wind. I am not, as of right now, seeing 70-mile-per-hour winds. We'll see as it kicks off the radar site what happens. Your cell phones are going off in this area as of right now. Is it possible? Yes. I don't think it's going to be widespread tennis ball sized hail like we had earlier, but we'll see if, as of right now, radar is not showing that, but we'll see if that perks up. Of note, again, Ben, is that this warning is in effect until 4:15. What does that mean? That means that the worst of this storm should be at the Illinois border by 4:15. So that gives you an end time to this line of thunderstorms. There are a few more cells developing up by Beaver Dam. Not too concerned there. Also of note on the radar, I know I'm throwing a lot at you here, is this outflow boundary that has just developed. That may spark a few more storms as it moves down to the southwest there. So, there's still more things to watch, but the strongest activity is certainly going to be west of Waukesha, and that is going to move into eastern Walworth County. I'm not sold right now on the hurricane force winds or the tennis ball sized hail, as is evidenced in the warning. However, if it perks up, this storm has a history of producing it. This is the same storm that did produce the tornado in Menasha, and that is worth mentioning. There is no threat as of right now for a tornado with this, but given its history, we have to be very careful, and we got to watch this thing until we can kick it down into Illinois, Ben.
All right, Tom. Sorry, I'm just getting some details on where all these press conferences will be coming into the room here. And I do have Durante, as we're getting his feed, as he's now in front of some damage here. And we've got these storms that continue to move through. All right, hang tight here, Tom, because I got to move sources around a little bit, because I do want to take Durante, so I just got to move you off a different source here, which is my problem, not yours. But hold on one second here. Everyone hang tight as, again, we've got a couple of press conferences that are coming up here. Press conference at 3 o'clock, press conference at 3:30 about what's going on up to the north from the tornadoes. And then Tom's talking about this hail threat and this wind threat that continues to move through our viewing area here. So I just got to move Tom to a new source here as he's coming in there. I'll move Durante over here. Hold on one second. I think the press conference underway up north. Let's take that real quick. It looks like it's via Zoom. I'm not getting any audio out of that right now, Delaney. This is with Winnebago County officials. It looks like they've set up a Zoom press conference that everybody's coming in here to. So we're just trying to take this live. I mean, that's the shot we have. But here, I'm just going to pop some boxes up here. Yeah, we're not getting any audio from our press conference. I'm not sure if it has started yet. All right, Tom, I'm going to kick your audio up here.
Rolling on this Winnebago thing because it started.
It starts, no.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're rolling on it in another fashion.
So again, this is Winnebago officials are going to give a press conference any minute here via Zoom, it appears, as they have damage. I do have, that is Durante Matthews, who I believe, Durante, can you hear me? Okay, hold on. I think I've got Durante in the wrong one. All right, Durante, let's try that again.
Can you hear me?
All right, there we go. Now I've got you, Durante. Sorry about that. I was moving sources around. Again, we're still waiting for this press conference, and I've got the audio pulled up, so we may hear that. Durante, that's a tree down in a yard. Where are you? As we've just been watching your shot here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and we've seen the damage is kind of getting worse and worse. So where are you located right now?
Yeah, sorry about that, Ben. So right now we are in Neenah, that's in Winnebago County, and we have just been traveling pretty much everywhere. And I think this, damage-wise, is probably the worst that we have seen so far. And we just passed this maybe in the past, 3 to 4 minutes, seeing just a lot of down trees, a lot of branches just completely covering sidewalks scattered throughout the street. And now, like as you mentioned, this tree down in somebody's yard, a couple of people were kind of surrounding it, taking pictures. We're still trying to get everything good on our end as far as video-wise, just to capture all of this. But yeah, this looks like the worst that we have seen so far, and I'm pretty sure down the road, even from where we are right now, you'll see even more down trees and branches and leaves just completely covering sidewalks and streets and everywhere in between, pretty much.
Are you heading towards the Menasha area? Because I've seen some images, which obviously you're just south of there now, here along Lake Winnebago, of some homes that have been destroyed. Is that the direction you guys are headed to kind of survey that damage? It is incredible. This neighborhood really got whacked pretty hard, but I haven't seen a lot of structure damage. I haven't seen a lot of structure damage.
Oh my gosh.
Here, except for trees being down.
Yeah, and here's another huge one right there in somebody's yard. And to answer your question, yes, we are headed toward the Menasha area right now. We're about 40 minutes out from our destination there, and like I said, we're just kind of taken aback by what we're seeing here on our way there. But yeah, the images that we have seen posted online in Menasha are just wild, really heartbreaking stuff when you really think about it. I've covered a lot of storms in my career, and that is probably among some of the worst that I have seen. Just those homes completely just torn apart there.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
is where we are on our way right now.
And I hate to brace you for it, but I think what you're going to see as you head to the Menasha area will be even worse than this. As your camera just whipped around there, that's the banks of Lake Winnebago right there, as we're kind of on the north side, just to get everybody's bearings on this. Fond du Lac's the bottom of the lake, Appleton's the north side of the lake, and here, beautiful homes, beautiful area, and you just see all that tree damage there. So we'll keep on this shot here, Durante, as, I've been surprised that these roads have been pretty open for you. There's another news crew walking across the road here. Have you had any trouble moving around the area?
Slightly, yes. Just looking at our maps, there are a lot of red, which indicates either slowdowns or road closures or just something bringing traffic to a halt, and that's what we're seeing right now. Oh, here's another huge tree just right to my right.
Yeah, be careful because of those wires that are there, guys.
Even the wires, are strictly tree damage and things like that. So that's a lot of what we're seeing here, and it does look like right now it's impacting our travel time to get to Menasha.
Well, it looks like they've got the road
right
closed.
You can just see the slowdown right here. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if there is a tree blocking. We're going to see this live. What is causing all these cars to turn around?
Hello, everyone.
Okay.
Can
Press
I get a
conference.
thumbs up to make sure that you guys can hear me?
This is the press conference that's starting, so we'll keep Durante shot up because it is a Zoom press conference. And we'll listen in here.
Okay. Can anybody not hear me? Otherwise, good to go.
We can hear you, but can the camera just be of the news conference, not this triple split screen?
I can see if I can have it focus on them.
All right, they're still getting their act together for this press conference up in Winnebago County. Appleton officials, they will have a press conference in about 20 minutes at 3:30 to discuss the damage in Appleton. And Tom, I've got you with me here too. Again, we're trying to juggle this because we're living in the past and the present, and I do not want to forget that the storms that are moving through our area. Tom, as we're waiting the press conference, how's everything going with the storms? Anything new to report?
Yes. Oh, boy, that's some damage there. Look at that. All right, we do have a new warning that is in effect. Cell phones have likely just gone off in parts of Racine and Kenosha. I will share my screen here so you can see it. This will pop up.
We are
So
going to
this
move my laptop for you guys because we can't. Our owl doesn't have the ability to change to just one focus point. Okay,
So
is this better for everybody? Okay, I'll take that as yes. Okay, so we are going to get started on this press briefing today. Thank you everyone who was able to join us. My name is Carolyn Hoffensberger. I am the Emergency Management Specialist. If you have any questions after this briefing, please reach out to me. I will be sending a summary of what was discussed. And for now, I will have the people behind me take and lead this briefing.
Okay. Well, hello, I'm Chief Matt Albrecht with the National Police Department. Want to provide an update of the emergency or severe weather that came through the city of Menasha and east side of the village of Fox Crossing today. That happened at about 12:20 p.m. this afternoon. Multiple businesses and homes have been severely impacted. The damage is extensive. At this point, we are unaware or unsure of how bad the damage is because many roads in those same areas are impassable. Right now, we have first responders from the city of Menasha, the village of Fox Crossing, and many of our neighboring agencies working on trying to get into the damage zone to look for injuries, look for victims, clear roadways so that emergency personnel can get through. We're asking at this time that if you are not a resident or do not need to be in the area, you please stay away. We do not need, we're asking at this time that if you are not a resident or do not need to be in the area, you please stay away. We do not need the additional foot traffic or vehicular traffic entering the city or village, hindering the process of our emergency responders. Right now, there are many down power lines, down trees, multiple hazardous situations, so please stay out If you are currently in your home or currently stuck in the area that has been damaged, we ask that you shelter in place and stay inside. We're also asking that you conserve water in those areas. Both the water plants on the east side of the village of Fox Crossing and city of Menasha are down because of the power outage, so please conserve water. If you do need assistance and it is non-emergency, we ask that you please wait to call for emergency personnel. If you do have an emergency, please call 911, but be advised our response may be delayed because of the impassable roads. There are a few emergency shelters open at this point. One of them is Christ the Rock Church, which is located at W6245 US Highway 10 and 114 in Menasha. The Menasha Senior Center, located at 116 Main Street, is also open, along with the Menasha Library, located at 441st Street. At this point, we're still working on assessing how much was damaged and how bad the damage was, and that's what I'm doing right now. So please stay out of the city. Please avoid the damaged areas so that the emergency personnel can do their work. Thank you.
Okay, that is all that we have for now. Thank you everybody again for being here with us today. Again, if you have questions, please reach out to me. I will share my contact information in the chat before I end the meeting. Other than that, thank you guys so much. Thank you.
Well, really surprised that we're not
taking any questions at this time. Thank you.
Yeah. Find it shocking they're not going to take any questions. Like, is anyone hurt? That's the question I have at this hour right now as we're watching. Again, Durante, he's up there. Press conference was on the right. This is Durante's live shot here as he is trying to get to Menasha, but it is not easy to get around because this is the Appleton area. That's the Theta Care building, the big right there at the top of the lake. And there's just a whole bunch of traffic as they have basically said in that press conference that the city of Menasha is just shut down right now and they do not want anyone in. And they said they are unaware of how bad the damage is because they have not been able to get in and really assess all of the roads because there are so many downed trees. This coming in from Governor Tony Evers. I've been briefed on the storms making their way through Wisconsin. The state is ready to assist communities however we can. I also want to thank the emergency responders who are hitting the ground to help right now. As storms continue, stay alert, stay safe, Wisconsin. And that might be a good cue here to bring back in our weather expert, Tom Walks, because let's talk about the now, Tom. What's going on in our neck of the woods? So obviously unfolding situation up there in Menasha as the city has taken a severe hit from the severe storms today and a tornado, but we're not done with the thunderstorms in our area.
That is correct there, Ben. So we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect for Kenosha and Racine, and the Kenosha one runs until 4 o'clock, the eastern Kenosha one. Golf ball sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds with that one. And this one is in effect for Racine County until 3:30. Also for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. The stronger of the storms is just to the west in just about to enter East Troy. So here's the radar. We're almost done with this. We're getting close to the Illinois border here. Racine County, you're getting clobbered right now, all right? Mainly with heavy rain, some hail mixed in there and some gusty winds. Kenosha County, the entirety of the county, about to get clobbered as well. However, look to East Troy. That's the same cell that produced the likely tornado in Menasha. Thankfully, we are not seeing rotation with that at this point. So that is good news that this is not tornadic currently. The hail has really come down across the board. In fact, it's now out over the lake. So that is certainly good news. And in terms of the wind, I think the strongest winds are actually now pushing into eastern parts of Racine County. That wind is perking up right around Highway 11 here, so right around Sturtevant, and then heading into Summers with gusty winds, and that will continue to move to the south as well. So I think the strongest storms, Walworth County into Racine and Kenosha, by 4:15, so in the next hour, this will be down into Illinois. We have a couple of cells up in Dodge County that are not severe. And now as we zoom this out and kind of look at this as a whole here, you're going to notice that Fond du Lac is totally cleared out right now. So the question tonight becomes, do we see any more storms? And my answer to that is simply, I don't know. There is a chance through 11 to 12 o'clock tonight as a cold front comes through. So we cannot rule it out. Hopefully we're done. But the models have been horrible with this. We know the atmosphere has been primed. We know our atmosphere is worked over, meaning that, again, the likelihood of seeing monster storms tonight goes down a little bit because we've had storms already. But here's the thing. If, we still have 5 hours until sunset. So if we clear things out and start to get hot, again, we're going to be much more humid given all the rain. We can't totally rule it out. So hopefully not. The severe thunderstorm watch has been canceled for our northern counties, and hopefully this is the end of it, but we need to be on alert for that. And I think, as the storms move out, Ben, again, within the next hour, they'll be pushing into Illinois. What happened in Menasha I can't state this enough, that this is the same exact cell that's moving into eastern Walworth County, moving into East Troy right now. The only difference is it's weakened and it stopped spinning. Whatever happened in Menasha, which was likely a tornado, appears to have significant damage. As you saw, we just had the press conference there. That what officials mentioned was that first responders are in these hard-hit areas where roads are nearly impassable, and they are looking for those who are injured potentially. So we don't have any idea if people are trapped or injured or anything of that sort at this point. And that obviously is going to become the main story here as we go throughout the night, assuming we don't have obviously any more storms that we have to contend with. But once that front comes through 11 to 12 o'clock tonight, we're going to be looking good past this point. But to say that this was a serious event is an understatement. I know that there have been a lot of threats for storms in the last several days, and a lot of it has not panned out, which has led to, I know, a lot of frustration. I've heard from a lot of viewers online, but I mentioned this last night. It only takes one. And it looks like, unfortunately, there was that one storm in Menasha that produced a sizable tornado. We won't, of course, know that specifically until the National Weather Service goes out and does a survey and rates it and that sort of a thing. Right now, as you heard a city official say, they're still in the search and the search operation, right, to make sure that everybody's okay, and then assessing the damage, that sort of a thing. So we're still a ways from, analyzing what exactly it was and how strong it was. But the overarching point is this: that is the same exact cell in Walworth County that moved through Menasha earlier, and it's that same one cell. Thankfully, it is much weaker than it was. But it, again, just goes to show that, forecasting the weather is far from perfect. And, it's been a struggle the last couple of weeks, given the lack of high-resolution model data. So we're relying on atmospheric variables, which unfortunately came together today. But, we hope we don't have anybody injured from this. And it's just a reminder that these things can develop fast. And I'll show this to you here. I
thought it was telling, too, Tom, when he said, I'm unaware how bad the damage is. It just tells you the situation in Menasha. Hey, I'm sorry to cut you off here. I just wanted to, I'm going to try and do this together with you, Tom. We got some new video out of Menasha. Delaney, I'll play this in a second. First, I just want to show people what we're following. About 8 minutes, we're expecting a press conference here in Appleton. That's a live picture. You see all the press has gathered. They've got a lot of damage in Appleton, too. I mean, all these communities, including many in southeast Wisconsin, have tree damage today. This is the struggle that Durante is facing right now as he's trying to move his way through Appleton into the Menasha area. He's just in a logjam of traffic. I mean, there's a lot of roads are impassable. So I just wanted to show you that. All right, Delaney, I'm going to play this clip, and Tom, you can. We've got new video. This is when the storm moved through the area. As we're going to see, that's hail hitting the water. It appears.
Look at that.
And is that tree damage? Yeah, look at the trees.
It looks almost like this might be the end. Doesn't that look like all those trees are mangled?
Oh, yeah, it looks like they've been toppled.
So this might be the beginning.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of the reports I'm seeing, Tom, and you would know this from watching the storms earlier, it seemed that if it was a tornado, whatever it was, seemed to have lifted over the lake, because by the time that system moved through the bottom part of the lake, we weren't seeing the same. Oh, yeah. Okay, there's the before and after.
Yeah. We do have another piece of video somewhere with this that shows it blowing across the lake, which is intense. I have not done a deep dive analysis yet on, in fact, I'm just going to see if I can grab some of that as it was moving over.
Yeah, while you do that, I'll just show some of these new pictures we have in the Appleton area. Again, we're awaiting a press conference just minutes away, and we're going to bring it to you live here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Look at these cars. Looks like they've gotten tossed. I'm not sure where the car started from or what we're looking at here. Look at some of the damage in the city of Appleton. This is a gas station, and the roof's gone of this awning. The building appears to be okay, but what is that, a power pole that's hanging out in the middle of the street there? So it just tells you, as these storms have moved through that area and the Fox Valley, the damage that they're seeing up there. And that's why when this moved through at 12:20, about 3 hours ago, and we're 3 hours later, and still the officials do not know the extent of the damage, except the very vague multiple businesses and homes have been damaged. I can tell you some of these have been leveled in the Menasha area, and as Durante gets closer and closer, we'll see how close he can get, but they're going to keep people away because there's a lot of danger still with the power lines being down, and it's just tough to travel around there. So, all right, Tom, looks like you've got some stuff lined up here. This was earlier, right? Those radar?
Correct. Yeah. In fact, I've actually got to run.
Okay.
I've got to hit here with our friends at Fox Weather.
No worries.
So feel free. I will leave the radar looping for you, the current radar. So you're welcome to take that. I will be back here in just a little bit, probably about 15 minutes, and I'll be back with you.
Okay, that's perfect timing, actually, because we expect this press conference really to start in any minute here. Maddie Stouck's also going to join us here in about 5 minutes because I got to run and get ready for Fox 6 News at 4 as our coverage continues on this. I am going to take a quick break, but again, when we come back, we're expecting any minute now this press conference to start with the city of Appleton officials. You see all the media members, they have gathered there. So stay with us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We're back in 2 minutes as our continuing storm coverage. Or should we hang out for a bit? Hold on 1 second here. Let's see if let's just listen in. Okay, I'm not getting audio there. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, we'll get that press conference.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Hey everybody, Maddie Stelk just getting logged in here. I want to take you out to that press conference that we're waiting on right now in Appleton. We're expected to hear from city officials after storms rolled through the area this afternoon. So I'm going to keep this up here, get you logged in, and we will bring you that press conference live right here. So keep it right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, expected to start any minute now.
After a Packers game, it's in.
So what if it doesn't? No, just yeah. I'm sorry, Stacey. Are you gonna take me like as a live shot in 2 minutes?
You know that ant's
Okay.
on the journey.
Oh God, I didn't realize that.
There are a few ants up there. No, they gotta change perspective.
I'm sorry.
you're good.
I thought we were just taking it like live. I didn't know I was talking. I'm so sorry.
Wait, why are we talking? What's it?
Okay. Yes. So But if this doesn't start in 1 minute, do you want me to just? So if they don't come out here at time, are you just gonna take all? Okay. Okay.
It's funny how we all heard that.
Hey, Rick. Oh, Bill, can you see me? We're about to. Wi-Fi.
There's still waiting on his honor here. But here's one thing.
I'm aware of that, but I
What's that?
am trying my best here.
I didn't have a live view with me, so it got me off the hook.
Hey guys, Maddie Stelk getting logged in here as we wait from officials in Appleton. It looks like things are getting underway now after storms rolled through the area. As they work to get mic'd up here, I just want to show you really quickly some video that we're getting just into our newsroom of some of the damage in Menasha, which is very close to Appleton right here. This is from Spencer right now in the area as we look. Just devastating what we're seeing here. We are expected to get an update from officials in Appleton right now as that gets underway. Looks like Mayor is getting mic'd up there. We are expected to hear an update after those storms did roll in, but just devastating here from what we're seeing. I'm going to bring you back out to that news conference as it starts to get underway, but just bringing you in real time some of the images and videos that we're getting into our newsroom showing the aftermath of these storms.
With all these things clicked on me. You do. I'm going to stay off the edge of the light. Hopefully that helps. Get your balances. Oh. Check your audio. All right, everybody set?
Sure, you've been around forever. You think you'd have had this down by now.
Yeah, you would think. That's important. What about this?
Give it to radio.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't you just need audio anyhow?
And again, as we wait for this to get underway, on your right is live in Menasha right now. That's where Durante Matthews is right now. As he starts to survey some of the damage we're seeing on your left, we are waiting from city officials in Appleton to give an update on storm efforts there.
I'm Jake Woodford, Mayor of the City of Appleton, JakeWoodFord. Thank you all for coming out. appreciate you coming on relatively short notice, but we want to get some information out to the public as quickly as possible. Format that I'm going to use here is I'll run you through a few things, and I'll be happy to take your questions. So with that, just a quick overview. The city of Appleton and neighboring communities were affected by a severe thunderstorm that passed through our area around midday today.
Want to apologize for a bit of audio glitching here. Of course, storms did just roll in there, I'm sure affecting our service quality a little bit. I'll bring this up, see if we can bring it to you. If not, we will break away from that and check in with our Durante Matthews in Menasha right now.
As a result of the storm that passed through, reports of significant...
Okay, audio issues seem to be continuing here. As we work to get that fixed, let's go and check in with our Durante Matthews, who... I'm checking with our producer. Is he dialed in right now? Well, right now we can take that shot in full as we work to get that audio from the mayor of Appleton speaking right there, giving an update on recovery efforts after storms rolled in. Here's a look from our FOX6 truck. Looks like Durante is with us right now. Durante, you got me here? All right, yeah, we're taking a look at the damage here, Durante. I know you've just gotten to the Menasha area. Talk about a little bit about what you're seeing. That looks, the damage is devastating.
It absolutely is. I mean, and this is just some of the things that's preventing us from getting further and further into the area. You see all these down trees, down power lines, just completely blocking the roads, scattered across the sidewalks and into the streets, and a lot of folks outside their own homes just surveying the damage, and it really is heartbreaking to see up close and personal. We're trying to drive through as slowly and as carefully as possible, just to not hit any of these downed power lines that are just dangling from these poles. And oh my gosh, I'm going to try to turn the camera this way so you can just see this. Like, trees are completely just covering people's lawns into folks' homes. I can't see how extensive the damage is from my vantage point right here in the car, but it's just, it really is a mess, and it's been like this ever since we have gotten in, and we have treaded kind of lightly, just trying to maneuver around this area because there are so many parts that are just blocked off, either from police barricading certain areas, trying to keep folks away from sort of the heart of the damage here, or things that you're seeing right now, blocking our pathway from the trees. And, I see that. Of these branches that are just down, scattered.
Is that a train right there, just completely stopped down the road right there?
Right in front of us, yes.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm. So there's just a lot going on right now, and it's really a lot to kind of take in. You know, there's every which way you turn, there's just something happening, and we're seeing a lot of folks out here, at least I've seen folks out here moving these branches out of the way, and some just standing here stunned, like, you know, you really don't know what to do, or there's not much you can do right now. A lot of traffic around the area is at a standstill. People are just trying to maneuver their way to get to where they have to go. A lot of folks are right now encouraged to stay indoors while officials try to get out here and survey a lot of this damage that you're seeing right now. In fact, we heard earlier during a presser how officials don't even know the extent of a lot of the damage because they can't get to certain areas because of what you're seeing right here. And like, we're turning the camera another direction, and you see it's just more damage, more roads just completely blocked from the storms that we had earlier today. Like I said, every direction there is something happening, and it's just a lot to really try to process right now.
Yeah, I can't even imagine for all the people who are out there now. I mean, and the sky is completely clear. Just, you really get a look at the damage there. I know probably been a lot of roadblocks. We originally sent you to Menasha. Is that where you are right now, Durante? Did you make it there?
Yes, that's exactly where we are. We're in Menasha. Oh, and there's a building right in front of us right now. I'm going to try to zoom in on our camera here.
Oh,
you can
my
see
gosh,
roof
yeah.
damage right there. Yeah, this is the first structure that we have seen right now that looks impacted. Oh, there's a couple of homes over here to my left that's also impacted the roof. It looks like some of the shingles have flown off of the roof of this home right over here towards my left. I'm going to pull over right here just so you can see this home and what's going on over here. Let me try to zoom in a little so you can just see that. And a lot of what we've seen so far have just been, trees that have been down, power lines that are on the ground, and we can't even move any further from this position right here down the street because power cords are legit on the ground in the middle of this street. But now we're actually seeing homes that are impacted. You can see roofs partially torn off over here, a lot of it just on the sidewalk. Buildings just looks crumbled from the damage from the storms that we saw earlier today. It's just, again, I can't say it enough. It's just a lot to really try to process right now. We're seeing folks around here just standing, a lot of folks just standing in shock, really, just looking at, what has transpired in just a couple of hours. As you mentioned, the rain has gone, the storms have actually stopped, and this is what we're left with. Folks really, and here's more homes that are damaged just further along. So yeah, even when I try to stop just to catch my breath, I'm just seeing more and more damage. It's really just throughout this entire area. And this is only parts where we're able to get in. I mean, there are areas in this town that are even more widely impacted that we can't even get to.
Yeah, wow, Durante, and you've covered storm damage for years, especially in this area here in southeast Wisconsin. How would you say this ranks just by what you're seeing compared to coverage that you've done in the past in other areas?
So a lot of the storms that I've covered in the past, they have been more scattered. So I may see a tree down here or a home or shed damaged there, but this is a lot just in one particular area. I don't think in my experience I've ever seen so many homes completely just torn apart all in the same area.
Yeah,
so
wow.
We're turning down here and it looks like, okay, now I'm going to try to zoom down this street so you can see what we're seeing down here. More trees, but also more homes just completely just damaged. And I believe there's a vehicle over here that's damaged on its side. I'm trying to get a good look at it so you can see it right here. Bear with me, Maddie. We're really trying to navigate the cameras around here.
Yeah, no.
Because like I said, there's just something happening everywhere.
Everywhere you look,
you can see
wow.
This car right here just impacted over here a lot of the homes.
Yeah, we do know this was a release from the city of Menasha, the police department, telling people to not travel there unless it's an emergency. Traffic congestion, as Durante was saying, down trees, power lines, debris, and blocked roadways are preventing emergency responders and utility crews from reaching affected areas. And I mean, Durante, you're seeing that firsthand here. I mean, you can't even turn in all directions. In some areas, the roads are blocked. It's wow. Pretty speechless.
Yeah, and you can 100% see why they tell people do not come to this area unless it's an emergency, unless you have to be in here, because you can't navigate around here. Imagine law enforcement and first responders and fire officials, ambulances trying to get to where they need to go, trying to rescue people from a lot of these homes that have been completely damaged. It's so hard to get anywhere throughout here. We're even seeing folks driving down the roads, it looks like on motorized scooters, just trying to get from point A to point B. There's just a lot going on here, and it really is heartbreaking to see this up close and personal.
Yeah, and you see so many people just kind of walking out after bracing for this massive storm and just trying to figure out if their home's okay, if what's left. So many people just out there right now trying to figure that out. Durante, I know you'll be giving an update here on Fox 6 News at 4. So many people that you can hopefully get a hold of and talk to here that are affected. Of course, our hearts go out to all of the people right now. This is a live look in Menasha, where we are seeing some of the damage after storms rolled through. Durante, I am going to let you go so you can do that, but we'll check back in a little bit. But yeah, as I was reading that post from the City of Menasha Police Department saying, do not travel there unless it is an emergency. Traffic congestion, downed trees and power lines, debris, and blocked roadways are preventing emergency responders and utility crews from reaching affected areas. If you are watching right now and you have a loved one in the Menasha area, these are the following locations that they list that are open as emergency cooling shelters and can provide water and other basic assistance. Christ the Rock Church, Menasha Senior Center, and the Menasha Public Library. They're adding that residents should stay away from downed power lines, obey all barricades and road closures, and call 911 only for emergencies. So do not travel to Menasha unless it is an emergency right now. And of course, we will have all of this up on our website, fox6now.com. But again, we are just getting this in right now from the police department. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be right back after these storms did roll through extensive damage. So much more to cover here. So keep it right here on Fox Local. We'll be right back.
Is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Thanks for being with us on your Monday afternoon. We're tracking the aftermath after severe storms rolled through southeast Wisconsin. I want to give you a live look right now. This is in Menasha, where our Durante Matthews is right now, seeing such devastation across the board here in this neighborhood. Downed trees, power lines, houses damaged. We even saw the roof of a church partially ripped off after severe storms moved through this area. We just checked in with him and we saw countless neighbors in this area kind of going outside, trying to look at the damage, see if their house and their homes are okay. We did get an update from the Menasha Police Department saying, please do not travel here at this time unless it is an emergency. They're saying traffic congestion, downed trees, power lines, debris, and blocked roadways are preventing emergency responders and utility crews from reaching affected areas. We know when we talked to our reporter Durante Matthews, who is here right now, that it took a lot for them to even get to this area where we're seeing the damage because of all of the road closures from downed trees and power lines and things of that sort. The Menasha Police Department does go on to say the following locations are open as emergency cooling shelters and can provide water and basic assistance. This includes Christ the Rock Church, Menasha Senior Center, and the Menasha Public Library. The statement goes on to say residents should stay away from down power lines, obey all barricades and road closures, and call 911 only for emergencies. And this Menasha is one of the areas that got the worst of it, but we saw severe storms across the board here in southeast Wisconsin. Just taking a look at the power outages that we're seeing right now. Milwaukee County up to 40,000. That number has jumped from early this morning. I mean, nearly tripled since we saw that. Kenosha 10,000, Racine 4,000, Walworth 900, Waukesha County 600. So we are seeing these outages across the board as we continue to survey the damage from this severe weather. I want to bring in meteorologist Stephanie Barrichello now. Steph, is it more focusing on the aftermath now? Are we in the clear with these storms?
We're getting very close, Maddie, but we technically still have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings. This cluster of storms should be out of here certainly by the next 20 minutes. We're on our way out, but you can still see 2 severe thunderstorm warnings there. Lake Geneva is included in one of those. So it's eastern Walworth, and then western Racine and Kenosha County, and then eastern Kenosha County still under those as well. So timing wise, eastern Kenosha County, that warning continues until 4 p.m. And then I'll clear this for you and we can put the next one up. The one in Walworth and western Racine Kenosha goes until 4:15. So again, we're getting there, but we're not quite done just yet. Here's a look at satellite and radar. So you can see that these are still some stronger thunderstorms pushing through both of those warned areas. Everything has weakened a bit, but still have the chance to see at least a little bit of hail as this moves through the remainder of Racine and Kenosha County, as well as some gustier wind. Now out towards the west, there's another little cluster moving into northwestern parts of Walworth County and then northwestern Waukesha County. Now both of those are non-severe, more so it looks like diving towards the southeast for both of those. So Waukesha, again, you're likely going to get in on a couple more rain showers, maybe heavy rain at times as this continues to move through. That may also cut through southern Milwaukee County and then the remainder of Walworth County as that dives towards the south. That actually developed on an outflow from one of the previous thunderstorms that moved through. I do want to pan off towards the north though, and I don't want to panic anybody, but we're not going to completely rule out additional development until a cold front completely clears our area, which likely will not be until late tonight. Now there are some thunderstorms beginning to develop up north near Rhinelander, so we will monitor that area, see how these move towards the south. Now we should be worked over a little bit, but with the fact that the sun is returning to southeast Wisconsin, again, I'm not going to completely rule out the possibility of seeing more storms or even a strong storm because, you know, north of these thunderstorms here locally, the sun is out across Fond du Lac and Sheboygan counties. Even here at the station in Brown Deer, we're starting to see a little bit of sunshine. So I'll bring you back to our warnings map here. We still have a severe thunderstorm watch for the majority of southeast Wisconsin with the exception of Fond du Lac and Sheboygan. Now, Fond du Lac and Sheboygan, that watch was trimmed back after this batch of storms moved through. So the fact that they have not trimmed back Dodge, Washington, Ozaukee counties, despite the fact that the sun is now returning, might be a sign that this, you know, is going to stick around until 7 p.m. because of the chance for additional storms. There's still just quite a bit of uncertainty. Even the couple of rounds of storms we've had today, very difficult to predict timing as well as location of where those popped. It's just the setup that we've had both yesterday as well as today, and we've, you know, had it early last week as well, where we watch where it develops and then we essentially track it from there. So hard to tell if we're going to have more. However, I am going to keep the chance in through later this evening, maybe even through midnight tonight for a scattered or isolated thunderstorm. So I don't think it's going to be as widespread as what we've had over, you know, the round one, round two, if you will, but it's we'll watch northern Wisconsin certainly with the fact that there are more showers, more storms developing up towards the north. What a day it has been. I know we've covered a lot of it. We've had Unfortunately, a lot of tornado damage up in the Fox Valley. We've had a lot of hail reports down here in southeast Wisconsin, as well as a handful of wind reports. And I think we're going to see more storm reports in the coming hours now that the sun is coming out. After this cold front finally clears our area later tonight, we are looking at a much calmer forecast pretty much the rest of the week. So I would say still keep your guard up for the remainder of this afternoon, though I'm not thinking it's going to in any way be as bad as what we've had a couple of times already today. But for now, once again, just keep in mind that we could see a stray shower or storm throughout the remainder of the evening, and then Tuesday through Thursday, sunshine is back, quieter conditions in the way of drier or more comfortable conditions, I should say, lower dew points, lower air temperatures. Friday and Saturday will then bring in a chance of showers and thunderstorms, which at this point do not look as strong. The benefit to today, if there is any, is that we did receive really beneficial rainfall. Unfortunately, it was a lot in some communities. There was a little bit of localized flooding. I haven't heard too much in the way of reports of that since earlier today. Still watch out for that on your evening commute, but otherwise, I do think our lawns are somewhat happy with the fact that we finally had some rain here locally. But do be cautious if you're out and about, maybe clearing up any of the wind damage. Thank you to everybody who has sent us pictures of the hail, very large hail across southeast Wisconsin.
Oh, yeah, here.
Oh yeah, exactly. It's just been, again, a really active day with the fact that we have had 2 rounds of severe weather. It's been a while since we've had 2 separate rounds of severe weather in one day. So just be cautious as you're out and about, especially on your evening commute, and then know that much calmer weather is ahead starting on Tuesday.
Looking forward to Tuesday. But yeah, good to stay weather aware still as we head into tonight. Taking a look at some of the damage that we're seeing, Steph, in Menasha right here. I mean, this image from Durante Matthews, who's out there right now, just incredible. For people who might just be tuning in, can we report anything on what this storm was yet? Do we have anything confirmed from the National Weather Service as to what might have happened here?
Yeah, you know what, let me just look real quick. I do know that the National Weather Service in Green Bay, we're planning on going out immediately to start surveying. It's probably going to take some time for us to get confirmation or an official rating, but let me see if there's anything new from their National Weather Service chat. Let's see. They are comfortable confirming that it was a tornado.
Okay.
Based on spotters, based on the debris signature, on radar. They just don't know the rating yet. So yes, I think preliminarily they are absolutely confirming a tornado. Appleton, northwest of Appleton, but the survey is ongoing. And again, that damage is just so devastating and so unfortunate. So we will wait and hear. It will probably not come to us until tomorrow because it's going to take the National Weather Service in Green Bay quite a bit of time to survey all that damage.
Wow, it'll be very interesting to see that number when they end up deciding how strong that was, because just seeing the damage here is absolutely heartbreaking. But that's why we appreciate so much what you guys do. I know it's been such a long day for you guys, but we are so grateful for that, and I know everybody watching right now is as well. Steph, thanks so much for joining us on the live desk. I'll let you get ready for Fox 6 News at 4, but thank you guys so much for joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Our coverage continues on Fox Local. Fox 6 News at 4 will be next, where we will have continued reports again. As Stephanie said, we should stay weather aware tonight. Again, not to scare anybody, but there is the potential to see some of those storms tonight as well. Not as bad as what we were seeing earlier, but again, I'm going to leave you with this live look right now in Menasha right now. One of the areas hit hard where we can say a tornado was confirmed here. Again, we don't know the intensity of that. Expected to get that report from the National Weather Service tomorrow, but our Durante Matthews will have a report from here, hopefully able to talk to some of the neighbors out here in this neighborhood. But again, devastating out here in the Fox Valley. So keep it right here on Fox Local. We'll be right back with Fox 6 News at 4 in just a few minutes. Thank you for joining us.
and that was that.
I feel like I was the victim in this. I tried to help him out, you know, a family member.
I needed a car, you know, I was just trying to help him out.
Get all the money up front, don't do a payment plan.
Don't do business with family.
I'm just happy to be getting my money.
With stories that matter to you, this is Fox 6 News at 4.
We begin at 4 with severe weather hitting much of the state. The storms causing major damage. And these are just some of the pictures starting to come in from Menasha in the Fox Valley.
It's all still developing. This is all still underway. Officials there say many areas of the city they have not been able to get to. It's impossible. And the extent of the damage still largely unknown right now.
We have team coverage of today's storms, and let's start with Stephanie Barkella.